Happy QFF, it is quarterfinals Friday and 10 has become 8. By the end of today, it'll be only 4 teams remaining heading into finals day tomorrow. So plenty to play for, and guess what? It's Peacock Friday as well. I'm Mr. Maximo, this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden, Stockholm, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to Stockholm. It is quarterfinals Friday. Hopefully you can be our QFF throughout today, as we do have 4 matches. They're all sudden death matches essentially for the top 8 teams in this tournament so far. The top 4 from Group A will meet the top 4 from Group B. And of course, just the 4 winners will make it through to finals day tomorrow. We're starting with match number 41, which is quarterfinal number 1 between Botkyrka. Well, they were second in Group A. They're taking on the Stockholm Tigers, who were third in Group B. I know that Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with 2 captains for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, Stockholm Tigers to call. Head. Head's the call. It's heads. Ulfield. Okay. Yeah. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. Thank you. All the best.
So in quarterfinal number 1, it is the Stockholm Tigers. They have won the toss. Rizvi Hoke there standing in for Raz Imtiaz, who will be their captain today. The big news for the Tigers is that there is no Farouk Ahmed because he is off. He is coaching the national women's team today, so that's a big loss for them. And he says, look, we're going to have a bowl first. Very interesting that the Tigers have elected to do that, because they have defended scores so well during this tournament. So they have put a little bit of extra pressure on their batting, I think, especially with no Farouk Ahmed. But I wonder if that factored into their decision. So Rizvi Hoke himself, I think he'll be a really important bowler. He does bowl leg spin. We know that he's not always bowled his 2 overs, but I do think he's a dangerous option, and he always seems to pick up wickets. And they're going to need to do that, I think, against this Botkyrka lineup. But with no Farouk Ahmed, I think someone like an Arif Hussain or someone like Shoaib Saka might need to step into that breach. They need to find some runs from somewhere. And of course, the standing captain, Raz Imtiaz, he has had a couple of failures with the bat, but he's very capable. We've seen that throughout this tournament so far. Let's see if the captaincy does the trick, and maybe he makes some runs, and probably I think we'll see him at the top of the order. But let's talk about Botkyrka. Well, they were 5 and 3 in Group A. That was a week ago that we saw them last. It's actually the identical record that they had last year heading into quarterfinals Friday, but they did lose to the 3rd place team, Huddinge, on that occasion. So I'm sure they will avoid that again. Well, Botkyrka, they rely a lot on their top 3, don't they? And they'll kind of shuffle them. They've got Shani Khawaja up there. They've got Tahir Tara, who's a real dynamic batter as well as a very clever death bowler. And look, they've also got Zishan Mahmood. So those top 3 are going to be really key. And the fact that they will be batting first, I think we'll get an opportunity for them to kind of set the pace. But again, it's not always easy after coming out of the game for a few games. So we have Botkyrka here. They won 5 games in the group stage. We've got the Tigers that won 4 games in the group stage. Pretty even match, really, for me. The fact that Farouk Ahmed is out, though, I think that is a bit of a relevant factor. Botkyrka probably just have favouritism because of that. But like I say, they have had a week off, so maybe they might be a bit rusty, and the Tigers might catch them on the hop. Let's talk about the conditions today. And look, we do have some showers forecast throughout the day at the moment. Well, fingers crossed it stays this way and we do get all 4 matches in. It's a little bit cooler than other days at least. We're expecting maximum temperature of 14 degrees. Currently it's about 10 to get this one started, but we know that this ground drains really well. So I'm hopeful that if there is a bit of rain, that it shouldn't keep us off the field for too long. So I'm looking forward to this. And here's another man who is really keen to start QFF. Not only quarterfinal Friday, it's also Peacock Friday, and Rico Full, I'm sure he is raring to go in the commentary box. Tigers winning the toss, fielding first. Let's get ready for quarterfinal number 1. The first ball is on the way.
Good morning, namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, eyeball 1. And yes, welcome. It is quarterfinals time as we see the magnificent Nusbury cricket ground, and we've certainly seen some action there this last couple of weeks, and certainly yesterday was no exception. It was a fantastic day as teams tussled in Group B to see which ones would make it through into the quarterfinals, and we have that lineup here today now. And we start with Botkyrka from Group A coming back, and they're up against the Stockholm Tigers. And I think the big news there, I think Vinny's already touched on it, the Stockholm Tigers are going to be without their normal captain, Farooq Ahmed. That is a big miss for them. I mean, he scored 104 runs in the day yesterday. He is the tournament's top run scorer as well, with 219 runs in the 8 innings that he's had. So he's going to be a big miss. But they have got some other good players in there. I mean, somebody like Imtiaz has to really perform. I think he needs to take the role that Ahmed had, Farooq Ahmed. And I still think that Shurav Sakar can be big with the bat as well. And with the bowling, I think Hokke was very good yesterday. We also saw good bowling from Ashram Alam. But they'll be happy that they have got Zafar Ullah back in their attack. Butchaka, well, we know that we certainly like the batting of Shani Khawaja. He was in really scintillating form, a really aggressive batter. We also know the power of the all-rounder Tahir Tara with the ball and the bat. He's quite explosive as well. And somebody like Zishan Mahmood, who still, though, I don't believe, though he has scored good scores. I mean, look, we saw him score 48 of 28 in one match and then 37 of 19 against Lin Shopping. So he is a good player, but he can go bigger than that, I know. And it's going to be a very interesting match indeed. And on the bowling front, I think, for Butchaka again, I think Tahir Tara and also somebody like Usama Qureshi will be key. Well, this is what the bat versus ball war is predicting. 84 to 75 to Butchaka. And that obviously is probably based on the form coming into these matches. You can see that Butchaka just have a few more of those green dots under their belt, and they've been on a good run, haven't they? Those 3 wins in the last few games, whereas the Tigers, they've been a bit hit and miss, but certainly talking about miss, they are going to miss Farooq Ahmed as we get ready for the start of this match. And this is going to be, of course, the first of the 4 quarterfinals coming our way. Quarterfinal 2 will be Hammarby versus Lin Shopping. Then we got Al-Bazami. They're up against Umeå before the last one, which will be Master against Indiska. All going to be scintillating games. Are Men in Black. Umpires take the field. Saeed Arif and Rohit Junaga. They were absolutely marvellous yesterday, and no doubt they will be exactly the same today. Led by the man you saw at the coin toss, Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, and also the third umpire. The batters, they make their way out, and the real contrast, I like the colours out there as well. The blue and the green. The blue of Butchaka. And their batters. The information I have here is that the striker will be Tara. No surprise there. He hasn't really clicked. I think we saw the best of him probably the first day of the group. And after that, we never saw him perform as well as he should be. He always gets into the teens maybe. He plays 3 or 4 big shots, then gets out. So watch out for him. He's still waiting to go big. But that man, I think, Khawaja, he certainly has shown some of his firepower as well. He scored a blistering 34 with 20 balls against Al-Bazami. You know that. And he is one that is interesting to watch. And 38 of 18 against Lin Shopping as well. So we're ready to go. It's, I suppose, a good opportunity for me once more to give you all a very warm welcome, wherever you're tuning in from, on this quarterfinals Friday, as you get ready for the action to begin. And it will start off with the bowling of Zafarullah, bowling up to the opener Tahir Tara. Here's the first ball. And it's a good one. He's in the right area straight away, going right across the right-hander. And they've got that slip in play. Gets it straight across him. Zafarullah, the last match they played, he was up against it, wasn't he, against the Marsar attack. And, well, this is the sort of thing that he got. He got hit and hit big, and what a way to start the first scoring shot of the day. The second ball, bang! Shaka 6 runs. And this one sounded absolutely sweet off the middle of the bat. So there's the start, and that's what Tara is going to do for you. He's not messing around. If it's there to hit, he's going to swing. He's going to swing hard, and he's going to make sure he sends it as far as he possibly can. So, well, if you needed warming up, there it is. And if you needed warming up and if you needed reminding of what is to come, well, there's a lot more of that. I can assure you of it. So, Ula, what would be the reply? Will he stick to his guns? Trying to get this ball. Well, he goes a bit shorter in the air. Opportunity goes down. It's a dolly, but it could be a chance of a run out. And I think that's been fluffed as well. Oh dear, this is not what you need. The Stockholm Tigers, first of all, the drop catch. And he can't believe he's dropped it. Let's have a look at this. This has obviously come off the, come off the gloves. And he's caught it, but as he's hit the deck, the ball has come out of his hands. And then look at this. Has the opportunity perhaps here and doesn't take the ball. I think if he does, he would have had the run out. So he could have got him twice. First the field of the slip. He's in slip. We could have seen the slip catch. We don't. The slip puts it down and then he not able to get the run out. Oh, well, all excitement. This one is in the block. And that was Khawaja's first delivery. So Tara goes back on strike. Remember that. He was dropped on 6. Oh, well, it's unfortunate, really, for the slip fielder. Does everything right. He does take a very good catch because he's dipping before him. But as he thuds into this rock-hard ground, the ball pops out. So, all right, going for the big shot. This one's slightly fuller. Fuller from Muller. Asks the question from the umpire. Umpire says no. Probably going on to miss off stump, and I would guess it's probably a little high as well. The conditions probably would suit, I would say, the fielding side. I think we're going to see this ball swing around a bit, but not that one. That one just swung to the boundary. It was a full toss. It was a Gandhi ball on the leg stick, and all Taras had to do is just get a little bit of bat on this, and away it goes. Yeah, he's let himself down, the bowler. And that is the end of the first over, and it was an action-packed one, wasn't it? Well, you'd expect it. This is quarterfinals day. One of these two teams will come back tomorrow for finals day. One will be eliminated. 12 without loss of the first. And should have been for one. It is not to be. It's a good time for us to welcome back into the commentary position a man who, if he was in my daughter's bedroom, I would not see him because she loves the colour purple. You would not be seen. Well, your shirt would be seen, I suppose.
I'm
Good
just
morning, Mr.
Give
Sam.
you some free advice. Don't start the morning with if I saw you in my daughter's bedroom. Hello to all the Rico's family, to Charlie and Sonia this morning.
You know
You
what
would
I
not.
mean. Purple is a girl's colour.
I tell you, if you caught me in your daughter's bedroom, I'd want to blend in because I'd want to be camouflaged. In fact, I'd probably be running away pretty quick. Anyway, it is 12 for no loss after one. And interesting start to the day, wasn't it? Tara getting one away, but also having a bit of a lucky break. And here is Ashraful Alam, who's to start the second over. Saka, oh no, he's got this one. He's hopping around like a cat in a hot tin roof. And yeah, what a good matchup this is, Rico. And we're going to have some high-quality cricket today for sure. Teams playing for survival.
Yep.
Each team now, they're kind of an even footing it away. They're 3 matches away from lifting the trophy here in Stockholm.
Yeah, big day, as you say. Alarm. Well, yesterday. He was probably one of the pick of the bowlers yesterday. In what ended up being quite an eventful day. Plenty of runs scored. This one is going to be called a wide, and the umpire, Rohit Junega, is onto that like a flash.
Look at Jyoti try and frame this pitch. It's actually swung a little bit after it's past the stumps. You see keepers doing this, trying to take the ball and kind of rush back towards the centre to try and distract the umpire from giving the wide. Doesn't work. Tara back on strike.
This one wasn't that far away from catching a bit of the edge. He plays at everything, doesn't he? That's the thing.
He's so exciting to watch. Ashraful Alam was funny though, because look at him shoot a little look to the umpire here, and he's trying to look like he's acting cool, but he isn't. He's nervous it's going to be called, but he gets the call that time. Dot ball. Yeah, Tara is just he's a power play unit, isn't he? He's built for it.
Down the leg side, it's been called a wide, and they'll make it 2 as well. It's a good stop from Georgie, but he's not able to prevent the batters from sneaking the second.
He'll be frustrated with that, but it does mean that the strike changes. Khawaja will be facing. Yeah, Jyoti's a really good keeper. I think he's a bit of a perfectionist as well. I think he gets annoyed, and it's a couple that he's fumbled this over. But again, I think his best work's yet to come in this innings. Alam getting away with just 3 of the first 2 balls. It needs to straighten up a little bit.
Firmly hit, but in the air, and it's been taken. No mistakes this time. There's a good catch, and Khawaja has to depart. Now, look, one of the things I was about to say, and we'll have a look at it once the next batter comes in, is the field. And because the field has been set there, these sort of opportunities are available to them, and that's exactly what's happened. They've only got 2 men on the leg side, so they've really packed up that offside, and if anything goes to air, there's always an opportunity, and that's a good catch taken.
Yeah, and Arif Hussain, who takes the catch, is a really good fielder, isn't he? Here's the thing, though, they have packed the offside, but I think the batters, if they can elevate, then they can still get value over there. But this one, you can see where the batter was pointing at his bat, Khawaja, saying it just kind of clunked off the bottom edge of the bat, so he doesn't get it up in the air. It just goes flat and really nicely taken, got to say, in these conditions. Still pretty chilly. It's currently 11 degrees, but he takes that low to his left. A bit like a slips catch, a bit like you'd take one kind of diving into the air, and diving sideways in front of another fielder. But it was a good piece of fielding, which results in the first wicket. And this will bring Zishan Mahmood to the crease. But yeah, excellent piece of fielding. That's going to matter today, isn't it? Holding your catches.
Look, there's that field I'm talking about. Just the 2 men on the leg side. You can see where they are inside the circle. Everybody else. Look at that field on the offside. It's going to be very difficult to pair that unless you go over the top. And I think that's what the captain is saying here. If you want it, you're going to have to go over the top.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. He's kind of forced into that as well because they've got just the 2 outfielders available to them. All right, Rashful Alam, the successful bowler.
And this one does go over the top. He gets plenty of power in that. That's a nice shot from Zishan Mahmood. Well, he's in the mood. He's in the mood to go big. Well, this one is a really good shot because it's not that wide. It actually comes into him as well, but he's made up his mind. He's going to take it on, and he gets 4 runs.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You kind of know what's coming at you with the Tigers bowling. If they're going to set this field, you pretty much know exactly where the ball's going to be. It's just whether you can execute the stroke or not. That's exactly what Mahmood does on that occasion. Gets off the mark with a boundary. They're just moving the 3rd man a little bit square, more of a deep backward point now. This is where if you get that same ball again, you have softer hands and just kind of dab it a bit finer. There's a big gap now at 3rd man.
Well, he tries to make room to go on the onside. It's well bowled actually from the bowler. He sees that early movement from Mahmood and bowls it a bit fuller.
Shanawaz Uraman does the fielding. Let's see what kind of role spin plays in this match as well. It is the morning match, so maybe a bit cooler, a bit more difficult for the spinners to grip the ball. Might be a damn kind of a day anyway.
Short. Oh, and this one was one that could have been put away and ends up not being a run either. Mahmood says, no, stay where you are.
He's annoyed there, Tarak, because that one was straight enough to get on the leg side, but he misses out. 21 for 1 after 2 overs. This is what we've got this morning and this afternoon. The 4 quarterfinals, the top 4 teams from each group, Achirka versus the Tigers. That's what you're watching right now. Quarterfinal 2, we'll see Hammarby versus Linköping. Another really even game. The other 2, I think we do have clear favourites. That'll be Zalmi against Umya, who had a miracle basically to qualify in Group B. And Mashta have been in really good form. But taking on in Disco could be a bit of a tricky one for them. Different sorts of bowlers they're going to face, Mashta, in that quarterfinal number 4. So it's all starting here. Of course, the 4 winners today will go through to finals day tomorrow. The losers, unfortunately, they'll be out of the running in ECS this year. And so plenty of action. And it's always a tough day when you've got to say goodbye to 4 teams. Here's the international man of mystery, Munjurul Akash, who holds his place in the side ahead of Nazmul Hashan, the human hairball, who is 12th man, unfortunately for me, this game.
It's been hit. He's trying to pierce the field. Somebody's got to get dirty, and they don't. I think there was an opportunity. The only way you're going to stop this is you get a slide in, and both the fielders remain on their feet and the ball goes to the boundary 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a real teaser, wasn't it? Almost hit the stumps as well at the other end. But yeah, Mahmood getting it straight, getting along the turf. And you can see despite the bit of rain that we had overnight, still a very fast outfield. It's very hard underneath. But Chirka, they've lost one of their key batters, but these two, the other two, which they'll fancy to get a winning score on the board.
Short, and he goes for it and he nails it, and it's probably going to be 1 bounce for, and says, well, okay, if you want to drive, I'm going to not give you this one to drive. Bangs it in short. It's not a bad bouncer actually, because it's right at the body. Doesn't give him any width, but he plays this so well. Gets plenty of meat on it. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Doesn't really rush him with the bounce. That's the thing. He wasn't beaten for pace there, Zishan. And yeah, up and over the top. Again, that's just the knowledge of where the fielders are in the outfield. He knows if he gets that behind the square leg umpire in that kind of top right quarter. You see the umpire there, Rohit Jadeja, square leg. Anything kind of to the left of him on the screen, which is very safe. And he got plenty of bat on that. 13 off 4. Zishan's come out with some intent.
This one's been picked up. Well, pitched up, and the bowler has to pick it up, but not before they take the single. So he's trying things at least. You can see here, Akash. He's trying different lengths, different options. But, well, Zishan Mahmood, can he go big here now? Look, some of his highlights were he's 48 of 28 against the Titans when he was the player of the match. 37 of 19 against Linköping. So, but he never really was able to go into, he's not got a 50 yet. This is up in the air, will drop short of the fielder. Was never going to carry, really.
He's lucky that doesn't go straight to the fielder. It's right down the bottom of the bat. Tara really had to reach for it. Yeah, Linköping are a team we'll see, of course, in the next game. Just mentioned them. Titans, unfortunately, they're out of the tournament. But yeah, Zishan's had some good performances. Mrs. Tara facing up.
Swings hard, but only goes as far as the man sort of just inside the circle there in the mid-wicket area. Tara, yeah, this is so far been the sort of innings that Tara's played. I mean, he's always gets to scores, doesn't he? I mean, 18 off 6 against Albi when he started with the bank, but then he gets himself out. I just wonder if he can just stay there a bit longer. Maybe he needs to try and play a few shots in the offside. He's too predictable, isn't he?
Yeah, true. Last ball, the power play. At the end of the over. It's 31 for 1. Just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat this morning. Rico, ECN European Cricket Network. Drop us a line. Say hello. Let us know you're watching. Let us know where you're watching from. I see that Raja is watching. I think he's watching from Canada. He's asking, Vinny, is it raining? It isn't raining at the moment. To be honest, we haven't really had any rain since we got to the ground about an hour and a half ago. And there is just the kind of constant threat of rain today. But for the most part, hopefully it stays away. This ground is very hard. It'll drain well. But at the moment, no, it's just overcast. These are the kind of conditions we're going to have to get used to today. I want to say hello to Underground Bodega as well. And everybody else in the chat. It's great to have your company for quarterfinals Friday. James Stewart saying good morning in there as well. And I like this name. There's a name just called Love You. Well, love you too in the chat. We love all of our viewers. I want to say hello to Mohammed Riaz as well. And to Hakim Manasokin. Hope you're well. And yeah, we always love that interaction. Makes our day interesting as well. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. Makes it different to really anything else in the world. Has Arif Hussain to bowl over number 4.
Gets this one through. He's competing on the shoe front with you. He's got his nice bright yellow sneakers on.
He's not the only one though, is he? There's a few of them. There's normally 4 of them that wear those yellow shoes.
There's a couple missing today.
Yeah, that's true. No Farouk Ahmed. Yeah, you mentioned, if you just joined us, Farouk Ahmed, the regular captain of the Tigers, is off coaching the national women's team.
Yeah, but he's played into the trap here as the bowler. Tara makes that early movement just to put him off, and the bowler says, well, I'll bang it in short, but doesn't get it right. Doesn't get the pace, hasn't got the pace really to bowl the short ball, and then he goes down the leg side, and Tara says, okay, I'll just help this along.
Yeah, you've got to have all your bowlers on the same page. They've tried the same kind of a field for Arif Hussain, but he gets too straight, and Tara turns him around the corner. I'd love to know how often Tara's actually made it out of the power play alive. Not many.
Not too many times.
So now, let's see how he can bat through these middle overs. He's on 16 now. Pretty good start this from Bachirka.
This one is on the lid, I think. It certainly sounded like more lid than bat. Let's see what the umpire signals here. And I think the umpire is actually asking him, where did it hit you? Naughty umpire. You need to see where it hit him. It hit him on the nut. That's where it hit him.
Yeah, that's one that he heard. Because that's got things ringing in the ears, I think, of Tarat. But again, we're so happy he's elected to wear the helmet, Rico, because that has saved him a significant injury. Imagine if he's not wearing the helmet there, that probably puts him out of the game, not only with the bat, but with the ball.
That was on the soft part of the head.
Yeah,
right
that was going to hit him right in the ear, I thought. But anyway, leg by, changes the strike. Mahmood, 14 off the over that he's faced so far. He's going great guns.
It's a good delivery, Mahmood. He decides to go a little bit too early here. He gets back early enough.
Say hello to Kush then. Well, watching from Romania as well. Just Mahmood crossing the line from aggression to insanity, I think, with this shot.
Yeah, he does have to get back, and here comes the ball. Yeah, one thing that I think the Stockholm Tigers have stopped doing, and I don't understand why. Normally at this point, they would have gone with the... Earlier on in their matches, they always went with Shanawar Rahman.
Yeah.
And he picked up wickets for them regularly, two first. See this delivery here. That's nicely played, but there will be a player coming in from... Oh, he's made a slight error. Well, they're taking him on, and that's really, really good running and alertness from Tahir Tara. He knew he was the one running to the danger end, but he backed himself. He saw it early, and he went.
Still a bit of a risky one. Is Modrul Islam's throw's on target. He does get rid of it. Kind of an emergency throw. It flew over the bowler, but if it was a better throw, probably had the batter in trouble. That's good running. I want to say very good morning as well to Ramesh Satheesan, who's watching, the Romanian skipper. Ramesh, missing you, my friend. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Last ball of the over.
This is a really nice shot. They're going to have to do something to stop this, and they're not able to. Rahman, the man I was talking about, does get fingertips to this, but he's not able to stop it. This is such a good shot, and he does play it so well, Vinny.
Yeah, he does. Having said that, you've got two fielders there. They all kind of look at each other, I think, forlornly. Anyway, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, at the end of 4 overs. And it's great to have your company. It's 42-1 the score. It is Peacock Friday, so I like the number that you're sporting today, actually.
Yeah, yours ain't quite bad.
We're kind of different, but
very
interesting.
Different, yeah.
There you go. That's what we're going. Welcome to Peacock Friday. Maybe some of the viewers, if they want to take a selfie of themselves in their Peacock shirts at home, you can send it through on my Instagram, Mr. Maximo. Maybe we can get that up. But yeah, it's great to have your company once again, no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or maybe you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. And yeah, it's going to be a tough day because 8 becomes 4, but survival of the fittest. That's what Quarterfinals Friday is all about. Sun just poking through a little bit, which is very good news as we see Faradouche coming into the attack. It's a bit high, I think. There's a good think about it. Always nervous when the umpire doesn't take a sidestep. Tarat gets away with this. Maybe a bit of bat in that because there's no signal from the man in black, and now there is a signal, so it will be a leg by, in fact.
He does go right across, but look, it's a fair way out, and the ball, well, it's got to do a fair bit to get onto the stumps, doesn't it?
It's definitely climbing over. Good decision. Got to say, the officials have been very good. They've had a lot of work to do.
It's up in the air, but in the gap. There will be a man that's out there that will do the fielding, though he sort of labours to it. It does get there. Yeah, now this earlier on when you've got them all inside the circle, you see that's a possibility. That's more or less where the first wicket fell. Catch off Khawaja. But this one goes through, but it does strike the ball really well.
Yeah, he sure does. This is the key partnership, isn't it, really, for Bocchievka. Going at just above 100 pace at the moment.
Asking the question, and the umpire just signalling that has taken something, but it's not the bat. Maybe a bit of pad on the way through.
I forgot to mention, Ramesh has asked about the shoe colour. I'll just show you once and then you can tell your friends. I think I can do this. I've gone for the purple today. Yeah. This actually matches the suit pretty well, these ones. So anyway, thanks for asking. And I'm going to keep my feet on the ground now for a while, I think. Faradouche gets cut away, and this one will be a bit of a chase. Sasako did look like he was struggling a bit before.
Yeah, what's he holding here? It's
like a hamstring. It looks like it's either a little strain or a cramp, but he was stretching it out earlier. And just sometimes when you've had a muscle dormant, then you kind of go from 0 to 100% effort straight away like that. It can just lock up a little bit, especially first thing in the morning. Hopefully it's nothing too serious because he's a key player, isn't he, for the Tigers, especially with Luke Farouk Ahmed in the lineup.
Badush dances in towards the off-stump fielders. Have got work to do, and they do well. And it is Rahman that gets the big boots on it to keep it in the field of play.
Now, foot fielding is always a bit controversial, but one thing I would say, if you slide at that, you're at risk of kind of carrying the ball over the rope, if you know what I mean, if you don't slap it away cleanly. So one thing about the boot stop, when you do get it right, it normally does get kind of knocked back into play. But still 2 runs, and so last ball of the over, 49 on the board.
And it goes through. I mean, disappointed with that finish. I think they would have liked to have been 50 plus at this point. They're not 49. So the bowlers, they're sort of holding their own at the moment. Not having it their own way, but they're getting those dot balls in there at key times as well. But yeah, I'm going to go back to Rohan. I think as soon as you got that power play done, 31 for 1, it's not a high scoring one. I think that's where you got to try the spin bowler, Sanawara Zuluk Rahman. They tend to use him, if they do, to come onto bowl like the 8th over. By then, he's
batters don't care anymore.
No, batters don't care. They're going to take him on big time. I think you've got to deploy him earlier. I think they've missed the boat on him again.
It's a good point you make. Sticking with pace. Maybe they just think because of the conditions doesn't suit the spinner, and they think they've got enough pace options to get this done. See, Alarm's coming back in, and the first ball is up in the air, but I think it's going to fall safely. Nobody in the circle in mid-wicket. And despite the misfield of a stationary ball, it will just be a single. And that does bring up the 50 now for Bachirka.
Yeah, 50 on the ball. Tara just not hitting it as cleanly as you know that he can. I don't know whether that's because they're not bowling. They're bowling a better line to him. Not really giving him anything short. That's always dangerous to the short ball. Up in the air, and he gets it over the inner fielder. And that's well picked up. And the throw on the roll there from 007. Well, that's what he can do. Well, the bowler is saying that he can do the splits. How about this? Woo!
You might see this in an Olympic gymnast routine as all a bit of carnage, wasn't it? I do say sometimes an early throw is better than a good throw. Yeah. So Akash just throws it early. But have a look at the bowler here.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow. Speaking of stretching, such a thing as overstretching.
He's walking a bit gingerly now.
I'm surprised. Wow. He had his inner thigh grazing the grass then.
Oh, straight over the stumps, and the bowler can't believe that's missed. And the batter, he decides he's getting rid of his gloves and his bat. I think maybe he just wants to do away the helmet. Look, maybe
it's just needs to adjust it. Or I think it's just a slight. The helmet's come loose. Not surprised when you're swinging that hard. I want to say hello to Gary Nunn in the chat. He was asking, is the Harrison Ward playing for Sussex in the T20 blast last night? Is it the same Harrison Ward that played in the ECC last year? It certainly is. And I actually didn't see the score last night because I was sleeping. So I haven't checked that this morning. How did he do? Harrison's one of our very good friends here at ECN. He does actually do a bit of umpiring and do a bit of work for us as well when he's available.
This is being uppercut, and this will go to the boundary, 4 runs. I thought for a moment it would probably go all the way. And it's just too short. Gets into position, clubs it over, and well, Diana says, I'm not touching
Diana
it.
Steps away, and this was a spicy one to field. Look, straight through the Jake the Pegs. But still, another boundary. Yeah, Mahmood hasn't kind of convinced us all the time that he's hitting them well, but he certainly has the runs on the board already, 32 off 17. He's had a couple of lucky ones that he's gotten away with that he's missed out on, but still, very dangerous player.
Well, this is coming our way, and well, no, it's not. That is a great catch. Well, 007 on the back. Well, that is why he's a man on the secret mission, and he comes up with the golden arm. That is a great catch. It sort of looks like he transfers it from 2 hands to 1 just to cushion the blow as he falls. What a good catch this has been.
Excellent technique. Really good technique. He takes it to the side, which is never easy. He gets it more in the left hand than anything, actually. But then smart the way that he uses his body and his hand that isn't holding the ball to brace for impact. So 007, international man of mystery. And he had to go across the border there to his right to get it, and he does. So, see, Sean, I mentioned he'd had a bit of luck, but it runs out on 32. He's the second wicket to fall. Hits 5 boundaries in his innings, 56 for 2.
That's a really good catch. And he's come. I mean, we've got like a big screen here in front of us. There's a big square because everything's shut up to the sides today because of the weather. We'll go back to that in a moment. This is played out onto the offside, and if it's taken cleanly, there is an opportunity for a run-out chance, but it doesn't get taken cleanly. That's also the end of the over. So 57. So another good over there from Alam. In fact, a good spell from him. 2 for 17. 57 for 2. Yeah, it's like we've got a screen here.
Yeah.
So we don't really see anything that's coming from the side. So you can imagine that ball's coming our way. And then all of a sudden, 007, well, he's on a secret mission, comes across and he takes a great catch right in front of us. Excellent work.
Yeah, had a very, very good view of that, didn't we? See Chirka favoured by the win probability. Carafe, at the moment, there's still plenty of cricket to play, that's for sure. Gary just saying that Harrison got 13 off 17, saying that Sussex lost to Glamorgan. Well, that's not too bad. Double figures. Didn't often reach double figures when I batted, so well done to Harrison. I'll say well done anyway. Too high. Just get a leg by. And we had a funny game. I think it was one of the warm-up games with Sussex and playing, and I can't remember who they were playing, but they had Harrison Ward in there, had Dan Lincoln in there, had even Ari Kavalis, who played for Yet Corfu from Greece in the ECL. They're all playing against each other. It's nice to see that kind of representation.
Mark O'Riordan, was he playing that one as well?
Yeah, I think he might have been.
A little bit wide, and, well, there's the old foot comes out.
Double foot. That's Raz Imtiaz, the captain, saying, do as I say, not as I do, probably. But, yeah, let's see how that wicket affects things. There you go. Bit of fancy footwork. Double leg action. It's Ahmed Zulfikar, who is the man who's come to the crease now.
Badouche comes in once more. And this has been launched into, this will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya.
Yeah, says Ahmed Zulfikar, but well, this is Randhawa actually. That comes out as the next batter. 65 for 2. It's pretty good batting.
He hit that pretty well. And he goes for another. Shaba, Shaba. Patake Chalpe ground the beach. A quarter final. Number 1 the beach. Kinna Sona. Kinna Bada Shaka. Oh, wow. This has been given some welly. Captain Caveman style. Oh, he's belted this one over the mid-wicket boundary. So the fireworks certainly have started. So Ahmed Zulfikar, and certainly saying, come on, bring it on. And Badouche doesn't know how to handle it. And, well, he tries to go wide. And, of course, he's gone too wide. Well, that's the right idea, I suppose, to try and keep it out of the swinging arc of the batter. But too wide. They'll have to bowl it again. And, oh, this one's hit hard straight. Are they going to stop this one? Rahman is the fielder. He does really well. And it's thrown at. Oh, it's still going. They're going to come back for 3. Oh, no. It's gone wrong. Well, Jyoti couldn't hold on to this. And 3 runs taken to the noise coming from, of course, the Butchsugar bench. They're liking this one. Well, this is the bounce. I mean, he's got to do better here. Does Jyoti, and allows them to get another run. Now, maybe that's not a bad thing because it does take the big hitter out of the equation. So Zulfikar has to, well, he can get a breath at the non-strikers then. And big swing again from Tara. Well, Tara's got to be careful here now. I think he's got to make up his mind as that over comes to an end. So there's going to be 18 deliveries to go now. The score, 75. And he's got to decide, right, if I'm going to go and get going, I'm going to do it now. Otherwise, I let somebody else come in that can hit the ball because he's almost going to run a ball.
Yeah, good point you make. And, well, it's hard to believe that our time in Sweden is almost coming to an end just today and tomorrow. Sunday, we'll be travelling to the Czech Republic. I know, Rico, you'll be taking a couple of weeks off. Well deserved. I'll be joined by Denny Hudacek for that series. 2 weeks in Prague, and then we'll be in Budapest in Hungary for a week, Austria for a week, 5 weeks in Italy. And it should be 4 weeks in Germany, starting with Dresden for a couple of weeks in the east, and then we'll be in the west of the country in Krefeld for a couple of weeks through the second half of August. Join us for our adventures as we travel across the continent in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Very exciting time to be involved in European cricket for sure.
Well, Shanawazar Rahman is going to come on to bowl the 8th, which is what I suspected they would do again. Personally, tactically wise, not a fan of this. I think this could go horribly wrong. Let's see. Starts with a shorter one. It gets paid away nicely. It was one thing I was saying to him yesterday, actually, not to him, but about him yesterday, because he always starts with that full one really wide down the leg side and it gets thumped to the boundary. Maybe just try the first couple of balls, exactly as he's done here, just to try and get into the rhythm.
Yeah. Let's see if it works out for them.
That ball will be called a wide, and that's a good call. Yeah, Rahman's not happy about it, but yeah, this is always at the wrong side of the line.
When it passes the crease, it's well outside. In fact, it's probably not even touching the line. It's on the outside. Obviously wants to stay away from getting too straight from Tara.
And this one, he swung it, is wildly, but again, makes no contact. This is going to be called a bye, or is there some bat on it? Nothing from the umpire.
I think it'll be
there is now eventually.
Yeah.
He gets reminded.
Some good spin. I think he was just checking. Was there a noise there? I think there's something I missed, and then he went with his original decision, I think, which was a bite.
Yep. Makes room outside the line, not out. A nice bit of umpiring there. Quick shake of the head, like that.
Yeah, good decision. Gets outside the line there. So when you see already the spin kind of changing the game, disrupting the innings. Lufkin tried to go large. He couldn't make any contact. Well, this is going to be exciting because Tara's definitely going to put his foot down here.
Straight back at Rahman. You see now he is at runner ball. So he's been there all the way through from the start. 18 deliveries, 18 runs. It's time for him to hit the turbo button. And this should be a couple. I don't think it will go to the boundary. The fielder is making good ground, gets there. And they do take a couple. So Rahman, it's been pretty good from him so far. Just 4 runs from it. If he can finish this without going to the boundary, it'll be a superb over.
See, Tara, you're going to get these innings where things aren't clicking, but he is still there, and he's a dangerous player. He's really got nothing to lose heading into these last 2 overs.
And this time, he's good. Oh, the keeper, and then he loses it. He does. Oh, Jyoti, just as he turns, he sort of slips, and then he loses his momentum. The head goes down, so he probably loses the ball, and then by the time he recovers, he's lost it.
Yeah, just that one step. I wonder how far short of the ball he is in the end. Probably 2 steps, which is probably what he loses when he slips. Poor Jyoti, he hasn't had the best time out there. And still, it will be the end of the over. 82 for 2 after 8 overs. And yeah, heading into the last. But Chuka, they'll still back themselves to put 100 on the board. That'll take some chasing, especially in an elimination match.
An elimination match,
They've got some good bowlers, don't they? Think about Tara himself with the ball. He can bowl at any time, but he's got some really good variations. 2 for 17 for Ashful Alam, the only successful bowler as far as the wickets have gone so far. But Rahman coming on in the 7th and doing a good job.
Did
5 off that over, and that is actually the best over from any bowler so far. All right, here's Kauser Ahmed to bowl the 9th.
Yeah, gets this one to go through as a dot. Yeah, I'm quite surprised that this man is coming on just to bowl just this one over. He hasn't bowled before, has he? And yesterday he was probably one of the pick of the bowlers, Ahmed, so he'll only just get the 1. That's really well bowled. That's really clever. He sees it. Oh, well, if he hits, he's gone. Well, he's not even going to try and get back. So there's the run out. So the good bowling from Rahman, I think, and the tightness of the over before has really meant that they're just getting a little bit panicky here, a bit under pressure, under the cosh, if you like. Just kept the pace off this and see. I mean, I'm not really sure why Zulfikar, what he's doing. He just stands there,
I think he wants the strike, and they're starting to think about, well, do you want to give me the strike anyway? But maybe it's a bit early for that kind of sacrifice. In the end, he gets stuck in no man's land, doesn't he? and he's got nowhere to go. Still was a good contribution of 17. You know, they're the kinds of things that are going to happen in this format of the game. You can see they're thinking about it, and then he thinks, oh, is there going to run there? Maybe Tara's looking, if the bowler's not paying attention, there might be a run, but you're right, Zovka just had overcommitted. Comes the next wicket to fall, followed up by a wide, so 82 for 3, but becomes 83 for 3.
Yeah, Tara, I mean, he's on a sort of score that he would normally be on of like 8 deliveries. It
So
has
true.
really been such a strange innings from him. But he's still there, and if he can get one good over in where he does hit the ball hard to the boundary, it will make it all worth it. Oh, this one's... Oh, no, oh, no. I think I'm going to be bad. He certainly has. This one, you got to stop. And, well, Fadush, he lets this one escape, and that is valuable runs, because that's the sort of thing that can change the course of the innings.
He needed a break, didn't he, Tara? Unfortunately, sacrificed Zulfikar earlier in the over. Unintentionally. Been joined by Randhawa. Gets a lucky boundary there.
And this one is lucky as well. Work to do for Jyoti. Nobody behind the stumps at the moment. There is somebody getting there now. And just as well, really.
Yeah, it hasn't been a pretty innings for the most part. I mean, Zishan come out and whacked a few. He missed a few as well. Tara, I mean, we know that he hasn't quite hit his straps, but they still look like they are going to put 100 or so on the board.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they go with Remand the last. That's really well bowled. He bowls so well. I just can't, again, I'm amazed. He's only just going to get the one over. I mean, he did this yesterday. He watches, you see what the batter's doing, and then he's so quick to react with the number of options. That's what's good about him. See now, he sees what the batter's doing, so he just takes the pace right off it, and he says, yeah, come on, give it back to me. That's a super over.
Yeah, well, he won't get it back. That's the thing, because you're right, he'll only bowl the one. Good one, wasn't it? 7 come off it. So 7 coming off.
Including that's because of that 4 misfield, don't we?
Yeah, exactly right. So 9 overs down, 89 for 3. Tara has batted through for 27. Randhawa will get an opportunity now at the start of the 10th. I want to say big thanks to Gary Nunn as well. Just saying that Harrison Ward is playing in Bristol tonight. For those of you that want to follow Harrison, you might tune in after work today. Also the Battle of the Roses, like Lancashire and Yorkshire. They've got a big rivalry. Even I know that. I'm from the other side of the world. But we are going to head into over number 10. And yeah, they're not going to go back to the spin. They're going to go to Zafarullah. They've got plenty of options. He bowled the first over, went for 12.
Yeah, Tara probably won't mind getting on strike here because he did like the bowling of Ula. So
he did whack him for his 6-second ball of the match. Yeah. How's he going to go in the 10th? We'll probably find out in a second because he'll be on strike. Randhawa drags the first one for a single.
Yeah, this will be interesting now because I just think the line that Ula bowls will suit the style of batting for Tara. It will be coming into, he'll be swinging and the ball will be coming right into him. Let's see.
I think he'll probably try and push it across him and get it outside that off stump. Let's see what happens.
It goes down leg. This is going to be naughty. It's going to go all the way for a 5. This is not what you want to be doing. I mean, look, you're the main strike bowler. You should know better. You should not be bowling it there.
Yeah, I know what he's doing, though. He decides he's going to go at the stumps and try and bowl him out, which I don't mind that as a tactic, but he just misses. That's the issue. And Jyoti isn't able to get across in time. Again, I think Humayun Jyoti, he'll just be a bit annoyed considering his high standards behind the stumps. He'd hope to stop that more often than not. There's 5 freebies.
You can't bowl to blame the keeper there, though, Vinny. That's a bad ball. I hear what you're saying, but you shouldn't be thinking about getting the guy out. You should be thinking about dot balls and singles. And this has been smashed away. So, well, that's basically 9 runs off 1 ball. The 5 wides, and that one's into his slot. He's just going to, he knows what Tara's doing. He's stepping across. He's making room for himself. And I think what you've got to do is, like you said, Vinny, he's got to go right across him.
Yeah, that's what he would normally be trying to do. I think maybe they've been a little bit inflexible with their bowling tactics here because, you know, like I say, because Rama's only going to end up getting 1, and that's kind of have handcuffed themselves to that position. Yeah. Same with Shanawaza Rahman. So you've got a case now where 2 of the better performers are only going to get the 1 over.
And this is gone. Balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, you know that sooner or later he was going to come good. And here it is. That's what he's there for. And I said there's still time for him to make a difference. He was dropped on 6 earlier, but he didn't hurt them. In fact, he chewed up a few deliveries, so maybe helped them, but now he's hurting them. 100 is up.
Bookending this innings with Maximos in the 1st and 10th of Zafarula. He's gone for 28 now. Still 3 balls left, 105. So the ton has come up. Still 3 balls remaining.
It comes over the wicket now, and that's a good stop from Jyoti. So finally he does stop one. Gets a bit of an edge on this, and he has to change direction pretty quickly, and it stays low.
It's going to be a very interesting chase as well, isn't it? No Farooq Ahmed, remember, for the Tigers, but they do have some good batters. Maybe this is the game Raz Imtiaz can step into the breach and find out. First, we have to find out how many they'll be chasing. 2 balls left.
Well bowled, and well, will there be a run out here? No, he's not even trying.
It probably makes sense. I mean, Tara's been hit and miss, but it's probably not worth sacrificing one there. Give him one more chance, and he has had the better of this battle with Zafarula. So 105, last ball of this first innings of the day coming up.
And he gets away with a full toss. So what's he going to do here? Is run, rabbit, run, and he's going to get him out. So he goes for, I think, 16 that last over. But the last 3 deliveries, he does recover well and get 3 dot balls in. So 105 it will be. 106 will be the target.
Yeah, it will. So yeah, Tara ends up batting the 10 overs, run out off the last ball for 37. 105 for 4. Certainly, if you'd offered that to Butchirika first up, they probably would have taken it. But I do think they would be a bit disappointed that they couldn't get a few more, especially with Tara batting the 10 overs, but he wasn't able to hit his straps for most of it. Still, he's getting a few pats on the back, and sometimes it's just sticking around, and he did make a bit of an impact in that last over with the 4 and a 6, also the 5 wides. So they were the 16 runs off the over. Coming in the first half of it, actually 3 dot balls to finish the innings, but early on, we saw Khawaja and Tara out there. Tara had a lucky moment, edged that one onto his shoulder. I think it was a fairly simple catch that went down. Then they almost ran him out the same ball. He would survive. And got 1 or 2 boundaries away. Khawaja, though, he was the first man to go. Nice catch by Arif Hussain, who's been a very good fielder during this tournament for the Tigers, who were on the prowl. But then Zishan came out, and he was able to whack one away first ball. Pretty handy contribution for him as well. In the end, a few twists and turns, but it is Butchirika that have the runs on the board in quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, Zishan Mahmood, when he saw that Tahir Tara wasn't able to get going, he took charge. He hit most of the big shots, and Tahir Tara just sort of supported him and stayed there. This was a beautiful shot. They don't get any better than that. I mean, it could have been better dealt with on the boundary there by Rahman. And, well, the man there, he's got something in one hand, but they needed 2 to stop that one. And this was a sensational catch in front of us here, and that was a cash. Well, my name is Bond, and I'm the man on a secret mission, and I've got the red hot hands, the golden hand maybe, because it was that left hand that took a great catch. And then there was some time for clubbing here, and this one went up in the air, and unfortunately Jyoti, he just lost his footing, wasn't able to take the catch. It was a really good over. We had 2 overs, good overs there from Rahman. This was the simple run out that Quzar Ahmed was able to do off his over. His over was fantastic, Rahman's was good, but the final over when Zafarula, they went elected to have Ula back again, and that's when things went wrong. Look, we saw that misfield from Quzar's over, that was 4 runs. Then we saw 9 there, the next ball smashed away to the boundary. The first 3 deliveries of the over, well, this was a big hit. This is the way the inning started, and it was the same man hitting the same man for a big 6. But he did end well, and he did get his man in the end, gets him run out. So there was some joy for Zafarula towards the end of that innings, but they will look back at that opportunity when he was dropped, Tara on 6, and take that out of the equation. It could have been a very different score, but 100 is on the board, 105, and I think that makes a huge difference, doesn't it, in the mental part of the game. Tara 37 to 31, but I think the batter really of Butchirika there was Zishan Mahmood. I think he batted beautifully, 32 of 18. Didn't waste any deliveries there. There was a nice little cameo there from Ahmed Zulfikar, 17 of 7. I think he was unlucky to be run out there. Maybe in the match situation, he's the one who should have perhaps stayed. We have a look at those bowling figures. Was Zafarula, that last over didn't do him any good at all. He went with wicketless for 28. Great bowling from Alam, 2 for 17. And though we didn't see wickets there from Qaisar Ahmed, 1 for 7, 1 over for 7, and also from the spin bowler Rahman, I think they were instrumental in keeping this score down. And wickets, of course, only going there to alarm. Have a look at the win probability. And they're still saying Washerka are 74% to 26 to go and to win this. I guess I can understand that. They came into this fixture with a better history of wins and matches played. They've looked a good team, and also in this match they now have put, and it's an elimination match, they have put 100 on the board. So it's going to be an interesting one, but could there be a twist here? Could the Tigers, without, of course, and that's the big thing, without Farooq Ahmed, their top, not just their top run scorer, but the top run scorer in this series with 219. Well, without him, can they get to 106 required for victory and send them into finals day tomorrow in the semi-finals? Or will it be Washerka? Well, one of these teams will progress. One we'll have to sadly say goodbye to. Who will it be? Join me, Rick Kafur and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, as we return in around about 10 minutes' time. See you then. Hello and welcome back. And we are in the middle of quarterfinal number 1 between Botkyrka and the Stockholm Tigers. And Botkyrka, they have put a score on the board. It's a good one. They've got past the 100 mark, 105 for 4. Thanks mainly to batting all the way through the innings to Tara, 37-31, and a good knock from Zisha Mahmood, 32 of 18, and helped them get there. It was an interesting match. I think the two teams, they had a good tussle out there. At one point, you saw that the Tigers got back into it pretty well after some good overs, the 7th and the 8th and the 9th over from Fadush Rahman and Chris Ahmed. But the final over, when it was 89 for 3 at the end of the 9th, the final over did go for a few, 16 I believe, and that's what got the 100 up. But I still think, as Mr. Maximo said at the time, I think if you were offered this to the Tigers, that they'd be chasing around about 106 for victory, they probably would take it, because they know that this team, Botkyrka, they've got some very good, strong batters in their lineup that are capable of going even bigger than that. How will they fare without their captain, Farouk Ahmed? Farouk Ahmed, of course, is on national team duty for the women's team. So he's one of the coaches involved in the women's setup, so he's not here today, unfortunately. And unfortunately for his team, so somebody else has to perform, and maybe it can be Raz Imtiaz who's opening up with Hussein. Here's the first ball. It's short and it's sent out of here. What a lovely pickup this is. This has got to go all the way. It has. Manos arriba. And Usama Qureshi's first ball is short, is angled down the leg side, and Imtiaz says, thank you very much, I'll have that for breakfast. Lovely shot, and he's dealt with that with no issues at all. So Usama Qureshi is just getting a little bit of briefing from Tahir Tara, who says, look, this is what you need to be doing. Tara, no doubt, will be bowling the second delivery, or the second over, I should say. You won't be allowed to bowl the second delivery, because Qureshi started and he's got to carry on. There he goes. Imtiaz makes a sensational start. And, well, this is going to be even worse, because without even putting bat onto ball, this goes all the way to the boundary. That's 5 wides. And that is not a good start. That is basically 11 off the first ball. And the wicketkeeper there, Asad Iqbal, the Capitan, saying, hey, buddy, what's going on? What are you doing? Well, a man who might know the answers joins me back in the commentary position in Ice Cube, Mr. Maximo. Not a bad start, eh?
Don't have all the answers, but what I will say is they started needing 106, and straight away, Raz Imtiaz took care of the 6. Now, 11 without loss after 1 ball. Qureshi's got to get it right, and get it right pretty quick.
Better. Seems to have a better rhythm there in his run-up. Seems to be like, okay, right, let's get back to it. And he gets a little tap on the back from one of the fielders saying, yeah, that's more like it. That's more like you.
Starts are so important. Sets the tone for everything. And I know that just as a batter, Imtiaz will be feeling a lot less pressure now already to have already 11 of these runs knocked off. Doesn't have to go looking for any unnecessary risks for the rest of this over.
Down the leg side once more. It'll be another wide.
Yeah, no good so far. Qureshi just straining too hard and pushing a few down the leg side. Want to say hello to Mandrake, who's watching us and says good morning to us. If you do want to say good morning, we're always happy to hear from you in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Yeah, Qureshi, I don't know whether it's just a case that he's trying to bowl too fast or something like that. Remember, they have had a week off. Botkyrka, that can affect the bowlers and affect the batters. But I mean, I'm saying he's struggling to locate his stop balls so far.
It's playing away on the onside. Square leg comes in, attacks the ball, but not before the batters complete the single. So it gives an opportunity for Arif Hussain to face a few deliveries. I think he's going to be key here today, Vinny Arif. I mean, we know he's a quality bat. It hasn't quite performed to the ability that we believe he can do. Let's see if he does it when it counts for his team.
Yeah, exactly. No Farouk Ahmed. You'd expect to be opening the batting. So Arif Hussain gets the call up.
Gets beaten outside the off here this time. Better line from the bowler rather than attacking the stumps and that danger of the ball straying down the leg side. He's gone outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's a lot better, isn't it? I don't know if it was a slight leg cut or maybe something a bit different. Maybe not trying to actually swing the ball. Maybe it was across the seam, but it was a good ball. First up to Hussain, just held its line.
Short, up in the air. How far is this going? And the fielder's got his eyes on it. And now, oh, well, it spins nicely back into his hands. I thought it was going to do him.
That's great fielding. He's come all the way from the offside to grab this. And you're right, this spin was always going to come this way. And he says, yep, I'll take that. So, yeah, well done. I think they keep that to 1, did they?
I think just at the 1 there, yeah.
Yeah, it's excellent fielding. You have to start trying to make up for the start, where 11 came off the first ball, effectively. Last ball of the over.
Good one to finish. So 14 come off the over. It's 14 without loss, so it's a good positive start. Helped, you have to say, by some inaccurate bowling from Usama Qureshi. But can they keep it up? It's two batters have a bit of a chat in the middle there.
Yeah, so 14 off the first. It's a good start. Not a great start, just a very good start. Not a magical start, which I thought it might have been after that first ball. But Qureshi does work his way back into the over. Just 3 runs coming off the last 5 deliveries. Heading into the second over. This is where I think we might see Zishan Mahmood before someone like Tehran. I think Tehran they might want to hold back a little bit later because of his trickery with the slower balls. Zishan Mahmood came off a decent knock with the bat for him. Probably wanted to bat a bit longer. He faced 18 balls for 32. Now he's going to have to try and do it with the ball. So, but Chirka, remember last year they had the identical record. They finished 5-3 in Group A. They got to this exact game and lost to Hudinga. So they'll be hoping to avoid that and make it all the way to finals day this time around. Here we go with the start of the second over.
And this has been smashed, and this is launched out of here. Well, it starts with a big 6 for both the opening bowlers have been smashed over cow corner on their first delivery. Oh, this was a huge hit. This sounded absolutely beautiful off the bat.
This is 6 on any ground in the world, Rico. That is absolutely annihilated by Arif Hussain. Maximo time. And Faisal getting a bit of his own medicine.
Yeah, hit big. Well, that face tells you a story, doesn't it? He's probably thinking, okay, you do that to me, I'll show you. I wouldn't want to mess with him.
Here's Faisal Mushtaqi bowling the second over. And he's got some food for thought first up.
And this one hasn't quite found the gap. He finds Tahir Tara. I am surprised he's not bowling the second. Tara, he's always open
not always.
Or bowl the second. Always open or the second.
I think in the beginning of the tournament he'd bowl the 8th and the 10th. I think they only bowl him earlier if they feel like it's a bit of an emergency. I thought we might see Mahmood, but we might see Mahmood in the 3rd. Regardless, Imtihan's on strike. See what his approach is.
Well, he goes up in the air. This is going. It goes all the way. Shaba, Shaba. Ginna Sona. Gea, Shaka, Lagia.
Well, not afraid to go large. It's power play batting at its best. Power play batting by these two. So that's just step and hit, and he hits it really well. Gets it up in the air. It didn't come down for a long time. Had another 6 to the total. Turning into a really good power play, isn't it, for the Tigers?
That's a thunderous shot. And a lot of pressure now on the bowler, Mushtaq. Tara giving advice. Mushtaq says, what did you say? What shall I try? Tara says, just do your thing. So Mushtaq shrugs his shoulders and he gets back.
They're loving the length. I'd be going full and straight. Tread almost like the death.
And this is up in the air. The head goes up. This is an opportunity. But the chance at Pallia. Shaba. Well, he had to do it. Second time lucky, but they do take the wicket. Is an important one. Imtiaz was looking dangerous. Just losing his shape here as he was trying to reach for this one. The head goes up in the air, so does the ball. It goes a long way up, but look, the catch still has to be taken, and it's Shani Kawaja that takes it.
Yeah, he had his heart in his mouth here for a second as it does pop out, doesn't he? Yeah, Kawaja keeps his eye on the ball. He grabs it and he throws it away. Didn't want to hold it for too long, but he has removed Imtiaz, the acting captain, who goes for 13 off 6. 2 big sixes in there, but he won't go any further. I think he would have loved to have batted at least through the power play. As it is, he's the first wicket to fall. It's 27 for 1. That brings Sharaf Sarkar. Is this Sharaf Sarkar? Or this might be Qausar Ahmed, actually. Qausar Ahmed is coming to the crease at number 3. Had him listed a bit lower. But yeah, I think maybe the fact that it still is the power play, they want to keep this going, and they think that Qausar Ahmed, he's got that attacking flair to keep it rolling.
Oh, big moment in the match, that Imtiaz. Many would say, did he have to play that way? Did he have to play that shot? I think sometimes you just got to play the game. You get lucky sometimes you don't. And he's gone, first ball, and that's the way it goes. And now all of a sudden, Faisal Mushtaq is blowing everybody kisses. And first the batters were blowing him goodbye, and now he's got 2 in 2. So it was it hockey that was sent out here? I'm not sure.
No, that's I'm pretty sure that's Qausar Ahmed, who comes and he goes. And unfortunately for him, I mean, if he hits this 2 metres either side of the fielder, then it's 4. It wasn't a good delivery, let's be honest, from Mushtaq. But yeah, Qausar will be so unhappy to go in that fashion as he picks out the fielder. And so 2 wickets in consecutive balls. Geez, things changing quickly because Mushtaq in this over, he's been hit for 2 sixes and he's also taken 2 wickets. You see, this is just off middle and leg. It's kind of an uncontrolled turn round the corner. Asif Khan takes the catch, and suddenly Mushtaq's on a hat trick.
Well, this is how quickly T10 can change. We've said this so many times, and 2 wickets, and all of a sudden, even though the score looks very healthy, 2 wickets down now, and hat trick ball, and it's the man who was pinged a couple of times at the boundary, big hits as well. Is now on a hat trick. Here he comes. And it's just been pushed away. They'll take the single, so maybe time once again for these 2 batters to have to be thinking about just rebuilding.
So this is Jyoti now, who's come in at number 4. Scoreboard just catching up, but it will be the end of the over as he negotiates the hat-trick ball, gets off the mark, and the score is 28 for 2 after 2 overs. This is the program on quarterfinals Friday today, and you can see Mochiuka and the Stockholm Tigers, they are fighting for 1 spot on finals day tomorrow. We'll see Hammarby versus Linköping next up. And before we see Albi Zalmi, the table toppers of Group A against Umeå in the 3rd quarterfinal. And then Mashta Indiska finishing things off. Mashta having a very good series so far. They'll have to get past Indiska. It'll be a tricky little team, I think, for them to get past in quarterfinal 4. So stay tuned for a big QFF quarterfinals Friday right here on the European Cricket Network. I don't mind Jyoti coming here at 4. He doesn't have to come in and slog. I think this is the thing. He's come and he's always tried to play big shots from the get-go. He doesn't need to here. Just try and hold this together.
Played into the ground from Zishan Mahmood, who does come into the bowl now. So gets the single straight away. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Jody coming in here now, but you know, like I said yesterday, I'm quite surprised we don't see Sharaf Sarkar higher up the order. I think he's better batting when he's got more time. And sending him in when he's got to throw the bat is not his style of play.
Zishan.
Good delivery. Nice line. Good areas. And really well bowled. That's the channel that you were looking to bowl at batters that are looking to be attacking. And, this is their time now with those 2 wickets coming from Mushtaq to get back into the match. And it's the same again. We've seen this sort of approach from Arif Hussain before. And, yesterday comes to mind when he did this many times, swing and miss. Yeah. But he did finally get into some sort of rhythm and get an innings together. So it's just the way that he bats. I don't think there's any changing what he does.
Yeah. He's going to be attacking. I mean, this is still the power play. Probably fancies himself to get one away over the infield before the end of this over.
This one may be called wide. Yeah, it is. Just goes a little bit too wide and the outside the off stump there. But you can see the plan. It's not, I mean, not that much. It's just that movement away that takes it there.
It's doing a bit. But yeah, you're right. Good call from the umpire. Let's give the umpires a bit of a shout out because I think they've been very, very good. They're going to make a lot of tight calls. I think probably count on one hand the amount they've got wrong over this couple of weeks. They've been very, very good.
Nice looking shot, fielded as well. Good stop, and they've got to. Oh, he's got to hustle and does get there. I think the keeper's a little bit slow getting to the stumps there, Saad Iqbal, for me.
Yeah, everyone was kind of paralysed almost as they were suspended in motion. Still, good stop. Could have easily gotten through. So Jyoti gonna have to deal with Zishan Mahmood. 2 balls left in the power play. Now they're pretty much right back on the rate, aren't they? After a very, very good start.
Well bowled. It's good bowling there from Mahmood because all the balls before have been outside the off stump, and then all of a sudden he says to the new batter, here you go. Are you expecting this? And Jyoti plays that really well. Clever bowling.
Yeah, really good bowling. I often say full and straight. It's always a good time. That ball at any stage of the innings I think is effective. It's an attacking ball, but also a good defensive ball because it's hard to score off. Last ball coming up of the third.
Oh, it's a beauty. Absolutely does it. And what a good over that is. Only 3 runs from it. So they're starting to put the squeeze on here now. Look, because of the good start they got, thanks to those big hits from Imtiaz early on, well, they are still, in terms of the runs, not too bad. 2 wickets down, 31 on the board. But they can't afford any more overs like that.
Yeah, you can see they were pretty much equal in the win probability stakes halfway through that second over. But then the wickets have fallen and suddenly they're back to 27%. So that's how quickly things can change. We know that. Now they are going for Tahir Tara. I think they just sense an opportunity to get this innings on the skids. So Machirka are going to one of their key bowls. They'll probably just bowl him the one here. They do want to hold him back, I think, for 1 at the end. Sometimes they even leave him 2 at the end. And yeah, heading into the 4th. Very interesting point in this game as the Tigers have been tamed after a very, very fast start.
It's a good start from Tahir Tara. Now he's a guy that is very exciting to watch. He likes to gets the old grunts in, doesn't he? But he really does fire that ball in, well angled, full outside the off stump, and then the one to watch out for is his very clever slow ball. But then he grunts even harder for that one.
Look, so in baseball, we call this establishing the fastball. He's establishing the pace, and then when you see the slower one, you're going to be surprised.
So, nicely played, takes the single. Tara saying that's okay, take it easy. He's a very explosive guy to watch, but I like the way his reactions are towards his teammates and to everybody.
Loves his cricket, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Absolutely loves his cricket, loves being out there. I've got to say a quick hello to Luke, who's in the chat. Nice to have you with us, as well as Sundori and everybody else who's chipped in. Saga ready with some interesting batting advice as well. Okay. Take that on board for sure.
Played out for a single, and there you go. You see he's very much like, okay, hold it. He doesn't like anybody throwing the ball hard at him. We learned that early on when he had a few that almost broke his fingers. So he wants everybody to play safe, and he knows singles aren't an issue. If it's a single, keep it a single. Don't throw the ball away. Full toss, hit hard. Here's the fielder out there though, and he's been called a no ball. So this will be 2.
Yeah, Tara isn't that impressed with it, but I mean, remember, it's waist high or above now, and with this one, I think that's waist high, and if the umpire's not entirely sure it's below the waist, they're going to call it, and that is the directive, so I don't think the bowler can have too much to complain about there.
For me, that's a good call. I think you see there, I think that was probably there or thereabout, maybe just above, and calls it well. I like to see that. I like to see him call than not.
Yeah. If there's any doubt, it's got to go to the batter. That's kind of the system that's been settled on. I think it's correct. So
slower ball, you reckon?
Yeah, it could be. The way he's holding, I think it will be. Free hit. Effective. Gets out of jail there. Tara, and look, don't mind that from the batter trying something. If he gets any bat on that, probably going for 4. But yeah, when you got the slower ball, that's a more difficult one to actually execute that shot because you don't have any pace to work with.
He recovers. It's only a dot. It does well. Hit up in the air, and it's fumbled by the fielder. Should have been taken. Now they think about 2. Probably wise not to. When you get lucky once, don't push it. Fielder coming across there. Well, that was Randa Hawa. And he wasn't able to take this. In fact, he doesn't really get anywhere near it in terms of getting himself into any kind of position to take the catch.
Yeah, just couldn't really get organised chasing that catch, could he?
Full, and oh, this could have gone anywhere.
Oh, I thought they went on the stumps. It must have hit him on the back foot. I don't know which is worse. Arif Hussain, it's the end of the over, 36 for 2.
Yeah, 36 for 2. And just not really got the acceleration they needed. So after 2 very good overs, well, I say very good overs, that second over they did then lose 2 wickets. But it's all going the way of Butcherka here now at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for a second they got straight onto the stumps, but yeah, did him right in the back foot. So those fancy shoes, I wonder how much protection there is in those. But look, here we go. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full is with me. And it's funny, a lot of people in the chat saying you can just bat sensibly, bat sensibly. You can't be too conservative either. I think you can bat yourself into a hole a little bit. Still got 8 wickets in hand. You got to remember they had this start because they were attacking. You can't really have it both ways. You know, you got to realise that there is inherent risk in the way you got to bat in this game. Occasionally, it's not going to work out for you. Anyway, Asif Khan is going to bowl the new over. First one, Jyoti tries to drag it to leg, doesn't get any bat on it.
See, the only thing is that I think you can bat properly. What you're seeing here, both batters are doing is they're taking that little shuffle across the stumps and trying to hit over the onside. Bowlers will cotton on to that pretty quickly. You've got to be prepared to play your shots to all parts of the ground. You see again there's the shuffle across, and it's the same shot again from Hussain. Hussain can play out on the offside, and what I would be saying to him is like, look, stay where you are, stroke the ball out onto the offside, take a single. You go, just get the feel of bat onto ball, and then when you've got that feeling, you can be a bit more aggressive. He's had the time to do it, but he's not doing it. He's just swinging wildly. This one will get past the fielder and gets, well, they should be taking 2. They do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, good running by Jyoti. And you're right. Well, they might get an extra. No, it's backed up. Yeah, but Jyoti this time does kind of manoeuvre it inside out. He's 6 off 10 now. So, I mean, obviously he wants to get moving. He needs to kind of get moving or get out the way now, because that run rate, which had started so well, now they've fallen behind where they need to be. They need over 2 a ball. Good boundary stop there.
This one is, they'll take a single. Well, it's a cheeky one, but they could go for 2 if they were alert. So, both batters are playing the same way. Both batters are just taking that step across and swinging across the line. I think they're far better, before the things go too bad, they're far better just stroking the ball around, waiting for the bad ball, waiting for the action. Because don't forget, the way this inning started, there were the bad balls. There was those 5 wides. Things like that could happen again. You've got to be concentrating on getting yourself in and looking and getting the feel of bat on the ball. It's so important. Well, this will help. Well, that's about getting the feel of bat on the ball. That goes all the way. Balle, and also called a no ball. Yeah. So, well, this is 7.
That one is a no ball. The one before, borderline, but the bowler got the call. But this time, for me, that's for sure. That's waist high. And you can only test the umpire's patience for so long. So this is kind of what you were talking about. You know, you're going to get...
Yeah.
You're going to have a moment where the game might change. Hussain goes Maximo. And now he's got a free hit coming up, last ball of the over. In fact, there still might be a couple left, pardon me. In fact...
A couple left, I think, yeah.
We've had back-to-back. No balls for height. Here's another one coming up. Another free hit.
He hits this pretty well. Where's this ending up? It's gone all the way. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, and so it is going to be a really expensive over now. I think with that one, it's up to 47.
So now the important thing is not to undo the good work, not to give you a wicket away now, just to play straight. Well, he doesn't play straight, he still plays the same area, but he gets a single. And I think, is that the end of the over? Is there one more to come? I think there may be a ball to come in the over. So they've got the runs off this over. They've got themselves back in the match. Now go back to just playing smart cricket. And this one's up in the air, out on the offside. Where's this going to end up? It's just getting stopped inside the rope, and they take 2. So good over that. They needed that one. It gets them back in this match. It gets them motoring again. And we'll just wait for the score to update. I'm sure it'll come on your screens at the moment, as it is the end of the over.
Yeah, so in that over in the end goes for 20. So it does go magical, Rico. And so just storming back into contention. Once again, just having trouble with the high full ball. Sometimes it can happen in slippery conditions. And so, yeah, really important over coming up. So they are going to spend Tahir Tara. I think they just think, you know, with that over going as it went, they're going to bowl him now. So that means they'll have to find someone else to bowl at the death. Jyoti will be the man that will hoping to get things moving along a little bit more. He's not facing first up.
Oh, beauty. That's the beautiful delivery. We've seen him do that so many times. What a great ball that is. And Tahir Tara, just when things were perhaps getting away from them, comes up with a gem of a ball. And it gets the batter Arif Hussain out. You see, that's all about when you know a batter is always trying to play the onside. You see, even when he's getting there, he's still, look at the bat, he's still using the wrist and aiming the bat to go on the onside. It's a very good ball. Take nothing away from it. But I think you've got to be alert to that. You need to be playing straight. He doesn't play straight, and when you don't play straight, those sort of things are going to happen to you.
Yeah, and so it's a really good ball. Remember, I was saying about how he established the fast ball, as we'd say in baseball. He established the pace on delivery in the first over, and he's just so good at disguising this because the arm speed's pretty much the same. And this one is spot on, the accuracy of that ball. So swings and roundabouts. This game is just turning around, and I think favouritism just keeps switching around as well, the way things are going. New batter out there. Here's Rizvi Hoke at number 5.
Sits really nicely. Hook just flicks it away. So still not going for Saka. And I think they've done this a couple of times where they've left Saka to come in a bit late. It hasn't worked for them. I'm surprised with the approach here. I would have seen Saka in maybe coming in about number 3. That would have been my call. But, well, they've gone for Hook. And that's that slow ball once more. And this time it's just wide off the off stump.
Yeah, Jyoti, he's just in a bit of a slump, isn't he, with the bat? He's very capable, but he doesn't pick this at all. He's very early through the shot. What a good game of cricket. You wouldn't expect anything less on quarterfinals Friday.
Plays this one nicely. That's better, you see. Rather than playing across the line, he's playing it out on the offside. He's getting the single. That's important. I think it's important to take the singles. Eradicate the dot balls, take the singles, and wait for the bad balls. I mean, the way this match is going, if you look at the rates at the moment, it's around 11. You can still afford to bat that way. Slower one, and this, how high was this? It's probably dipping where the fielder's lost it, but the batter didn't lose it. And now this is another mishap from the fielder, and this is just taking your eye off the ball. He's watching what the batters are doing rather than keeping an eye on it. I think that just dips. I think the height is okay on it, but well.
It's another one of those borderline ones. I mean, those borderline ones, I think they've umpired well. Half have been called, half haven't. Like, they've been right on the cusp. So I'm a bit lucky to get away with that, but it doesn't get away with it without costing a boundary. Last ball, the over.
It's hit firmly. But there is a man out there who does well. It's Umar Qureshi. The batters think about the two, and in the end, they could have quite easily have done it. It wasn't the best throw. End of the over, and we finish on 63 for 3 down at the end of 6. So, well, It's around about that, just over that 10 and over they require. And that's probably not, that's even Stevens for me for both teams. It can go either way here.
Yeah, well, they're thinking runs on the board holding up at the moment. But yeah, you're seeing these two kind of needles coming together at times and then kind of distancing. Now it's going to be a big over because Osama Qureshi, it was pretty expensive first up. He went for a 6 first ball of the innings and then 5 wides. Then did come back well. He's coming back here in the 7th. So 4 huge overs. Both teams fighting for survival in quarterfinal number 1.
Get the single. So Hawk gives a strike back to Jyoti. Jyoti now, he's got to decide. He either gets going, he starts pumping the ball to the boundary and starts stroking it around, or he's going to let somebody else come in. He doesn't want to be chewing up too many deliveries.
Nah, you're exactly right. They've got Saka to come as well. So it's now or never, I think. Jyoti's done his job. He's stuck around for a while. Well bowled, though.
I'll get a wide here, Vin.
Yeah, this one, I mean, you know, I'm all for hard wides, but look at how he takes a big movement outside the off stump there, and that's why, even though I thought that caught a bit of the line, I thought probably was going to get away with it.
I think the line on that account, on that situation, I think the line probably should have moved with the bowler. So yeah. Tight decision. And he just pushes his up in the air. Fielder gets under it and takes a very good catch. Nicely done. He went for timing and position, but Randhawa is there to take it. And it's the end of another batter.
Yeah, and just leans on this, but doesn't quite have the power. Better batting shape, but it just goes too high and not quite long enough. I think if he gets the trajectory right, that one does sail out of the ground. Instead, it just sails into the hands of Gurupal Randhawa. So Jyoti, his innings comes to an end with the score at 65. So 65 for 4. Jyoti goes for 10. And so let's see if they can get across the line. And I think, like you say, probably was the time for Jyoti to hit out or get out. And this might be a reason that Saka hasn't batted as high as we thought he might, because he does look to be struggling with a bit of a hamstring injury. We saw it in the first innings. Don't think we saw him bowl in the first innings either. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting finish to this. The other thing is, if you can't run 100%, that could be important as well. Just some nice debate in the chat as well, talking about whether it's morally correct to run. Yes, a couple of days ago, Steaky got hit in the mouth, and then there was an overthrow, and so some people weren't happy. I said personally, if I was hit in the mouth and the batters took an overthrow, I wouldn't have a problem because I've fumbled the ball. Fumble's a fumble. Some people would disagree. Sometimes you don't know in the heat of the moment exactly what's happened until after.
Yeah, that's what I was going to come on to.
I also made the point that we see a single to start this one. Saka really struggling here.
Yeah, see, I mean, one thing I would say, let's talk about Saka first.
Yeah.
He's got an injury. If you know you've got an injury, but he is a talented batter, can hit the ball, then you put him up in the power play. Because there you're just saying, right, you just go out there for the power play. There's only 2 men out. You're better off there. You probably don't have to do so much running. So, yeah, I don't think that's it. They've managed that well with Saka, because now they're going to need him to run. And remember, you're not allowed any runners in this format of the game, even if the injury happened on the field of play. This injury hasn't. So there's no runner is allowed to come on. It's I think it's, again, probably not good management. It wasn't the best of management with the bowlers in the innings. Probably not the best of management here with the batters either. Qureshi charging in. Yeah, with the injury one, I think a lot of the times you as a batter yourself don't know what's happened.
Yeah.
If you know what's happened straight away, I think not only the batters but even the umpires would call the ball dead straight away.
That's a very good point.
If it's a nasty injury.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know.
You know what? I can see what would happen. Let's say you started a run then aborted it because there was an injury. 100% the fielder's going to run you out. Yeah. So anyway, here we go. Last ball of the 7th.
It's not. It's going to be another wide. Qureshi's bowled a couple of these, but in this over, it's been so much better from it. Remember, 14 came off the first. Only 4 of this one so far.
Yeah, and remember, 14 came off the first, but 11 were essentially off the first ball. So the last 3 came off. Well, 3 came off the last 5 balls of that first over. Qureshi trying to get out of jail, only going for 18 would be a good result.
Hits it well, and Saka is certainly not going to come back for 2. Just gently trots to the other end. Single completed, end of the over. It'll be 68 And 4 wickets down as we have a look at the next quarter-final 2 that is coming up. Hammarby are taking on Linköping. And once again, you've got the likes of key players that we saw in Group A, Rahul Halim coming back, and Adidas Gar, and Nike as well. He's got a good Cameron Rashid, the bowler.
It's going to be a really close game, this one.
Good match.
Very hard to call, hey. Sudesh Udagadagi.
Udagadagi as well, yeah.
With one of the real highlights of week 1, with that one-handed stunner. Right now, we're going to see Gopal Randhawa getting a bowl, 38 off 18. It's go time now, isn't it, for the Tigers?
Up in the air, will this go to the boundary? It will, and that's what they need. They need a few shots, a few swings of the bat where the ball ends up going to the boundary. And if they can do that in this over, then they bring themselves back in contention in this match, because that rate is just starting to go up. It's about 12.5, so they need a good over.
Yeah, handy. Basically need 2 boundaries and over to stay with the rate, I think, from here on in. And there's one of them, nice and early. Randhawa under pressure.
So it's nicely played, just clips this away and thinks about the second, but of course there's no way Saka will make it.
It's good running though. Good running, at least look for that one. Hoke was the man probably going to the danger end.
Just some conversation happening here.
Let's see what's going on over here. We're okay to keep going.
Yeah, Saka now, what can he do? He's obviously there just to try and swing hard. He does swing hard, but to the fielder, and now he's going to have to run hard. And,
he's really struggling,
agony,
isn't he?
Agony.
It's courageous. I thought it might have been a bit of cramp first up, but obviously it's a strain of some description. Yeah, boundaries then, order of the day now.
Hits this hard. Will he get past the fielder? And it does. Well, he looks like he's got it well covered, does Ashfaq. He does everything well. He even gets his body behind it. I think this goes through his legs, does it?
I think it just bounces off his knee. But you're right. He does everything right. He gets down. He's not afraid. Maybe does go through the legs.
It does, you know.
Oh, well. Oh, Ashfaq, he'll be so upset about that. I mentioned the 2 boundaries and over. I think they need, if they're going to pull this off, they do get 2 of them within the first 4 balls. Randhawa coming back.
Hits this big, and this goes all the way. Balle, and the roar from the Tigers as they all jump off their chairs when they see this one sail over the boundary. This is a big hit, and what an important over this could turn out to be.
That was timed so well, so well. Of course, he had the long off to get over. That got over easily. Reasonably Hoke, take a bow.
He's just telling all these guys to stay calm. He keeps going. He keeps suggesting to, all right, calm down, guys. Calm down now. And, well, he's ready. Are you ready? There we go. Where's this one ending up? It's high. And it's going to be 4. And it's 4 more. What an over. Well, how high was this as well? He's probably come down the track, so maybe it looks higher than it was. Well, let's have a look. No, it was dipping. But what an over, Vinny. Game on.
I mean, it sure is. That over goes magical. There's 20 come off it in total. 88 for 4. It's funny because there's been times in this innings they've looked like they were just falling behind, but magical overs in the 5th and the 8th. How about this? We had 14 and 14 the first 2 overs. Then, believe it or not, 3, 5, 20, 7, 5, 20. So just when they've been falling behind, and you see Asif Khan and Randhawa, the unfortunate ones, they've gone for plenty. We'll start the next over. We'll come back here, and we'll see that Zishan Mahmood starts with a dot. So, yeah, you've got 2 good bowlers to come back, though. You've got Zishan Mahmood bowling this one. And probably, I think, I'll go for Faisal Mushtaq, who did get hit for a couple of 6s, but did take 2 wickets in the second over.
Yeah.
So now 18 off 11. Game on.
It's important that they get something from this. I mean, even if it's singles. Well, this one is a big moment. And the fielder comes across and takes a really good catch, and that is a big moment. He's just been thumped all over the park, hasn't he? Randhawa earlier in his overs, but now he comes back and takes a really good catch. This was important.
Yeah, super important. I mean, they probably get 2 if he drops this as well. It's a big moment in the game. They have been able to take wickets earlier in the innings, just when it felt like the batters were on a bit of a heater. And this time, It is Rantawa. Well, he just got taken to the cleaners, didn't he, in that last over? But he holds his composure. So a good comeback from him. 88 for 5. This game is on a knife's edge.
Yeah, Rantawa. Oh, well, what a moment he's having. That's the second catch that he's taken as well. So he's showing that he's got good hands. So that one could make up for that one bad over. Zishan. He comes. Got to try and get something off these deliveries. That's a good ball right on the stumps. And a slight misfield. Will they go for 2? They take him on. In comes the throw, and they'll get there.
Yeah, and now that Saka's out, then they can push for these. And that was kind of the sort of misfield which just allowed a second. It crept away from Osama Qureshi, who fumbled it first up. Every run crucial now. Don't know if we've got time to talk about this in depth, but just mentioning in the chat, something we meant to mention yesterday, that some new countries being granted ODI status in the women's game.
That's
Come back
right,
to that in a second.
Oh, a swing and a miss. That's what you can't afford. You can't afford these top balls.
Yeah, so, I mean, amongst others, Netherlands and Scotland.
Yeah.
And they're pretty close to home for us. So, yeah, exciting times. And, yeah, nice to see that being discussed in the chat. Right now, I think we've got some more urgent matters here because 2 teams fighting for survival. Only one will make it through to the finals. 16 off 8 required. Akash on strike.
Oh, well, you saw this one coming, and the batter must have seen it coming, but he doesn't change his shot. And, well, the man who's on the secret mission, 007, is on strike. Well, he needed to bring the golden bat with him.
I don't think you run here. I don't think you run a single here.
The only thing's golden out there at the moment are dot balls.
Last ball over. Do you run a single? I don't think so.
No.
I want Hock facing.
He's got to hit a boundary. Oh, it's going to end up just being a boundary, I think. Single, rather. That's going to hurt them because he takes Hock off strike as well.
Yeah, Hock probably has to sum that up a bit better. I mean, no, it's hard making decisions in the moment. As it is, they'll need 15 off the last. I suppose that's one run that they won't need in the last over at least. And so it's 91 for 5 off 9. This is probably about the time, but Chirka are looking at a couple of things. A couple of times in this innings where they've given a few away. I mean, the 5 wides really early on. A couple of height no balls. Anyway, what's happened has happened. And the Tigers are going to need 15 runs off this over to stay in this tournament.
Look, it's 15. It's not far off 13. We always say 13 is sort of golden ball territory. Let's see what happens with this one. Oh, what does this hit? It's bowled it. Yeah, it was a slow, gentle, sort of ends up being a full toss, but he ends up yorking himself. That's all to do. I'm going to use that word again, management. Sometimes you've got to manage things well. Taking that single off that last ball. I mean, look, can you imagine Hock getting this one?
Yeah, and then the thing is, then you got to know your role. I think Akash just needs to get a single off the first ball minimum and not swing and miss. That's exactly what he does, and even worse, he's dismissed. So there'll be a new batter coming out. And so, Ziv Khan, he's the man who went for 20 earlier on. So they've gone back to him here. They didn't go back to Faisal Mushtaq. It surprises me slightly. We had a better time, although he himself got hit for a couple of sixes.
Talk about sixes. The man who's come in now, Rahman, he can hit sixes. We've seen him come in and hit the 6 of his very first ball. So anything is possible here. Anything is possible, but they cannot get a dot ball. It's either a boundary or a single to keep them in this match.
All right. Cannot swing and miss at this, Rahman.
Hits it well, but it's gone straight to the hands of safety. Zishan Mohammed takes the catch, and Rahman, he goes. And, well, the worst case scenario that is, because it's another dot ball. It means that Hock will have to stay off strike. And, well, they came so close, didn't they, in this roller coaster of a match. But that catch there probably does seal it, because a new batter will be going on strike once more.
Yeah.
And they now definitely, is 15 needed of 4 balls. This has to go to the boundary.
We say they're no chance. But Umio yesterday, we also thought they were no chance. Again, this is why, I mean, with the fields that I mentioned they are, it does make it super exciting. Because it is possible. It's more possible. If you put the boundaries back at 80 metres right now, you just know this game's a foregone conclusion. But nothing like that at the moment. Here's Ashful Alam with the bat.
Swings hard. It could be another wicket. It is! And, well, that is a hat-trick. Can you believe it? Asif Khan takes a hat-trick. Unbelievable. And, well, we're all talking about the one team. If the Tigers can get boundaries and get themselves back in this match, Asif Khan just silently comes along and takes 3 wickets and gets the hat-trick. Well, we've been waiting for one in Stockholm for a while. So many bowlers have come close. Well, what a time to do it. Oh, yeah, and Khawaja taking the catch. Well, we thought it was an interesting move going back to Asif Khan because his first over went magical, went for 20, but the captain backed him. And with 15 required of the last, they give him the ball and he gets a hat-trick. What a magical moment that is for the bowler.
You know what? I wouldn't count out 4 and 4 here either because they've still got to go for it. What I would say, it's the first hat-trick since Parminder Singh in Romania. I saw that Ramesh Suthison's in the chat. Parminder Singh took that for Baniasa versus ACCB. Right now, could be 4 and 4 as they've got to go for it for Dushan strike.
Gets a bit of bat on this, and Tara is jumping up and down, but he's jumping up and down because he knows that means that it's 14 required of 2, and basically that, unless there's any errors here from the bowler, is impossible.
I know that hindsight's 20/20, but I picked it, didn't I, before the last ball, last over. I said you don't want a single here because Hoke, he's been stuck down the other end, and now basically the game's gone. We'll get a boundary here maybe.
Yeah, but races away, that's 4 of them.
It's got to be so frustrating, though. I mean, look, the Tigers, they've provided us with so much entertainment, haven't they? We've loved their enthusiasm. Of course, you know, it's a brave effort as well. No Farooq Ahmed in their lineup today. That's a big loss. And you look at the fact they're going to go down by single digits here, I think, Rico. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow. But still, you know, wishing them all the best for the season ahead. Right now, we're going to see the last ball, and it's going to be Pachuca. That'll be the winners.
Firmly struck, and it's Tara that does the fielding. In comes the throw. And they'll get just the one, and the ball is already dead, so this wicket won't count.
I think it's probably going to be out, to be honest, because I think he's ran back. So I think it'll be 1 and run out. But regardless, it'll be 105 to 97. And, well, congratulations to Pachuca. I mean, they are a side that's... They got this far last year. They were 5 and 3 in Group A. This is where they stumbled last year. This is where they went down to the 3rd place team in Group B. At this time, Pachuca, they have made it to finals day. And look, they deserved it. They played a really good game. You can see how pumped they are, Rico. We have our first finals day team, and it's the men in blue, Pachuca, who do this one very narrowly.
Congratulations to Pachuca, but the Stockholm Tigers, they had their moments, and when they look back at this match, I mean, look, you can't be too critical. They're without their key man, the captain, Farooq Ahmed. And maybe he may have managed things slightly different to what Imtiaz did. He did a good job standing in, but there were little management errors there, I think, with the way the bowlers were used. We can go back to that when you saw the likes of Rahman just bowling the one over, Koza Ahmed. Can you imagine if that last over from Zufar Ullah didn't go for 16? Different ball game altogether. But they went for Ullah, it went for a load. I think with the batting as well, they probably could have changed things up slightly. And then they're also there right at the end. You called it, Vinny. We both looked at each other with surprise when they took that single. They shouldn't have taken that single the last ball. Things could have been different there as well. But it was an entertaining game. It was a bit of a roller coaster. Well, that was a bit of a roller coaster catch from that man, Khawaja. Well, Khawaja, he was in the action again, thankfully for the bowler, for Khan, Asif Khan, because he helped Asif Khan also take a hat-trick. So it's been a very important, a very historic quarter-final.
There's a lot of action. There was a lot of action. A lot of wickets and boundaries clustered together. Just a couple of times they struggled to kind of get the length right. We saw Asif Khan. What a comeback from him. You mentioned it already, but I mean, went for 20 in the 5th. When he comes back and bowls the 10th, he gets a hat-trick. Tara, he was outstanding as well. You think about how important he was. Just his variation of pace, that slower ball. This one took a bit of a funny hop, but we saw Jyoti just couldn't get going, could he? Couldn't get that runner ball pace, as eventually he'd hold out to Randhawa down the ground. Randhawa, though, then he got the treatment, didn't he? As 20 came off the 8th, and once again it was game on.
Yeah, well, this was an sensational over from Hawk. I mean, that one managed to go through the fielder, Ashfaq, but there was some big hitting. That 6 was lovely, and then the full toss, the 4 of the last ball as well. But this was an important catch. Randhawa, after being hit all over the place, did take an important catch, and that just meant it got interesting. But this match just kept going, and you just never knew which way it was going to finish at all. The 007 came, and he went. But who's right at the moment there. Well, this was the catch, and 2 in 2. And the next one, a hat-trick ball in the air, and Kawada takes a catch, and celebrations all around.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Asif Khan.
He better not have bubbled that one like he bubbled the first one, as it was. I mean, Hawk, he was just stuck at the wrong end. 22 yards away from the action for too long, wasn't he? He did get a consolation boundary lane on, but it wasn't enough. 105-97, your final in quarterfinal number 1. And Bochirka, well, they've done something they couldn't do last year. They have made it through to the final 4. You can see that coming up next, we've got Hammarby versus Linköping in the second quarterfinal, not too far away from a start in that. And then later in the day, we'll have Albisami versus Umeå, then Marsta Indiska to finish the day. And this is the lineups. And these are the lineups, I should say, for Hammarby and Linköping. Linköping winning the toss and electing to bat first. I think that Ruhul Halim is always one to watch, isn't he? A very exciting player, opening the batting, and also he'll feature with the gloves for Linköping. But I do like their bowling lineup, which includes Kaman Rashid and also Sadish Udu Gudagi. Saad Khan again, the captain, he's had some moments where he has really contributed. Asa Java does a bit of everything for them as well. And Nike, I know you like him for Linköping. Hammarby, I mean, they've got plenty of good players as well. Mahmood, I think he's important in the field. Azam Mohammed's been outstanding with his bowling. Also, can whack it with the bat. Mohamed Munir, the captain, he can kind of float that anywhere. Humesh Javed, also a very good young player. So that one is coming up, and it's coming up in around about 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And Hoke ends up top scoring 32 off only 14. But the biggest problem there, he was just stuck at the wrong end, wasn't he? As the wickets fell around him, he lost 5 partners late on, and ultimately they couldn't quite crack the target of 106.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great innings from Hawk. He kept their hopes alive, and it just wasn't to be, was it, Saka, that injury? That's another thing you see. Saka playing with an injury, wasn't able to get those important runs in. It was just a good game. And then having a look at the bowling figures here. Usama Qureshi, he came good, didn't he, in his second over, picked up 1 for 19. And Faisal Mushtaq, well, what an over it was for him. He got punished, but 2 big sixes, and then came back with 2 wickets as well. So he certainly gave them the start that they needed to get into the wickets, because he got the danger batters out, didn't he? But look, it's all about the hat-trick man, Asif Khan. Well bowled. Congratulations. बहुत बधाइयां आसिफ खान ने अपनी आज hat-trick पूरी कर ली. Really bowled well. 3 for 26. When I say bowled well, he did take a bit of punishment, didn't he? I mean, it's a brave call, isn't it, from the captain? You've got a bowler that's just gone for 20 runs, and you've got other options there available to you. He could have gone with Faisal Mushtaq, that picked up 2 for 14 in his first, but he goes for a man that went for plenty, and he came up with the goods, and he came up with a hat-trick. 3 for 26. Well done to him.
It was very, very exciting stuff, wasn't it? And Asif Khan takes the 10th hat-trick of the year. So it's with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to the Tigers. It's Bochirka that will make it through. We will be back, and it won't be too far away. Back in about 10 minutes to take you into the second quarter-final. It will be Linköping, who will be batting first against Hammarby. Until then, I hope you have a chance to cool off, maybe take a cold shower, because that one was tense. Back with more action shortly on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. You're watching QFF Quarterfinals Friday. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. It is quarterfinals Friday. Already we've seen our first qualifier for finals day, and now it's time for quarterfinal number 2, match number 42. And we're going to see Hammarby. They were second in Group B, and they're going to take on Linköping, who were third in Group A. Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, he's been doing a great job all week. He's with 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, Linköping the call. Heads. Heads the call. Heads. We're going to bet first. Okay, good luck. Have a good game, guys. Good luck.
So it is Linköping that win the toss, and their captain has decided that he's going to have a bat. I think it's a good decision by Saad Khan. I think that in these elimination matches, there's already a lot of pressure when you're chasing. Normally, when you're chasing for your tournament life, of course, it gets that a little bit more difficult. Starts creeping into your head that maybe if you don't get there, your tournament is going to be over. So we'll be batting first. Looking forward to seeing a couple of their players. Probably going to see Cameron Rashid in the second half of the game, opening up with the ball. He's a really exciting fast bowler. And also Sudesh Udugadagi, I think he came up with one of the moments of the first week of the tournament with that catch, but also pretty useful contributor with the bat and the ball for Linköping. But let's talk about Hammarby. Of course, they were a bit hit and miss, weren't they? They had this kind of trend where they wouldn't win their first game and then win their second game. They won't get that luxury today, because if they don't win the first game today, they will be out of the tournament. I think their captain, Mohamed Munir, he'll be pretty keen to contribute as well. Let's see where he bats. He kind of floats around the middle order, doesn't he? But Hammarby, a lot of buzz about them. They've been consistently inconsistent. Of course, they are playing for their life as well. So let's get ready for the first ball of quarterfinal number 2. Linköping winning the toss and batting first. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for some more cricket.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers. Well, I know we've had an exciting first match already. I hope you've recovered. Well, we just about have. That was an extraordinary quarterfinal one. And I believe this one could be just the same. Well, one thing we know is that in Sweden, they certainly do provide us with some action and entertainment when it comes to quarterfinals day. We had that in Landskrona, and the first match here in Stockholm has been very exciting as well. As we have a look at that marvellous ground, the Northbury ground. Have a look at these 2 teams here. Of course, the team that we haven't seen. We saw them in the first week in shopping. What can we say about them? Well, I think Rahul Halim, I think he is, for me, got to be one of the key players. He's a great batter, and he's a batter wicket keeper. And I know that he, along with his captain Saad Khan, have got to be the key here. Now, they've elected to bat first, so I think it's all about trying to put the runs on the board. I mean, Rahul Halim, 42 of 19 he scored versus Indiska. That was one of his top knots as well. Also got 51 of 17 against the Titans, where he got the Player of the Match award. He's always been in a good form, and against a team that we just saw winning there in the first quarterfinal, he scored 32 of 29 against Borshaka as well. He's going to be really key, and I think he knows that his captain, who came good towards the end, didn't he, in those back-to-back matches against Borshaka, 23 and 48. So really, I think they need to go big. This is what the bat versus ball wall has to say. It has shopping 86 to 84, so it's going to be a very close game. Average runs for, then copy 97 to Hammarby's 87, and that also will be pretty key. And Hammarby, of course, they've been in pretty good form themselves. I think the likes of Khalid Mahmood is going to be very important in this match as well. They need some good all-round performances from him. He's been good with the bat and with the ball, and they'll be boosted certainly, and be certainly up for this. I think maybe they would have liked to have maybe somebody like Hakeem Abdullah in the side when he's been around. They perform very well. He's a good all-rounder to have as well. But somebody like Arsenal Ali, I think for me, is got to be somebody who's got to be at his best here. And of course, he'll be behind the stumps because of that injury earlier in the week to Siddiqui, who, well, just to let you know, he's doing very well indeed. He thanks everybody for the well wishes. But he did, in the end, just have to have the one stitch in the inside of his mouth, where he got caught on the side of the mouth with the ball bouncing to him when he was behind the stumps. But he's all well. Get ready to start this match. Quarterfinal number 2 on the way. First ball. And swinging away from Aftaf Ahmed. Makes a nice start. So not quite as explosive so far. Well, that is the first ball. It's the second ball that was smashed to the boundary. In quarterfinal number 1. Here we go. It is Rahul Halim on strike. This one again, it's nicely bowled. Good areas. Just keeping it inside. That guideline there for the umpire. And this one doesn't swing as much, so it goes through with no issues. So 2 dot balls to start off with. This one's played into the fielder. In comes the throw. Good backing up from Ravichandran. Jitesh Ravichandran opted as the opener for Halim. So the first runs on the board in quarter-final number 2. Butcherka are through into the semis. We'll see them Saturday tomorrow, which is finals day. Which one of these 2 teams will be joining them there? Will it be the team doing the batting in chopping, or will it be Harmaby in the field? Nicely played with soft hands. Just a good bit of bounce there from Ahmed. Just sort of a length. Really does pop up. It's a much cooler day here today. They're very overcast, so I'm expecting the ball to swing around a little bit from the bowlers. And we're hopeful that the forecast of rain that's been scheduled for later on in the day this afternoon doesn't come our way. We got lucky with it yesterday. There was a forecast yesterday for some rain around the same time. Didn't come. Let's hope for the same today. Well played, but once again straight to fielder. This time he's sent back. So Ali must just stay where he is. Tidy over so far. Just 2 runs from it. Both the batters have got a single to their name. Just get the feeling perhaps here that Ravichandran may decide to go for the big shot. Or will he be patient? Let's see. When he hits it straight back at the bowler, who stops it, so no run there. Well, he stops it, but now he's feeling the sting. That's caught him, looks like just on the side of the knee, as he's hopping around. But he does complete a very good over. Here's the one, he just sort of bounces just before, he's not able to get his hands to it. And you see here, once it's called over, he says, now it's time for me to give it a rub. And he does, but a good over from him. 2 runs from the first, and a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Maximo.
Thanks, Rico. It's great to be back. I'm always enthused for quarterfinals Friday, and the weather's been kind to us so far as well. As we had a bit of rain forecast today, but the good news is it stayed away so far. Hopefully it does stay away a bit longer. Even if we do get a bit, I think this field does drain pretty quickly. And you're right, looking at Aftab Ahmed there, he was rubbing his knee so vigorously there. I don't think I'd seen such vigorous rubbing since I Dream of Genie premiered. Well, maybe a Genie would come out of the bottle, but I think he's going to be okay. Key player. And yeah, both these 2 teams, I've got them really evenly matched. Hammarby, they've been the Jekyll and Hyde of the tournament, haven't they? They've been famously inconsistent. Often their first match takes them a while to kind of wake up, but they don't really have that much time on this occasion, because it's do or die here in quarterfinal number 2. And it's over number 2 now, and it's going to be Mohamed Munir, the bowler. And he starts with a wicket. Well, this is a perfect delivery first up, and Ravichandran can't deal with it. Hits across the line, or tries to. Mohamed Munir right on target. The skipper leading the way in the first wicket of the second quarterfinal. It's 2 for 1.
That's what he does, and he does so well. And Mohamed Munir, he's a captain that certainly in the field and with the ball leads by example. Where I think he's being a bit shy is with the batting. Maybe now we're going to see him actually perform with the bat as well, because he's more than capable. What a good delivery that was. He catches the batter inside his crease, doesn't move in his crease, and then ends up really playing all around this one. It was a really good ball, didn't nip back into him.
I think, yeah, it does nip back. That's the thing that does him in the end. Whether he would have hit it otherwise, I'm not sure. But yeah, disappointment as he goes without making too much of an impact. Just 1 off 2 balls for Jitesh Ravichandran. As they do lose the first wicket off the first ball, second over. I do want to say hello to Helix, who's in the chat, as well as Kisma Khan. Hello to you, Kisma. Hope you're well, and also been enjoying the contributions from Saga already in the chat. And like everyone else, it's a great time to say hello to us. ECN European Cricket Network. And yeah, let's just see what we can expect. And Sad Khan, I thought maybe would have opened, but they just tried something with Ravi Chandra. It hasn't hurt them too much. I mean, he uses up 2 balls, but Sad Khan, he is a player. If he gets it right, he can be very damaging.
Yeah, I've been excited by the innings that I've seen from the captain, Sad Khan. I think he's sort of a no-nonsense sort of player with the bat.
Yeah. Captain to captain then.
Yeah.
This will be a good contest. In the second over, Mandrake thinks he's cursed Linköping. He said, I'm no commentator, but I think I've cursed them. Well, a bit early to call. Like I say, I think Sad Khan, it's not a bad thing at all. And he's coming to the crease, facing Munir. Oh, and this one almost takes a little edge on the way past. And what a good ball that is first up from Munir to his opposite number. That one definitely leaves him off the deck.
What a beauty. Absolute beauty. I mean, would you think the way that Saad played that one, you'd be tempted to just get somebody in? Just because it didn't look like a very authentic shot, did he? Just grabbed his bat at it, and this one's in the air, and well, there's your answer. He doesn't need to. He says my fielder's perfect just where he is, and he gets the captain, Saad Khan. He goes for his second ball duck. What a wicket it is. So the battle of the captains goes to the captain of the bowling side. Brilliantly bowled there from the Hammarby captain.
Wow, the matchup was anticipated, but let's just say a bit of a first-round knockout, wasn't it? As Munir with the old 1-2 punch, and it's Said Faizan that takes the catch at cover. He did have a kind of floating slip in, I think. You know, you see where he is there, kind of half slip, half third man, but this is just off the outside of the bat. Once again, moving the ball sideways. That's making a difference, and doing that with accuracy. Linköping in some real early trouble now as they lose their skipper 2 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was what I saw, and that's why I was saying, would you get somebody just in there? Because he didn't play that too authentically. It looked like he was struggling, even though it was just the first ball. And then the second one, he tries to get a bit more oomph into that shot, but not enough to get it over the fielder.
Well, here's another good player, Sadesh Udugadagi, coming in at number 4. And at the moment, Munir, he's doing some crazy things with the ball, and the batters don't have the answers.
Yeah, great bowling. I mean, these conditions are suited to a bowler like Munir, just getting that late bit of movement away, and gets good carry through as well, doesn't he?
He sure does. And whenever you get that kind of success first up, you know, I just think you start to feel pretty much invincible as a bowler. He's got 2 for none. Going to the next delivery. And once again, he's got it right in a very, very good spot. He's putting on some wizardry with the ball. You talk a lot about inaccurate bowling sometimes, but this over has been incredible. You see the lift and the kind of seam away that he's getting on a very consistent basis.
Well, we're on course for a double wicket maiden here. No runs off the over.
Well, we're on it now. Last ball of it. It will be a double wicket maiden. Well, you can't ask too much more. And he took 2 wickets. He could have taken 3 or 4, to be honest. What an outstanding piece of bowling with the new ball. As Munir doesn't concede a single run in the second. 2 overs, 2 wickets, 2 runs. And right now, quarter-final number 2, you'd have to say Hammarby are well ahead. As you see, that Bochirka, they are the first team through to finals day tomorrow. They'll be joined by one of these 2 teams, and then one of Albi Zalmi and Umeå, and one of Mashta versus Indiska. So stay tuned, because quarterfinals Friday is just beginning here in the Swedish capital. And it's great to have your company. Quick hello in the chat as well to It's Candy, who's joining us, saying hello everyone. Hello to you, Candy. I hope you're well, and why don't you let us know where you're watching from in the world. Always love to hear where people are watching the broadcast from. They're from all around the world. And they're going to go back to After Mahmud here in the third. So, I mean, pretty much nothing going on at the moment on the scoreboard for Linköping in the runs column anyway. This time he does get some bat on this. Field's well set though. They've got 2 fielders back on the leg side, just a single. So, look, okay, they've got to just approach this as a fresh start now, I think, Linköping. What's done is done. See the field. Got 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. But yeah, I mean, they still need to be attacking. You can't be into your shell too much. Hidagadagi gets a leg side wide. Frustration from Aftab Ahmed. But we've seen this plenty of times, haven't we, Rico, where teams have recovered from early wickets at the start of an innings. But the thing is here, I mean, now we're pretty much a quarter of the way through the innings, and they've only scored 4 runs. So that's the big issue. They've used up a lot of deliveries. It's not just the wickets that have gone down. Hidagadagi still gets good off the mark. He will here as he finds the gap. Won't beat Munir. So just a single.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not it's the double whammy. Well, talk about a double whammy. It's going to end up being a double because nobody backing up as the ball goes past the bowler, and they'll take 2. Well, this will help, but yeah, you're right. It's not just the fact that the wickets are down, but sometimes, you know, you could be like 20, 30 and you lose 2 quick wickets when they've lost those 2 wickets with, well, under 10 on the board. Yeah,
exactly right. And well, this one's in the air. Munir's going to go back, and it's going to go all the way. Maximal! Hidagadagi, he got a bit of a gift with the second run thanks to the overthrow, and he cashes it in. This one, because the mid-off is up in the circle, he doesn't have a play on this. Hangs in the air. Nice shape from Sudesh, and he gets the first one of the innings, doubling the score with that one shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Like the pose as well from Sudesh.
This next one grabs a bit of something, and it's going to go to the boundary, and it is off the bat. So this one just wrong footing the keeper. It wasn't too far away from Arslan Ali. It's a bit of a fortunate one. Yep, certainly off the bat. Had the keeper going the wrong way, and the third man couldn't do too much about it either. That's going to be another 4 to the total, and just a couple of breaks for Linköping as they try and get things moving on the scoreboard.
Well, that second dive was like, it was like seeing it in slow motion in real time, but he couldn't get down to it, and that's a Farhan Ali, isn't it?
I think it's Imran Ali. Imran Ullah, pardon me. He's down there at short third man. And now he's going to have some more work, and he's going to go the other way. And this time he says, well, I'm not going to leave my feet. I'm going to use my feet. So he is going to get a single here. That's the end of the power play. 17 for 2.
But they certainly did manage to accelerate there. I mean, it all started again from that one mishap, didn't it? Giving the 2 away. And that meant that would have got RJ, was able to get down to the other end and hit a big 6. And just have a look at that. That tells you something. 2 runs, no runs, 2 wickets. And then that one went for 15.
Well, we talked about Hammerby being consistently inconsistent. Well, it was a very inconsistently scored power play for sure. Munir, well, he's hot, so he's going to bring himself back straight away. First one is going to be whacked away, and it could be another wicket, and it is. So now he's got 3 for none, and he can't do anything wrong at all. And can you believe it? The first ball of the 4th over, another wicket. Munir, he's being the hero at the moment. Hammerby, well, sometimes they take a while to get out of bed. Well, they are dancing their way at the moment into finals day. A lot of cricket still to come in quarterfinal number 2, but that is a 3rd wicket, 17 for 3.
Well, I tell you what, the name is Hammerby, and it looks like the captain's brought the hammer with him because he's just hammering the wickets down at the moment. Now, that's amazing. Just have a look at that bottom right of your screen there. That's 3 wickets, no runs, and Sudesh there with a good RJ backing himself to hit this clean over the boundary, but doesn't. Ends up being well short actually, but a good catch taken. This is serious stuff here at the moment. Oh well, Khalid Mahmood taking the catch.
Well, Mandrake saying best. ECS bowling figures on the way. Well, he's going to have to get a move on because he still needs 3 more wickets. He's got 5 balls though, and at least he's in with a chance. And still no runs.
That, you don't often see that. I mean, that is like a proper forward defensive shot. He said, you're not getting past me. And look, they've still got batting there. I mean, look.
Yeah, shot.
I mean, Naik has come out here. We know that he's a pretty good batter. Very good at playing out on the offside. But he doesn't want to be gone. He's decided he's not getting out first ball.
Well, Naik's navigated that. I'm trying to think of the best figures that have not conceded a run. I don't think I've seen a 3 for none. I've seen a 2 for none. I think Conrad Greenshields once took 2 for 0 off his 2 overs. But yeah, this is something else at the moment for Menier. He's unhittable. And the one that did get hit happened to go all the way straight to an outfielder.
Yeah.
Now they will get a run here, finally. They've made hard work of it. I must say it was a good catch out there as well. It's Khalid Mahmood who picks up Udagudagi for 13.
Well, what can they get to here? I mean, certainly do need Halim to score one of his 40 and 50s here.
They sure do. Facing up now. And once again, Menier bowling that offside channel, just leaving the batter slightly. Halim swings and misses. One thing that he hasn't had yet is a little nick, which he's gone past the outside edge so many times you'd expect that maybe he would have been able to pick up a caught behind. Last ball of a very memorable spell coming up now from Mohamed Menier. And once again beats the bat. So he's going to finish with the outstanding figures of 3 for none. The score is 18 for 3. Mohamed Menier, take a bow. That is one of the best spells of bowling I think that we've ever seen.
Yeah, well done.
Given the match situation as well, it's a crucial match. It's a knockout match essentially. All of them are today in quarterfinals Friday. But what a fantastic effort from the Hammarby skipper.
That's superb. I mean, look, we always say, don't we, when it comes to these big matches and none come bigger than a quarterfinal eliminator, that your key players have to perform. And the captain, Mohamed Menier, he has done that. But now you've got 2 batters out there, and the same applies to them. They've got to perform. We know that Halim, he's got the ability. He scored 40s and 50s in this series already.
Sure.
And Anik himself, I mean, he scored one high score. I think his high score around about 37. So he needs him to perform here. If they can do that, I mean, with what's remaining here, maybe get themselves into the 80s, then they've got themselves a chance.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you go 10 and over from here, you still get 78 in a final. I mean, that is decent. It's defendable at least. When you think of some of the bowling options they've got as well, and particularly Kamran Rashid, he gets it through. Right now, it's Khalid Mahmood, fresh off taking that good catch. He's going to come into the bowling attack. It starts by being pulled away for a single. Yeah, but we do talk a lot about the momentum shifts, and we never call a game too early. Never call a game in the first few overs.
No.
And so, yeah, he's been very good, Khalid Mahmood, during the series. In most facets, this isn't the best delivery. It's going to be pulled away, and this is actually going to go all the way. Maximo! Big 6. And it was just a gift, wasn't it? Pitched outside leg stump, something that was fairly easy for the batter to turn on. And maybe that's the turning point of this innings. They've gotten rid of Menier now. He can't bowl again. So Hammarby having to use some other options. And Mahmood going the journey that time.
Yeah, that's a good shot. And just waiting. That's what he's been doing. He's been waiting for something to latch on to. Finally gets one, Halim, and he puts it away. And that will give him a lot of confidence.
Up to 25. And almost back at runner ball pace. That's a good start. He's got to get outside off if he's going to bowl from this angle. Does. But gets banged straight this time and straight to the fielder. Menier. Well, he's on fire. Someone needs to put him out, grab the fire extinguisher, because Menier is heating up and you just can't keep him out of the game. He has 3 wickets and now he's in the game, and he returns the favour to Mahmood, who took a catch off him. And this time he will be the beneficiary of that piece of fielding. And Menier, well, what can you say about the captain? And just when they were pulling away in Shipping, they lose the 4th wicket, 25 for 4.
Well, he's just on form today, isn't he? Captain Mohamed Menier. Well, whatever he did this morning, I think he needs to do more often. It certainly worked for him. I'm going to have a chat with him. Maybe he's had a few parantas this morning for breakfast. Certainly we'll be trying to find out. I'm going to have a chat with him in his next time he's in front of us here, because it's been an amazing start from him. 3 wickets, just conceding 1 run. And then he takes the catch just to win. Halim just started to get into the groove after hitting that big 6. No, another batter comes out.
Mahmood. And now he might get another one here. Oh, it almost goes all the way to the fielder out there. I guess that's Javed, who was hunting it from the deep point boundary. And Linköping. And they are the team that have had to wait a bit longer to come back, and we know sometimes that can affect the teams from Group A. Certainly, Group A teams struggled in the quarterfinals last year here in Stockholm. Not always. Sometimes it gives you a bit of time to gather your composure, but Shuka looked pretty good this morning. This one's too wide over correction, but I do think you're better off missing that way. It only costs you one. You get another chance to bowl the ball. And the one that was kind of Gundy ball outside the leg stump. That was an easy put away for 6. So Nike, he becomes a key for me now. Out there with Asad Javid. This one swings towards the stumps and just carefully prodded away for 1. I'll say good morning to Stephen Kelk, who's joining us, I think, from the Netherlands. And good morning to you as well. And hello to Maiden Waters. She's watching from Australia. Hope you're enjoying a very interesting contest here. Quarterfinal number 2. This one, a bit of an outswinger, which will just be knocked down the ground.
Oh,
and
no.
How this is one of the all-time misfields. I mean,
look at the dummy. The dummy beforehand is a classic. Watch this. He's now saying, what are you doing?
We've seen some good fielding. This is the counterpoint to that. I thought there's no way that 2 people can mess this up. You see, he just runs straight past it, and he totally deeks Said Faizan.
Oh, dear.
Well, if you don't laugh, you cry with that. And Lynchwing, they needed some help. They get it there. So it's the end of the over. The chat's just blown up. It's 32 for 4 at the halfway point.
Oh, dear. Well, when you say he sold somebody a dummy, well, that he sold him a dummy. That was Azad Mohammed. And then you got the fielder there saying, Yarki, you got to do that. It was yours. Why didn't you stop it? Oh, dear.
Azad Mohammed might get done for jaywalking after that. Anyway, he just turned out to be a bystander. He maybe was thinking about bowling because he is going to come now to bowl the 6th over. Hey, Lynchwing, you need a bit of help. And they do get some. I could not believe what my eyes there. I'm surprised they even had what it took to reach the rope. It was going so slowly.
That was just
Again,
absolutely crazy. It really was.
Never happened to me when I was batting. The Mohammed, though, he's had a good series. Despite not bothering to pick that one up, he will grab the ball now and deliver the next over. He's a very clever bowler. Mixes up his pace. He'll be hoping for a 5th and probably a 6th wicket here in the 6th over. First one, pretty much on the money. A mixture of leg spinners and quick balls. First one. Does land it pretty well, just a single.
Yeah, nice bit of work there from the fielder, just coming in. Taking 1 catch already today, being pretty key. Beats him outside the off, the bow has come off. But no real big appeal from the keeper. Just gets back though, not a lot in it.
Closer than you think.
I think if he had quicker hands there, certainly, I don't think he would have got back.
It's hard when you're fighting the slow motion camera, though. That wasn't a bad bit of keeping at all. That's a Mohammed. Pretty nice start for him. And this is another pretty good delivery. It will be fortunate for the batter. Just kind of chips this, and it's away from the fielder, Munir. He probably wishes he could field everywhere at the moment because he can't do anything wrong. But you can see that's a difficult delivery because a difficult delivery to hit straight because you just don't know how much it's going to spin. And he can spin it. He does once again. Pretty accurate stuff at the moment. Nike just works this one for a single.
Yeah, just probably just slightly over pitching. I think the line is right. Just the length. Just needs to just pull it back slightly, and then he gets that spin into play. And then you've got the batters, they need to start moving their feet a bit more.
This next one is a bit of a straight pull, and now we see some better fielding. There's Khalid Mahmood. He does get around and calls the stop, and then throws a pretty good bouncer at Nike, who has to hit the deck. Just a single.
Well, I think the throw probably came from Aftab. And Aftab is the one who was sold the dummy first up, and he throws this with a bit of spite.
Well, he knows to get down. That was his route to safety. There's a quicker one and driven. And that's what it'll do, just to mix it up. And often it'll do that last ball just to kind of reduce the chances that it'll be a boundary. Not really giving the batter the option to go after something above his eye level. It's only 5 off the over and a pretty good one from Azhar Mohammed. And maybe grabbing back some of the runs that he indirectly caused at the end of the over before. 6 overs down, it's 37 for 4.
37-4. So what do you reckon, come on? Is that 6 over check-in?
Yeah, I mean, they do have wickets in hand. They've got 6 of them, 4 overs left. I mean, 11 and over here, maybe. 11 and over gets you to 81. I do think, you know, if you get 80 plus on the board, you can bowl at it at least, especially with some of the bowling that they've got. They've got Cameron Rashid there. They've got Sudesh Udagadagi as well. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. But, you know, Humesh Javed is coming on to bowl, 16-year-old, and he's had a pretty good series. And jinxed him pretty good as well, because that's gone almost. I'm surprised the keeper got down there, Aslan Ali. It'll be 2 wides to start the over. At least he can have that one again.
Don't you get, how many letters do you get a day from European cricketers saying, when I come on the bowl, please don't say that?
So I should only say bad things. And then
yeah.
It surprised me. He had his birthday during the week, don't forget.
Yeah, he did.
Javed, 10-16, 16 on his back. And this one is hanging a long time. Fielder's got a long way to come. Mahmood does incredibly well to get 2 hands to this. He can't hold on. And look, that's a nice moment. If Javed can catch him, he'll say great effort, because almost got a wicket from nothing there. He anticipates that Mahmood, and he makes a lot of ground in the end. Just doesn't stick.
Sensational effort. Really is. When you think how far he's come to get there, that is a really top quality effort.
Now, another one. It has been held, has it? Wow, this is caught, and what a good catch this is coming in. I did not see this coming. This is Imran Ullah that takes it, and he's saying, yeah, I got under it. But what a fantastic catch to remove Naik. I mean, this is almost as good as the last one, if not better. As we see, does he get his hands under the ball here? He seems to think so. Yep, that's fine. I think, yeah, I think that's fine. I think he's always got his hands around that. I'll give him the benefit of that for sure.
I'd like to see it again. I think, is the ball rubbing the ground just about there? I think it is, Vinny.
I don't think you can say that. You're guessing. You're guessing if you're thinking that's hitting the ground, because his hands are wrapped around it.
I don't think so. Keep an eye on the left hand. Keep an eye on the palm of the left hand. Look at the palm of the left hand. Not here, just about here. Look, the palm is not under the ball there.
No, I think he's got the right. Look, it's in his right hand.
Oh,
I know what you're saying, but
tight one. Let's leave it up to the. Let's leave it up to the third umpire.
I personally think it's out, but I can understand that not everyone would agree with me. So it's whoever's looking at it can decide.
Yeah.
I personally think that there's no evidence there that the ball's hit the ground. So if he's claimed the catch, it's good enough for me. Let's see what this one says. You see, he's still got his hands together. I think it's a fair catch.
But
I'm always wrong.
It's a tough call, and I think maybe you have to just perhaps here. Just see if this angle's better. Here's the fingers to it. Let's see. This time
that's
here,
fine. And I know his hands come
here,
apart.
It's there that I'm thinking.
Yeah, but look,
there. I think the ball is under. See that?
I saw what you look.
I reckon you can't give it. It's too close to give.
With those, you see what you want to see in those. You know what I mean? You see what you want to see. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna give it out. I'm happy that if he's claimed it, that it's out. And of course I'm wrong. So it's not out. There you go.
I reckon
I know what you're saying.
You could be right.
Yeah.
But I think that when you're looking at it as the third official, you've got to take a lot of things into consideration. And because it's not conclusive, you've got to say not out. That's what I'm saying.
See, this
if
is
you're
where,
not 100%
this is where I might agree to disagree with you.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why in a second. All right. Well, it's going to certainly benefit.
Well, that's out.
Because that's out of the ground. Maximo. And so take that. This is Javed, who makes the most of it. He wasn't the one that was dropped, of course, because changed the strike. It was a single. But the next one's out of the ground. Yeah, the thing I would say is if it's inconclusive, then I would have gone with the original call. And if I was on the field, I would have said the fielder's claimed it, so I'm going to say it's out unless the fielder shows otherwise. batters have it too easy. You go, I'll give the batter the benefit of the doubt for everything. Nah. I mean, if I'm in the old days, 10 years ago, when I was playing, if the fielder says he caught it, you take him at his word.
No, you wouldn't. You must have played a much nicer league than me.
Depends
this
who
is
it was.
in the air.
It's
Just
good.
drop in short.
That's good fielding. This time, 2 fielders doing the job. And let's see what the chat think.
Well, look at that. That was a good bit of fielding. He touches this around the fielder, Aftab. Look, Aftab's coming in. He says, look, I'm going to get it around you. They do a little dance, and then he goes back around the outfield, picks it up, throws it in. We've seen some funky fielding. And if he had caught his cap there at the same time, it would have been even better.
Driven. And this one could be 2 now because he's knocked it away from himself and from the fielder backing him up. So they will get a couple. Yeah, the general sentiment in the chat is go with the umpire's call because the technology is inconclusive. And I think the umpire's call there would be out. I mean, I think otherwise, the umpire's call isn't out. The fielder's saying, well, you're calling me a liar? You know, this is the thing. Because for sure, it's inconclusive. It was inconclusive live. I suppose it was inconclusive after the replay. Yeah, I mean, I totally get what you're saying, is you're not absolutely sure the ball doesn't hit the ground. But for me, I'm not sure that the ball hits the ground. Anyway, 7 overs down. Score is 51 for 4. The 50 coming up in the 7th over. ECC coming your way. And, well, it's not too long to go now, you know, because it'll be about, I think, 3.5 months we'll be in Malaga, in Spain once again. More nations this time, 21 nations taking part in the 2nd ever European Cricket Championship. It's the T10 International Tournament, unlike any other, as we'll have so many matches. I think we'll have 120 matches over 5 weeks there. 4 group weeks. The winners will go through to the championship week. And so it's all coming your way on ECN a bit later in the year. Here's Azam Mohammed. And he might have a wicket here. He should, and he will, as Naik just charges at him. And he doesn't get it at all. It's a simple catch. Another one for Said Faizan, who's fielding pretty well in there. He's taking whatever's come his way. So Linköping, they might catch a break last over, but they don't at the start of this one, as the 8th starts with the 5th wicket, and now it's 51 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think that Ankit Naik, he was going less than 1 a ball. Goes for 7 off 10 deliveries. So it hasn't really been able to get any real acceleration in. So if somebody can come in and give a bit of support to Asad Javid here now and play a few big hits, that'll help. I mean, they got, I think they got about 14, did they, off that last over. So you were saying that, 11s would take them to. So they're on course, but they have to just keep believing and they have to be positive. Every batter that comes out there has to try and get in the runs.
The chat is pretty much split 50-50 on that catch as well. So you could get much more of a line ball one than that. This one, I think, is just going to be a wide because it grabs some of the line. Yeah, it will be. It'll be 2 wides. Here's what I thought. Now I'm trying to break down my actual thought process. I think that the ball can be separated in the hands but still not necessarily be touching the ground, because you can grab a bit of the ball, the edges of the ball in each hand, and it could still be off the grass. How long's the grass? We have to, and I know the grass has been mown. Has been mown recently. Oh no, big trouble. Oh, he's airmailed this, and we had to kind of throw over or around the batter, didn't he? And Azam is saying maybe this is one where you just got to throw around, I think, and maybe bounce it. Azam, he can't be too upset because it doesn't cost him a run. Next ball coming up from Azam Mohammed. Back to live action. And this one is launched, but he hasn't quite got it. Hanging in the air a long time. And this one is going to be caught. We've seen some very good catches. We've seen some indifferent fielding. We've also seen some really good fielding. And this time, it is taken out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And that's Aftab Ahmed, who's having a pretty good series. Once again, you see pretty accurate leg spin bowling from Azam. He gets it outside the off stump. The batter tries to go across the line, and all he can do is get a top edge. So more wicket trouble for Linköping. They lose the 6th. It's 53 for 6.
Yeah, it's a key wicket because you've just got Ankit Naik out, and then I was just saying that it was Asad Javid who was doing all the hitting, and now he goes. So you're ending up with 2 new batters out there now in the middle. So both batters have to start from scratch. Not an ideal situation. 53 for 5. You're running out of deliveries, and you have got 2 new batters out there.
Quarter of the innings remaining. New batter at the crease. And he's going to go straight away. And this one will be away from the fielder and it'll be over the boundary as well. What a good start that is. This is Ali Raza who comes out and whacks it over the leg side. Maximal. Badly needed one. Linchping trying to put together an ugly 80. I think that's their go-to from here. Then try and defend it. That was a pretty good start. Doesn't get too much better than that. First ball from Ali Raza.
It's a really good strike. I mean, he doesn't really take a big launch at it, does he? It's just good timing.
Here's the next ball. This is the quicker one. So he doesn't want to float another one up. I saw Shrug had a question in the chat. Sorry if we didn't get to it yesterday, Shrug. But he was asking about how the ECC countries were chosen. There's a couple of factors in there. One is the T20 national rankings of the countries, and invitations based on that. But of course, it's not as simple as that. There's another quicker ball. Gets past Raza. 1 out of 3, but it was a pretty good one. And successful over and pretty successful spell really from Azhar Mohammed. 2 for 13 he'll take. 8 overs down. It's 59 for 6. And it's also based on the federations that have expressed interest in taking part, and also some federations that would have the ranking points to qualify for ECC. They may have some other commitments that they would rather give their attention to. And that's how we ended up with these 21 countries. But I know the plans are eventually to have even more involved. It's going to be great to see a few countries for the first time in the European Cricket Championship. So hopefully that answers your question, Shrug. Look at Munir's figures, 3 for 1, including a maiden. Double wicket maiden at that. It was an incredible second over. So they have kind of got to 59 from here. 10 and 10 get some 79. If you can kind of jag a big over, maybe you can get up into the 80s. Here's Mahmood. All happens in the 9th, but nothing happening first ball. As Askar just bumps it back to him for a dot.
Yeah, Mahmood will just going through the motions of just getting the ball right up there. Just wicket bowling in this one, and hope he'll get some success. But the key thing is try to eliminate the boundaries. Yeah. They're pretty happy with the way things are here at the moment. They're well on top in this match.
Yeah, big smile from Mahmood. He thought about throwing, but he says, no, I'm pretty happy. Just to keep it to a single. And now, little French cut. Well, we will see France in the ECC. I don't know if this is what their batting will be like, but the French cut is an effective stroke. Raza hit a 6 that was convincing. This wasn't. Just misses the stumps by a coat of varnish. The result is 4 runs and 4 badly needed runs for Linchping as they push into the 60s. 4 very valuable runs. You're absolutely right. Well, he's throwing the bat and he's getting the boundaries at the moment. This is a pretty good shot. But that's the Munir zone, and not too many get past there. So it'll just be a single. Yeah, so they do have a lot of good bowling options. Linchping. I think they're going to try and get Raza to the other end. I think he's just got to go here. He does. And he's got to slide himself in when he doesn't get there, and he's going to be gone. It's a good bit of wicket keeping, good alertness from Arslan Ali. I thought he was going to go, he does, but look, it drops kindly for him, doesn't it? Yeah, he makes an abs. Where's he got his glove off? How it actually happens here? I think he takes his glove off and grabs it maybe barehanded, and he absolutely demolishes the stumps. Have a look at this. You see it just bounces off the glove and it bounces backwards. He does pick it up with the bare hand, and well, I hope those stumps are okay, and I hope Arslan Ali is okay. As unfortunately for Raza, he gets run out for 11. I think you're right, did the right thing. It's kind of looped up off the pad, so he backed himself to get there, but it was a bit of an unlucky deflection from Askar's glove. It went backwards towards the keeper, and then from there, I don't think that Ali Raza was ever going to win the race. So 65 for 7. Last ball of the over coming up. New batter out there. We'll start with a single. And now thinking of trying to manufacture a second. It's Ashad Awan who is the new batter. And this will be the end of the 9th. It's 66 for 7. So pretty good over that from Mahmood in the end. Because obviously they wanted to keep it quiet. And he only concedes 7 in the 9th. And once again, I'm really enjoying the chat. It's nice when we get some good civil cricket-based chat. Not always the case, but I appreciate it when it happens. Here's Humais Javed, the teenager, who's going to bowl over number 10. And first one, no production. Askar was pretty desperate to get back on strike, wasn't he? Finds himself at the non-striker's end. He is a recognised batter. He's only faced 3 balls so far. A 1. Doesn't want a dot here. And he does well. We'll get 1. And so maybe Askar can manufacture a boundary. Only 4 balls left in this innings.
Yeah, I've certainly like the bowling off from Umesh Javid, the youngster. Been impressed with him. He's got plenty of energy. Plenty of fire in his bowling as well. Good action.
Good shot by Askar. Now they're going to go for 2 here. I don't think they've got any chance. It was just hit too well to Munir. I wouldn't have minded seeing them go for it though and make Munir throw the long way to the keeper maybe. Maybe he would have been out anyway, but as it is, Askar only gets a single. That was a pretty well struck shot. Maybe a 1. It's going to get funky or something here. He does hit this one okay. In fact, this one is going to go all the way. Well, that came from nowhere. Maximo! A 1 saying, well, hold my drink because I'm ready to go. And I don't know how many 6s he's hit in his life. That was a pretty good one. I had no idea where that went. And, wow, useful runs. That will actually take Lynn Shopping up into the 70s. 74 with 2 balls to go. He tries again. Well, maybe he's got the hot hand. Will they go for 2 here? Might be worth thinking about. All right, he knows his limits, and so he's happy just to take the 1. Takes him to 75 with the ball to go.
Yeah, this is good regard action here. They're in the 70s here. Ball to go. Can they get another boundary here of some sort? Mean that the score required would be around 80. That would be a good result.
Last ball. Missed it. So 75 will be the final score. Not even going to try it for a run. So yeah, ultimately Hammarby had a really strong start, didn't they, to the innings. They didn't concede a boundary until late in the 3rd over. They had that double wicket maiden in the 2nd, coming off a 2-run first over. So really tight start. They never gave Linköping too much room to breathe. A couple of kind of big blows punctuating the innings, but for the most part, the bats were kept quiet. Hammarby, they're in a really good position to reach finals day. They'll need 76, but these runs aren't going to make themselves. And we know the pressure of the chase, it's always there. Elimination match, quarterfinals Friday. First innings here. Linköping, they won the toss, elected to bat, and they put 75 on the board. But it was Munir, or he was heating up early on. One of the best overs we've ever seen, as he had the ball on a string in the 2nd.
Well, it was an amazing performance from the captain. Just everything going his way. And something had to give at some point. Well, this was a nice shot, but this one could have gone anywhere, and in the end, it went all the way through everybody. But this one's hit up in the air, and well, it's not going to be a boundary, it's going to be a wicket. And it was the 3rd wicket for Mohamed Munir. He only went for just the 1 run in his spell. That nobody was really able to get anything going with the bat, and Munir, if it was bad enough for a batter to see him come into bowl, the next side was him taking the catch as well. This one was crazy. I mean, how that goes to the boundary, I'll never know. It was Azam sending the dummy to Aftab, and Aftab couldn't stop it. It's probably the slowest boundary you'll ever see. This one from Khalid Mahmood would have been a sensational catch. It wasn't to be. And this one was like all the talking points was it or was it not? Well, the fielder thought it was. And the umpires, after much negotiation and also a lot of talk on the chat about it as well, it was given not out. And I think it was just too difficult to call. And this one was a nice hit. There was 1 or 2 good hits. This one gets sliced up in the air, and good fielding from that man there, Syed Faizan. He certainly was in good form, and then this was an opportunity, but it doesn't get taken. It was in the best of throws from Hassan Ali, but he does get in the mix of taking a run out a little bit later in the match. This was a very good catch, just coming in. This was Aftab this time. Aftab Ahmed sliding in, control of the ball. Then there was a 6 that came from nowhere. There's the old Chinese cut, which went to the boundary for all very valuable runs in what looks like it's going to be a low-scoring thriller. But you can't blame. I think Ali Raza there trying to get to the other end, just trying to get back on strike. And that was deep in the 9th over. With this one, well, we didn't know where this was going. Vinny thought he was going to be in the firing range. He normally says he's always key in protecting his equipment. Well, I don't know what equipment he was trying to protect there. And that was the end of the innings. So they do finish on a 70 score, 75 for 7. And at one point, that didn't look on. Just remember, there were 32 at the halfway point, but 4 wickets down. in that scorecard, you see, it was a top order. Halim and Ravi Chandran and Sadkar just couldn't do anything. It was all mainly to do with the bowling of Mohammad Munir and even Suresh Udagoraj, 13. He played one lovely shot and then he was to get out, and they needed those important knock there from Asad Javid, and I think also Ali Raza. I think important runs which helped them get to that 70 mark, but the bowling was all about one man. Well, we've seen a hat-trick today already in match number 1, qualifier 1, quarter-final 1 I should say, as he planted 3 for 26. But maybe it's all about the bowlers today, because it was 3 wickets for Mohammad Munir, 2 wickets also to Azam Mohammed, 2 for 13, and all the bowlers bowled really well. Ramesh Javid was a little bit unlucky, wasn't he, with some of the fielding, but he certainly didn't look as bad as what the figures suggest there. Hardly surprising that the win probability has Hammarby 91% to 9% here. They've done the hard work, but I will say this, and I always say this is an elimination match, and the runs are on the board, and it's the pressure of the runs on the board. Maybe that could be key here. So Linköping, they've got 75, 76 required, and Hammarby, they've got to go out there and be positive. I don't think they can be too cagey about it. I think they've got to go out there and play the normal game and try and knock these runs off, and otherwise if they go about it the wrong way, if they don't get a good power play in, it could be one that goes down to a nervy finish, maybe all the way down to the last over. Who knows? Well, the only way you'll know is to join us, and we will be back with the conclusion of the second quarter final in around about 10 minutes time. So join me, Ulrika Full, and Mr. Maximo in about 10 minutes time. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Stockholm, and it's quarterfinals day. Well, one of these two teams will be joining Borsukka in tomorrow's finals day. Will it be Linköping or will it be Hammarby? Join us to find out. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hola, muy buenos días y bienvenido aquí en el campo de cricket de Northbury. Hello, good morning and welcome back to the cricket ground here at Northbury. And it's quarterfinal 2. We're halfway through it. The toss was won by Linköping. They decided they were going to have a bat first, but it didn't go to plan. They did finish with 75 for 7, which was probably a good recovery, because at one point they were 2 for 2, 17 for 2, 18 for 3 at the end of 4, 32 for 4 at the halfway point, and it was all down to some excellent bowling from the captain of Hammarby, Mohamed Munir. He picked up 3 wickets, just conceded 1 run, and getting the wicket off the dangerous captain Saad Khan, and also off Ravichandra and Udugeja. All of those batters have contributed well with the bat for Linköping, but weren't able to do it today. It was just too good from the captain. He was in great form, and there was some good bowling late on there as well from Azam Mohammed, who picked up 2 wickets as well. So they themselves have to be at their best. Well, one man who can change things around for them, and he's been very good, or was very good when we saw him in the group stages, is that man there. A lovely chap, Cameron Rashid. And if he can be at the top of his game and be supported well by 1 or 2 of the other bowlers, this game is far from over. In he comes. Starts badly and just too short. Looks like a ball that you bowl when you haven't quite loosened up. Yeah, I think 1 or 2 players are talking to him, and he said, yeah, I know, it's fine, it's only the first delivery, but he's got to start well. Look, when there's a low score on the board, when you're defending a low target, then you have to be good, you have to be spot on, you can't be bowling extras, can't be bowling bad balls. So Khalid Mahmood off the mark straight away. This one will be played out, and oh, that doesn't help, does it? I was saying you've got to be good, and you can't afford to give any extras away, you can't afford to give any freebies away as well. And that's not a good bit of fielding out there. I think that may have been Asad Javid, who was the guilty man. Went with the feet and saw the ball get past him. So 1 becomes 2. Ali back on strike. Oh, well, he's appealing the bowler. And he turns around and then sees the ball hasn't been taken. What's the umpire? Well, the umpire's still signalling byes. So the umpire's not convinced that it touched the bat anyway. Have a look at this. Well, Rashid, he thinks it's been taken. He's appealing. The wicketkeeper has lost it, Rahul Halim. And when the bowler looks back, he can say, so what's happened here now? Anyway, when he walks back past the umpire's signalling by. So it wouldn't have mattered. Though, again, it's more extras, which you cannot be afford to be giving. And this one's been launched, and this is no extras. This has come out in the middle of the bat. Adios, pelota. Eso es 6 carreras. Nice shot. And he's picked this up beautifully and dispatches it. And he's saying, well, okay, you want to be appealing. Well, what are you going to say about this one? Nice shot. And Khalid Mahmood dispatches that. It's got to be confident here, haven't they? That's the one thing I was saying about the Humvee batting. You've just got to go out there and not let the low score bother them. Bat like you're batting, opening up the match, like you're setting the target, and try and take the pressure of the chase out of the equation. Well, Rashid, after being hit for that big 6, will certainly want to hit back here. What's he got? It goes for a shorter one. It's well played. Soft hands, plays it out into the point area. They'll take the single. Score moves far into the double figures now. 11 with that loss. He walks back. Just like his start. Just have a look at the way he starts his run. He's got a little bit of a. There he goes. Wheel spin off his shoes in the comes. That's not a bad ball. It's badly directed down the leg side. And we'll have to bowl this one again. So he's just trying to finish his over off here. Goes for 12 now. Barn Alley. It's got an interesting style. Well, just keeps this one out. He's more than happy. And there he should be. That's 12 of the first over. They don't have to take any real crazy chances. That rate is now with that just under the 7. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and joining me back in the commentary position is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sander.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. We just saw a happy birthday, mate, from Trinidad, from Mandrake. It's a nice little message. It looks like May is watching from the Caribbean. I see. It's a very interesting username. I normally call them Klup because it's KKLPPP. But now we know your name's May. I want to wish you happy birthday, May, as well, from myself and Rico.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, good start for Hammarby. We're worried about the over of Rashid maybe being a threat if you're a Hammarby supporter. But nice Maximo. Getting 12 off it. And now this is Udagadagi, who's had some pretty interesting moments in this series. Unfortunately for him, he starts this over with the wide. Defending 75. It's not really the start you want, is it, Rico?
No, definitely not. There's already been too many extras in wides, misfields, buys. It's got to be on top of the game.
And now, yeah, should be gone, and it is. So he nicks him off, Udagadagi. Now the first one got away from him, the second one didn't, and Halim, he's able to reel this one in. So this one certainly was an edge, big deflection. And so that's a good wicket to get. Khalid Mahmood, he's got to go, goes early. And maybe there's a twist in this game yet. Hammarby lose their first wicket, 13 for 1.
Yeah, he's just trying to guide this, isn't he? Down to third man, gets it wrong, gets a fine tickle onto it, and puts it more or less into the gloves of Halim. So he's disappointed. You can see he's practicing that shot again. And I think that's the thing that you want to try and avoid, Vinny, because all of these batters know they don't have to be too aggressive, but at the same time, you don't want to stop yourself playing your normal game. So if you would play that shot naturally, aggressively, then do it. But what he's trying to do is just trying to tickle it to third man, thinking I don't have to be aggressive, but he gets himself out.
Yeah, sometimes you can be too careful. I mean, no one nicks the ball on purpose. If he does get more of the bat on that, it might fly away for 4, or maybe just goes for 1 down to third man. That's the breaks, I suppose. You're going to be, feeling for bat on ball sometimes. That was Muhammad. Had a pretty good series. He's coming out at number 3. Udagadagi. He takes an early wicket. Let's see if he can have a similar second over to the one that Munir had in the first innings. This one gets past the bat. And something about second overs at the moment. Very hard to score. There was a double wicket maiden in the first half of this game. A lot of balls a bit like that as well. Just in that offside channel. The batters weren't dealing. Once again, swing and a miss. And a slightly nervy start for Azhar Mohammed. Good bowling by Sadesh.
Yeah, just keeping the ball outside the off stump in that channel. Just wonder here whether he may try something different. He's got a couple of dot balls in. See if he goes for the wicket delivery, ball on the stumps. Let's see.
Does get some bat on this and actually gets away from the field. A long chase out there. He's going to get there in the end. And we'll come back for 2. It's good hustle from Azhar Mohammed. Gets off the mark. Just want to say a quick hello to Rahul Khan. I think this is okay. Yeah, I think he's all right. That's that, Rahul. I'm sure that he'll be watching with a lot of interest. Next one will be just a single. So, I mean, the rate required is 15 per 2 overs, essentially. That's where they are right now. Just over it now. 16 with the ball to go in the second. Udagadagi needs to keep taking wickets. I think I'd like to see him come back straight away as well in the 4th. Once again, you see him beating the bat. So, making things happen. Does take a wicket and only concedes 4. 2 overs down. The score is 16 for 1. just to keep you up to date, if you aren't aware, there's a Boccia Cup that beat the Stockholm Tigers. Pretty interesting match in quarterfinal number 1. Unfortunately, the Tigers were tamed. We had to say goodbye to them. Hammarby and Linköping going head-to-head right here. Only one of them will make it through the finals day. And then coming up, Rahel Khan's team, Albi Zalmi, they'll be coming up in quarterfinal 3 against Umeå, who had a bit of a minor miracle to qualify over the Stockholm Mumbai Indians out of Group B, and then Mashta Kindeska to finish the day. They are going back to Kamran Rashid here, despite slightly expensive first over, I suppose, but they probably feel he is their main wicket taker, Rico, and they're going to bring him back here in the 3rd.
Yeah, I think it's a good shot, because if he's warmed up and he's got his line right now, you use him, you try and get the wicket, you don't let him get cold again and then risk him starting badly. But he's got to attack the stumps there. He's got to attack that off stump. He can't be bowling down leg side. That's where he gets it wrong sometimes.
Here we go. Last over of the power play. Short and cut well. This will be 4. Good batting by Azam Mohammed. We saw him miss out in a couple last over around here, but this time executes it perfectly. Good footwork. Gets back and across with that back foot and strikes it away. Plenty of time on that. His first boundary.
Yeah, he plays that shot really well, doesn't he? Gives himself plenty of room, gets right on top of the ball and angles the bat down onto it. And once it gets past that fielder, it's always going to be 4 runs. Good shot.
Yeah, just a bit short. I'd love to see him maybe trying to draw the batter forward a little bit. He does here. The batter's equal to it. He's the edge of the pitch and bounces up. That'll be a dot. I think it's a better length. I think I'd rather try and get Azam Mohammed driving and try and lure him maybe a bit off balance. Maybe you can get him nicking off. Certainly a play you need to get through if you're going to defend this target.
Birthday in the Caribbean. I would love that. A couple of rum punches.
It's one place I haven't
That'd be
been.
nice. You look like you're dressed for the Caribbean, actually. We both are, actually. Do you reckon we can be bizzed away to the Caribbean? Well, this one is going to be bizzed away to the boundary, is it? The fielder is after it. No, they'll catch up with it. It was just like wasn't even like a hit, really. It just guides it along. No real power in the shot. If he had put a bit of power, a bit of effort into it, I think it would have gone all the way. What do you reckon? Caribbean?
Yeah, I mean, it's one place I've never been. I think I've told you.
You've never been to the Caribbean?
I've never been to the Caribbean. It's one place I would like to go. I've been to Miami. It's probably about as close as I've gotten. But yeah, one day. This time, come on, pitches up again. And we'll get worked. At the moment, they just seem in control, don't they, at the moment, Hammarby, despite the loss of that wicket. There's no sense of panic at all. They feel like they're going at the rate. They feel like they've got plenty of batting to come. And they've kind of neutralised the threat of Rashid, who's bowled okay, but hasn't been able to break through. He'll be disappointed. He's got 2 more balls to try and get that wicket. Pretty good ball. He's right up in the block hole. Jammed out. They don't get a run. Farhan Ali, how do you keep that one out?
Yeah, this great delivery. I mean, Rashid's the sort of bowler that when he was bowling in the group stages, he wasn't picking up stat loads of wickets, but he was bowling his 2 overs for like 8 or 9 runs. And that's where they've been hurt here at the moment. They haven't been. He hasn't been able to produce his best. He's strayed a bit in his first over down the leg side. But that last delivery gives you an example of what he can do when he's at his best. That was a great Yorker, well dug out.
Slippery, yeah, well batted by Farhan Ali. Just to still be alive after that. And now he gets a little bit of bat on this. Well, the French cut specialist, Farhan, doesn't get a run off either of those, but he does survive the power play. 3 overs down. Hammarby are 23 for 1.
Yeah, much better over this time around. Only goes for 6, where the first one went for 12. And that's what they need to do. I'm just keeping an eye on that rate. It has now gone above 7. It's just under 7.5. Hammarby, well, that hasn't changed from the beginning of the innings. 91 to 9%.
And the rate required hasn't really changed. It started 7.6, now 7.57. So the thing is, 7.5 and over would be 22.5 after 3. So they're pretty much right on the rate. No sense of panic, but look, the longer that Linköping can keep the rate above or on a ball, I think they'll give themselves a bit more of an opportunity, a bit more of a chance. But at the moment, the differential between runs required and balls remaining is 11, 53 off 42. So you just got to try and keep that buffer as long as you can. keep an eye on that as this innings goes on. I'm going to see Saber Ali Saeed coming into the attack now in over number 4. Into the power play, so up to 5 outfielders can be employed at this stage.
Yeah, he bowled well, Saber Ali. He's picked up 3 for 22 versus Albie in the group stages. So he is a wicket taker. And maybe he can give his team some hope if he can get a couple of good overs in.
Yeah, let's see how Azam Mohammed goes about it in over number 4. Pretty good start. Azam is pretty happy to keep the good balls out and go after the bad balls. It's a pretty simple strategy, but a good one for this situation. You don't want to be overly conservative, but that was a decent delivery. He's still able to knock it away for 1.
Yeah, I think the only... It's very, very tough, but the only thing there is I think he needs to get across to that. He's expecting somebody else to field it. This one's just been dragged down the leg side, and it was half an appeal from the bowler, and then final leg thought he'd get in on the act, but not able to convince the umpires, of course. It's always going way down the leg side. Hey, listen, it's time to put on a bit of sunscreen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, sunscreen. Well, the sun is trying to come out, and it is International Sunscreen Day. It's all about awareness of the dangers of the sun. And no, we haven't seen too much of it here today. But you never know. We were talking about the Caribbean, and I'm certainly looking at the shoes of Sebarelli. They're quite sunny, aren't they? So we're getting the rays from the shoes. So recognise the danger of the sun, the UV rays. The day is part of National Safe Sun Week.
That's good. I mean, if you speak to any kind of the older generation, or even a couple of generations ago in Australia, they'll tell you they wish they knew all this stuff back in the day. How's this missed the stumps? This has just snuck past. Farnali has had 3 of the best Yorkers you've ever seen. The last 3 balls he's faced, and 2 he's jammed down on. This one he does but misses, and somehow that misses the leg stump.
Yeah, I mean, he's so lucky there, Ali. 1, the ball misses everything. Certainly, if it does touch his pad, that would have gone onto the stump. It wouldn't have been LB.
Yeah,
but
true.
It would have gone onto his stump.
It would have been a human deflection or a human backboard. Still, it's 3 off 8. He's had some good balls to deal with. There's another one. He's going to get some bound on this, keep it to 1. Yeah, what I was going to say is a lot of people, I know, kind of probably my grandfather's generation in Australia, they played a lot of cricket, often without hats as well, no thoughts of sunscreen, and, you know, they unfortunately have had a lot of issues health-wise about that. So it's good that information's out there. So that's one I can get behind, National Sunscreen Day.
Sunscreen Day,
It's always a good day when you need the sunscreen. Last ball of the 4th coming up. And Azam Ahmed is going to push and take a bit of a risky run, but the throw wasn't a good one. Bounced it short and went over the stump, so had no chance of a direct hit. It will be the end of the over. Azam Mohammed will retain the strike. Now it is 28 for 1. Well, you mentioned all those days that it is, Rico. My favourite is it's Peacock Friday.
And we're
peacocking today.
Yeah. You've got a bit of the Caribbean going on yours.
They've got a few pineapples, and it's a place I'd like to go one day. And I like what you're doing there as well. So I know that everyone loves a bit of Peacock Friday. Maybe you can get into it at home, even if you're watching on TV. Get your Peacock shirt on. Maybe send a picture and send it to me at Mr. Maxwell on Instagram, and I'll have a little peek a bit later. But thanks for joining us. We're going to see some great action. Obviously, this game, we had these 2 teams pretty evenly pegged at the start. Hammarby, they're certainly in a good position here to qualify, but anything can happen. We get to see the table toppers in the rest of the matches. In match 3, we'll see Albi Zalmi, and in match 4, we'll see Mashed Up. Again, we saw Albi Zalmi come from 4th last year to actually win the whole thing. So we know anything's possible in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Here's Asad Jarman in over number 5. Gets cut away. A bit of fielding. Had to deal with a tough bounce. Azam Mohammed doesn't take a run.
Yeah, it was hit pretty hard at Rashid. Rashid does well. Fires a throw back in quickly, and that's enough just to put Azam off taking the run. Yeah, that could have been nasty. It's bubbling away.
Yeah, clever batting. Keeping the score moving. That's not an easy stop, actually. That skated down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But I think it's Nark down there that does the fielding.
So this shirt of yours, a lot of pineapples. You a pineapple fan?
So I like pineapple, but not on pizza.
Okay.
That makes sense. So I like pineapple everywhere else. I mean, I'll have it on pizza, but I don't really like it on pizza. I feel it kind of overwhelms the taste buds, and you can't taste everything else as well. My personal opinion. Well, this is high. Now, who's going to catch this? I think the bowler's going to have to go himself, Jarvid. He's not going to quite get there. He had to quickly stick it in reverse, didn't he? But he couldn't quite get there. Probably the umpire was in the best position to catch this. Junaja won't be able to do that, the ump. So a bit of a lucky one, I think, for the batters on that occasion.
Yeah, charging it down, but not able to get to it. Couldn't have placed it better. This time it's all along the ground, going to the fielder. This is a good fight here at the moment. I mean, you just get the feeling that this match could change quickly either way. At the moment, it's sort of, I think, very even. Something's going to happen now, whether it's going to be a flurry of wickets or a flurry of runs. Something's going to happen in this match sooner or later. Oh, this one is well bowled again. The bowlers are bowling a good line. All of a sudden, they've got the rhythm. They've got belief that they can win this match. And those boundaries have stopped flowing.
Yeah, poor Farhan Ali. He's just been yorked 3 times, and then this time he yorks himself because he comes down the pitch and then probably thinks, well, maybe I can upset the length. And that's how he deals with this one. He does go straight, gets under it slightly. Doesn't get a lot on it, though. So, I mean, it's all about hanging in the game. Remember I was talking about trying to keep the differential between the runs required and the balls remaining. Yeah. Right now we're at the end of the 5th over, and it's 32 for 1. And it was about 11, I think, when I last talked about it over and a half ago. Right now it's 14. They need 44 runs off 30 balls. The run rate required has gone up to 8.8. Yeah. And like I say, the longer that Linköping can do this, then their chances are going to keep improving. Second quarter final, and this game is tightening up.
Yeah, it certainly is. See the 2 batters there. I mean, Farhan Ali, the last time we saw him with the bat, he actually batted really well. I think it was when his team needed somebody to perform, and he got 31 of 20 against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. It was a good knock from him. And that's what he's got to believe. He's got to believe that he can do it again. Of course, Azam Mahmood as well, 33 of 17 when he was the player of the match against the Stockholm Tigers. So both of these guys can bat. I mean, Azam has certainly shown that. He's played some nice shots. But Farhan Ali, at the moment, he's struggling. Look, he's 6 of just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, and I think he's got a lot of those 12 deliveries have been pretty good deliveries, to be fair.
In the Yorker deliveries, yeah.
Anyway, here is Arshad Awan. He's going to bowl over number 6. First one. Yeah, Farhan not able to get any bat on it. Gets across. Well, I've split the chat with pineapple on pizza. Maybe there's a poll that needs to be done for the for and against. And then some people thought, well, pineapple shouldn't be done warm. I don't agree with that either, because I do like some of the. Have you ever had the fried pineapple?
Pineapple fritters, yeah.
Pineapple fritters, or you can have this in a lot of South American cuisine. They finish with a bit of this kind of.
I was never a big fan of pineapple, to be honest. But then Dennis Oros, was also one of the photographers for the ECN. Yeah. He got me into pineapples. He said pineapples are really good for you, and he always eats plate loads of them. And I reckon you must have taken a note from his book, because not the last time, but I remember one morning at breakfast you had a big bowl of pineapple as well.
Mind it. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty tasty as well. I've got to say, Farhan Ali, for me, he's going to the danger zone now. It just doesn't look confident. I'd be considering giving him the yank.
Getting the old hook in and pulling him off?
I think I would. He's gotten through the first few overs. He's done that job. But at the moment, at best, he's getting a single. And you just feel he's playing back into the game. That's a throw that's gone wrong from Kamran Rashid. Is that what you're laughing at there?
Yeah.
Watch it slip out of his hand at the crucial moment here.
Yeah. This is like, okay, gotcha. Oh, no, I haven't. There it goes.
At least he knew where it went.
Yeah. Yes. Hey, listen, what about pineapple upside down? The cake? Oh, yeah. You ever had one of them? Sponge cake with pineapple in them?
Hold on a second. Nothing's happening.
Nobody. Well, everybody.
Here we go.
Oh, well, it could have been two.
This is an absolute.
What is the fielder doing here? Is it stuck to his hand?
I was thinking of a compound word, and the second half of it was show. Let's have a look. He doesn't throw. He says, why aren't you throwing? He's saying, well, number one, there's about 3 people in the way, and I think they'll be safe anyway. And then they all missed it anyway. All right. Okay, I'm going to wait for this, but this is in the gap, and this is going to be 4. It's going to relieve the pressure. Well, Farhan Ali, he must have heard me, because I was ready to give him the yank, and he's finally able to get this one. Probably not the prettiest cricket stroke you'll ever see, but it's effective. It's into the gap, and it's 4. And finally, he hits double figures.
Yeah, I mean, he's got this one positioned absolutely beautifully. And he's probably thinking, yeah, I can hear you, Vinny. When was the last time you said that about somebody? And then all of a sudden they went ballistic.
Went about 400 strike rate for the rest of the innings. Anyway, it is going to be 6th over finish, 38 for 1. You see Linköping just playing their way back into the game. See that boundary, how quickly it could change it again. They were just edging towards kind of parity. And then now back at 40-60, but still they'll be pretty happy to have any chance at all. I think that was, it was Abdul Asif that in Romania that I was ready to retire, and then he ended up with 93 off 31 balls or something like that. Anyway, here we go. As it's over number 7, and it's going to start with a ball that's flying into the sky and out of the ground. Maximo Azam Mohammed says, well, at the moment it's a bit pedestrian. It's time to turn up the heat, and he does. He goes after the first delivery and nails it. 6 runs.
What a lovely shot this is. Just the way he dances down the track and he keeps his shape. So important. He sent it over for 6 runs. He tries again. This time it's a bit shorter and he plays it out onto the offside. Be looking for 2 and they'll get there.
Pretty good fielding, but still couldn't prevent the 2. They were pretty definite about it. So I think a few people are liking my choice of words and the words I didn't say last over, but you know what I'm saying. Keeping it PG. We do appreciate all of our audience. Quite a few kids like to tune in as well. Anyway, 46 now in the 7th. As Javed serves up the next one fairly straight. This one gets past the fielder. It's going to be another boundary. Brings up the 50 for Hammarby, and they're just pulling away after they were held back. But now they're making inroads, and this one, I suppose it's all about the placement. A bit of a risky shot, I think, anytime you're trying to cross bat a fairly straight ball, but he picks it, and he's able to get Cuatro Carreras.
Yeah, similarly, so he needed to go down there, didn't he? No point chasing it. You start chasing it, it gets away from you. He needed to get down and try and stop it. He didn't, and then he found himself going over the boundary rope to fetch the ball. So all of a sudden, it looks like Azam Mohammed had sensed that just needs to start playing a few shots.
This one is going to be dragged into the leg side. So remember, we were talking about the differential between runs required and balls remaining. I think it was 11, then it went up to 14 or 15. Right now, it's down to 5. So at the moment, you see they need 25 of 20, and that's an indication that they have been able to just kick into gear a little bit. Farhan Ali on strike, and he's able to get a fair bit of bat on this as well. So now, I mean, as long as you're scoring off every delivery, you're not in too much trouble. You'll get the occasional 2, probably the occasional extra, the odd boundary. Again, for Linköping, at least they're making good fist of this defence. If they can take this deep, you know, the nerves can set in. Suddenly you start thinking as a batting team, well, surely we're going to do this, aren't we? And the runs aren't going to make themselves. Slower ball and a really good one. And Azam Mohammed loses his composure, almost swings his head off there, but it will be the end of the 7th over. And score now 52 for 1.
The bowler cannot believe that's missed. And the wicketkeeper as well. I think it's so slow. The wicketkeeper is expecting it to hit the stump, and then there's time to make the recovery to stop the ball. That was so close.
Well, once again, we've had plenty of action so far. You expect it to go up a little notch on quarterfinals day because teams are playing for their lives. You can see the pressure getting to some players in some situations. Of course, we do have Albi Zalmi coming up next, so they're a fan favourite team. I know that on ECN after they went all the way to Championship Week in the ECL. In February, March, of course. March, we had the finals.
And then unbeaten
ECL.
As well in the group.
Unbeaten 8-0 against Umeå. But Umeå, they are miracle makers, aren't they? We saw that yesterday. That match is coming up just after the conclusion of this in around about 35 minutes' time. News from the toss there. I can tell you that Albi Zalmi, they won the toss. They're going to have a bat. So they want to put the foot down and put some runs on the board. And, still putting together the final 11 for that. As we head into the 8th over, so 24 required off 18, and it's Udagadagi who's going to bowl it. He's having a good series, and once again getting the offside channel. I'm still torn on Farhan Ali. I mean, just looking at who they've still got to come. Would you rather have someone else out there at this stage, or would you rather have someone that's batted kind of all the way through? It's a tough one.
Yeah, I think
Mohammed Munir, for example.
Yeah, they got plenty of batters to come. The fact is, though, that you've got to say these two at least are in at the moment, and if you can do that, that's fine.
Definitely. Definitely. I want to say hello to Lily Panda, who's joining us from New Zealand. I hope you're well. And got a great time for you to tune in. That's Mohammed. If he goes, it's going to be a really interesting finish. And he goes, but he goes this way. He goes high, and he's going to go out of the park. Maximal. Azam Mohammed moves into the 30s. Well, lucky that he's been able to perform because it has been pretty slow going from the other end. But what he has done is he's come up with a big 6, and now that really does bring it back. 17 off 15 required.
Yeah, hasn't he been a key and instrumental player for his side? We've seen him do good work with the ball. He picked up 2 wickets here today as well. Now he's doing it with the bat.
He's on the charge, but this one's skied. Can anyone get to this? Oh, they can't locate it. And that's such a shame because it's Adil Askar, who's in fairly tight at cover, but he had no idea where that one had gone. He lost it in the clouds. He's pushed back now, but it's a bit late. Mohammed gets a bit of luck, and he'll get a single from that.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one that if that could have gone their way right there, then who knows? New batter coming in. It's not to be.
In fact, they get 2 off that. Pretty good running because it never left the circle.
Who's watching? Well, fortunately, Really good Arj did turn around and watch the ball come in. And he's asking for the LBW here. It's clearly come off the bat. I don't want to be rude here, but last time we saw him, wasn't he wearing his glasses when he was playing?
Sometimes you can flick the front pad on the way through. Sometimes there's a little touch we might not pick up. Last ball, the over. And this one is picked up. Once again, gets 2 straight and pays the price. That one comes down from space at a furious pace. Maximal. And with that, you feel some of the tension is out of the game, but still some work to do. It's the end of the 8th over. And the score is 67 for 1. Just 9 runs required off the last 2 overs. They're going to need to bowl out of their skin from here, Linköping, to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, just wondering who would you go with. I mean, it's early now. You're going to go with probably Arshad Awan, perhaps, to come and bowl that next over to try and take it into the last one. You would say that both the bowlers they've got to come have bowled very good overs. So obviously you've got 9 to play with. You need, obviously, you don't want to give more than 4 or 5 probably tops this over. I think this is the time to kind of even over attack and try and squeeze some dots, especially because it is going to be Farhan Ali on strike. And you know what he's thinking. He just wants to knock it for a single. So if you take some of those options away, maybe leave 1 or 2 back, but I'd be having a power play type field to him, I think. I like this field. Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Sabir Ali Saeed is going to bowl, and he does pull, and now he's going to be dropped. Wow, that was a big moment in the game because, okay, you might argue Ali hasn't really set the world on fire with a strike rate, but he does get a run here, and more importantly, it changes the strike, and Azam Mohammed is going to get to face up. And that, unfortunately, there's a chance that goes down. Arshad Awan couldn't hold on. Yeah, I mean, that would have had a new batter coming in. It would have been a dot ball. 8 to win. This one's in the air. Well, it could be a catch. He's actually coming a long way. Well, it's a good effort, and they might get 2 here, you know, and they will. So that's smart running. You can't really fault the effort from Chitesh Ravichandran because he saw it, and he did everything he could to catch it. He knew it was a big moment in the game, but it just didn't carry to him in the end. Yeah, it's a really good effort, and it does make the stop with his knees. But the batters get 2 again, so Mohammed goes back on strike. He's on 44 now. And 1 big hit will get him a well-deserved 50. Yeah, and also will be the end of the match, but it won't be yet because this will just be 1. I think Azam Mohammed not too worried about the 50, but he is kind of determined to get them across the line here. So 5 off 9. Again here, you're just hoping with Farhan Ali, maybe you can bowl that Yorker to him. Maybe you can dot him up 3 times if you can. At least you take it to the last. Steep gradient back from here. He pushes, and they are going to run. Well, this would have been out. It would have been out by heaps. And we almost create a run out. And even if that goes to the keeper. Yeah, that's what Halim is saying here. He's saying, look, I'm coming. It should have been into my gloves. But Rashid, he goes to knock him over. You see, look, he's there. And he's not even in the picture. And Halim can't believe it. That's one of those times that you can probably throw it to the keeper on the move. Because, I mean, it's a bit hard to be critical of the keeper who has to stretch for that. Man, they've just thrown away a couple of opportunities. Now 4 to win.
This is going to go in the air. It's another opportunity, and this one's dropped as well. And, well, I think that's the captain, San Khan. He gets across and bounces straight off with the palm. So they've had so many chances to stay alive in this game. And surely they're running out of lives now.
Well, what an over. There's 3 chances, clear chances of going down and 1 half a chance. This is just...
And it's the runs they've leaked from these chances, right?
Yeah. If you don't take your chances, you don't take your catches, you can't win matches.
This is hit down the ground. Needs to be stopped. It won't be, and it's going to be game over. So Farhan Ali, he's a hero in the end. He'll hit the winning run straight down the ground. Frustration for Linköping. It was just a game of missed opportunities for them, and ultimately Hammarby, they certainly kept them quiet. Linköping in the first half of the game, and they do chase these runs down with an over to spare. And it's always frustrating when you're knocked out of a tournament. It's even more frustrating when you have a hand in it yourself. And I think Linköping, they'll be ruining some of those missed opportunities late on. But really, the story was they didn't make enough runs and made a good fist of defending it, but they weren't able to. And Hammarby will be the second team through to finals day.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, congratulations, of course, to Hammarby. They've booked their place in tomorrow's finals day. But Linköping, you'd have to say they tried to do it the hard way, didn't they? They won the toss. They elected to bat first, remember, and it just didn't happen for them. But still, they did manage to get some runs on the board, so you have to take the positives out of it. They did put runs on the board, but then there, right at the end, you see, it all comes down to what we were saying, that it's a game that's evenly poised, because Hammarby didn't really go off at a flyer, even though they only lost the 1 wicket getting there. But they didn't really take control of the game, and it could have changed quite easily. And that 9th over there, if you just go back to that and say if some of those chances were taken, new batters coming in again on strike, you're keeping Azam off strike, you would at least taken it into the last over.
The last, and things can get really tight. They don't go to the last in the end. Hammarby, congratulations to them, as you see that they are the second team through to the semi-finals tomorrow. They're joined by Chirika in the semi-finals. You can see the next match we have coming up is Albi Zalmi versus Umeå, and that will be starting in around about half an hour. Let's go to some of the highlights. Well, they certainly made light work of it. Looked like they would early, but then they would hit a bit of a fork in the road as they saw their wicket changing the game slightly. Farhan Ali was out there. Azam Mohammed, well, he certainly liked to live on the edge of his seat. He did hit quite a few away, but also provided a few chances. In the end, Linköping, they'll be pretty upset to go down in this fashion.
Yeah, he batted really well, I think, Azam, because he was batting perfectly well himself, doing the right thing, but he noticed there was that spell there where Farhan Ali was just getting no runs, and he sensed that with that rate climbing up, getting to about 8, that he needed to do something, and he just pressed the accelerator button at the right time, got the acceleration in, and got a move on. And he got himself back in the game and back on top. He did give an opportunity though, and he also did live a bit of a charmed life. He could have gone a couple of times, but it wasn't to be, and he's the one who ends up 46 not out of 27.
So many chances though in that second last over. That's one that could have been run out by meters, and this one, the captain himself, he got around to this, but just made a bit of a meal of it. In the end, Farhan Ali, well, sometimes 90% of the job is just being there, and he stays there and he sees them home. Sees them home with 6 balls to spare. Did get some good bowling in there, but also I think he struggled a bit with his timing. I think he batted a bit better than that. This is what's coming up. We have the lineups out for the third quarter final. And it looks like no Rahel Khan in the lineup for Albi Zalmi. Ismail Zia is there. Sami Khalil listed to open the batting. Azam Khalil and Mohammad Zishan coming into the lineup for the first time. Zia Alizai comes back for them. So look, they are undefeated and they have used a lot of players in the series. Taz Qureshi and Lamar Mohamed, they'll probably be there to open the batting. Umeå, well, some people saying they're lucky to be there, but you make your own luck, and they did whack the last 2 balls of their group matches for 6. And so you see Tatpik Raza, he's been pretty important for them. Sohail Adnan and Majid Mustafa, the captain, listed to open the batting, as well as Tahir Mujtaba. I think that his leg spin could be a real factor. And Manavalan, well, didn't he come good with the ball yesterday? So that match is going to start in around about 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Albi Zalmi, I know one of the fan favourites. They will be here. And let's see if they can make it through to the semi-finals to join Hammarby and Chirika, who won earlier today. But looking at this scorecard, 46 not out for Azam Mohammed. Had some hairy moments at the end, but he got them there and so did Farhan Ali, who seemed to get Yorker after Yorker after Yorker at one stage. In the end, he does hit the winning runs. It's a nice reward for persistence from him. Just the 4 extras. They didn't give too much away, Rico. Just a kind of story of not enough runs on the board for Linköping. And in the end, I think Mohamed Munir, he'll probably be a deserved man of the match because I think his bowling really set up that victory.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowled well, he led well, he is the captain as well. He caught well. You can't take anything away from him, just did all the right things well. And it is a comprehensive victory in the end. I mean, it is one of the things, I think I said this yesterday, I think when you're chasing, you don't need to overcommit, you need to time your pace, but you don't want to take it to the wire. And that, again, is another perfect chase from them. I think they do it, and they do it by 9 wickets, and they do it with 6 balls to go. What more can you ask for? So the captain, he's performed well, and these players have performed well for him as well.
Yeah, so we are going to take a bit of a break. We're back in 20 minutes, and we're heading to the afternoon session. We'll see the table toppers this afternoon, Albi Zalmi against Umia, and then we'll see Mashta, the toppers of Group B. They'll be taking on Indiska in the last game of the day. But coming up next, it is the host club, Albi Zalmi. They'll be batting first in the 3rd quarterfinal. See you shortly. We have Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico 4. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing today. Plenty of action still to come. We're halfway through QFF, and join us for more action shortly. We'll be back with more cricket soon on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Quarterfinals Friday here in Stockholm. The nation's capital here in Sweden is the host of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Just 1.5 days to go. It's hard to believe our 4-week Swedish swing will be coming to an end. We will have a winner here in Stockholm tomorrow afternoon. Well, we have 2 quarterfinals down and now it's time for quarterfinal number 3. And this afternoon we'll get to see the table toppers. Albi Zalmi, they were top of Group A. They're taking on Umeå. Well, they had a bit of a miracle. They hit their last 2 balls for 6 to essentially to qualify for quarterfinals Friday. And so they're the 2 teams that will be meeting in quarterfinal number 3. I know that Stefan Gooch has the 2 captains and we're ready for the coin toss.
Give me a call. Heads the call. It's tails. Okay. Good luck, my friend. Good luck, buddy. Thank you.
So it is Azam Khalil that wins the toss and he elects to bat first. It does seem to be a bit of a trend lately. Albi Zalmi, they always used to like chasing, but now I do think they do like to mix it up a bit, and I think he does want to get the runs on the board against Umeå. I don't think that'll bother Umeå too much. I think they wanted to chase anyway. I do think they sometimes need a bit of help pacing their innings. They certainly had an interesting one yesterday, didn't they, as Kayumiya was the hero as he took 12 off the last 2 balls to get them here. But Umeå, I think they'll be relying a lot on their captain Majid Mustafa as well as Sahel Adnan. I think they're key players for them. And Mia with the bat and the ball. I think his bowling's just gone a little bit off lately, but he'll have to bowl well against an Albi Zalmi side, which of course we know they were the Swedish champion club last year. They went all the way to the ECL, made it to the final 5. So no, they're a very decorated club, but we also know that anything can happen in the T10 format. Azam Khalil, key player with the bat and the ball, of course, for Albi. He's also leading the side, Rahel Khan. You look at their names they've got up and down their order, even their bowling with Momand and Qureshi. And so look, I think it'll be really interesting. Zia Alizai as well. I mean, look, I could just go on and on and on about the names of Zalmi, but really all of them, they have 2 hands, they have 2 legs, and I think that if you're Umeå, you've got to believe that you can do it. They certainly did the impossible yesterday. Can they do it again and knock off Albi Zalmi in the quarterfinal stage? And look, they can take heart from Albi Zalmi last year because Albi Zalmi actually came from Umeå's position, from 4th in their group, to go all the way to the European Cricket League Championship Week, the top 5 clubs in Europe. So plenty to play for here. Quarterfinal number 3 on the way. Albi Zalmi, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Let's get ready for some cricket. Rico Full is in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, Vinny Sandu, as we take another look at this lovely setup here. This beautiful Nosbury cricket ground, and all set up down to the fine support from the Butcher Commun. And thank you very much to them as well for their support to Albi Zalmi. And Albi Zalmi are the team here that are in this quarterfinal. Look, the key thing at the top, there's 8-0. They haven't lost a single game in this European Cricket Series so far. Umeå, well, 2-6. And we know, as you heard Mr. Maximo say, it was thanks to an amazing match yesterday that they won. Remember, they needed 3 sixes from Kayum Mia, who was the 19 not out, and also player of the match in that match to win it. And he did it off the last over, needing to get to the target of 89. And what a victory it was. I mean, it was like they'd won the final. But this is what's expected here. Albi Zalmi, they are batting first, winning the toss and batting first. They're expected to get to 97. And Umeå fall short on 69. And runs for 100 to, well, you can see, to 77. So it's pretty low. And of course, the bat versus ball computer would have taken all of those details from the past performances from these teams. So the umpires are out there. Once more, it's going to be Rohit and Saeed. So very good afternoon to our men in black. Third umpire will be Stefan Gooch, also the tournament referee. And once again, the umpiring. At the stand of the umpiring has been absolutely top draw. So well done to all of the match officials that we've had here in Stockholm as we get ready for the first ball. Sohail Adnan will be bowling it. What a key player he's going to be in this one with bat and with ball. And he's bowling first up to Ismail Zia. Here we go, quarterfinal number 3. Zia hits it hard, but straight at the fielder. A good stop. And, nice attacking field, I like this. And the man making the stop is going to be another key player here, I think, Amir Hosseini. I don't think we've seen anywhere near the best of Hosseini yet. Is he going to save the best to this quarterfinal? Hit hard, and this time it gets through. That's a cluster of fielders in the inner part of the ground, inside the 30-yard circle. Hit very hard, and that's one thing that Zia does. He doesn't mess around. He plays his shots. Aggressive player, the wicketkeeper batter. But still, I do like this field. It's very attacking. 3 on the leg side. And this goes to the leg side. It's worked away to the man. Sort of mid-wicket, goes across to the vacant square leg position. And that's the fielding. Yeah, some of the top performances, just to remind you of Al-Bazami. Well, they're going to be thankful to have Zia Al-Azhar in their side. He hasn't played all the matches, but he was in good form with bat and with ball. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. There's certainly a noise there. I don't know what this noise was. I don't think it was bat, because I clearly can see the ball is not catching the bat, but definitely like a slight clicky noise. The umpire, quick shake of the head, and it wasn't really a big appeal there. Yeah, Zia Al-Azhar, 43 not out against Shirka. Batted very well indeed when he made that knock. And he's also a top-class bowler for them as well. That's hit hard, and nobody's stopping this one. In the gap. And that's 4 more runs. This is a delightful shot. And a nice way for Sami Khalil to get off the mark. And Sami Khalil, his partner, he certainly played his part as well in some exciting matches. Known mainly for his bowling, of course. Took 2 for 20 in that victory against Linshopping. He's been made to reach for this one, but that's okay, says the umpire. And that will be the end of the first over. And the score will be 9. Both batters, though, have made a good start. Both have found the boundary. And it will be Zia will be back on strike for the start of the second over. Day has turned out to be okay for now. I mean, all the chance of the showers early on haven't really materialised. And looking at there at the moment, it doesn't seem too bad at all. A bit of cloud, of course, but blue skies as well. And this one is timber. And went for the big shot, then Zia, but it's a good delivery. And it is Amir Hosseini, the man who made that stop earlier, who gets the ball right in the slot. Good delivery. And Zia trying to muscle this away through to the onside with 13 on his back. Well, that is unlucky for him. He goes for 5. And looks a little disappointed there as well. Just wasn't the ball to be playing that shot. And Zizi stumps rattled as we see the captain, Azam Khalil, making his way out. And going to be batting there now with his cousin, Azam and Sami Khalil. They have batted together before and bat well together as well. And they come together with the dismissal of Ismail Zia. 5 he made of the 4 deliveries. It was bowled beautifully there by Hosseini. Short, but played well. I'll take the single, so Azam gets off the mark. Rico Full here, and joining me is my good friend and commentary partner, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Good to be back. And yeah, they sent Ismail Zia out there with Sami Khalil. Both of those were going to be hyper attacking, knowing, look, if they do get out, Azam Khalil's going to come in. I don't think it's a bad thing that he's in this early. This time, Sami Khalil, who pushes. This one beats Pardeep initially. A lot of talk about Obi's Army, of course. They are kind of Europe's team, aren't they? Because they captured the hearts of kind of all the neutrals during their ECL journey. But let's talk about Umeå a bit. I mean, they probably still pinching themselves. They're here on quarterfinals Friday. Push and run. I'll get one here. But yeah, what a story that was yesterday. And Umeå, they got to believe they can do this. I mean, they've already, removed one very attacking player in Ismail Zia. No Rahul Khan in the lineup. He's probably the biggest cog of their batting lineup that isn't here. And so if they can get Khalil early, they might fancy themselves to run through Albizalmi and chase those down.
Cerny, well, he's certainly got those ideas, and he's overpitched this one. He goes for the Yorker, and he knows he's overdone it. It ends up being a full toss on the leg side, and somebody with the ability of Azam Khalil is not going to miss out on this, and it just helps that along its way. Nicely timed.
So still, isn't he, when he hits that? You see, full tosses are considered fairly easy to put away, but you still got to do it. We see those missed all the time. Khalil gets his first boundary, Azam Khalil that is, who's taken over the captaincy in this format of the game from Rahel Khan in the 10 and 20 over format.
It's a good ball, good comeback. It doesn't give him any room at all this time.
You know what I noticed there? Khalil just eyeing off the third man region, and he's always a sportsman, says well bowled. That's why I think he's thinking about that. I think he's thinking that's where he wants to go. This one nips back at him. That's why he chops it. It's a bit lucky it goes over the stumps, but he does survive. It's the end of the second over. The score is 15 for 1 as we see the updated progress of quarterfinals Friday. But Chirka, they finished second in Group A. They got over the Tigers in a pretty thrilling game. Also a pretty decent contest in quarterfinal 2. Hammarby were successful against Linköping. They didn't quite put enough runs on the board. Hammarby chasing them down with 1 over to spare. So they'll be joined tomorrow by either one of Albizalmi and Umya, and also one of Mashta or Indiska. So we'll keep an eye on that. Sahil Adnan coming back to bowl his second over.
In the air, and the catch taken. It's a disappointment for Sami Khalil, and Azam Khalil doesn't look too impressed as he stands there at the middle. And Sami Khalil, I think rightly so, is not making eye contact. So it was a false shot really, and a easy catch from Tatbik Raza.
Yeah, Tatbik grabs it. But I don't mind that shot. He just doesn't execute it. He's trying to go down the ground. It's the kind of length that he can hit over the top, but he just doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. So disappointment for Sami Khalil as he holds out, and the wicket goes to Adnan. He'll be pretty happy with the way that he started this contest. And the score now is 15 for 2, and it brings Shahid Ali to the crease. He's a guy you often see opening, so once again, the hitters, this is just part of their strategy. They just keep on coming. They will be attacking. They won't be too bothered by wickets falling early on. And you know, Azam Khalil, I think he's got a bit of a role as an anchor. I don't mean to go slowly, but I mean, as someone they want to stay there, but the others will probably bat around him and continue to attack.
Yeah, very much so. Remember, they have got Tazir Al-Azhar in the side as well. He can hit the ball pretty well. And don't forget, we also remember, we saw Taz Qureshi play a very good knock, and was involved in a good partnership with Sami Khalil in one of their matches. So they've got plenty of batting. You're absolutely right, Vinny.
They've played so much this T10 format, and they've played it at a high level. They've been put under pressure at the highest level of European cricket T10. And so Shahid Ali does get off the mark with 1. Nice bit of chat going on at the moment between Sundori and Helix and Saga Reddy and Lily Panda as well.
This one is well stopped.
That's good work. And if you're going to try and knock off Albizalmi, then you're going to have to field well. I think that's 3 runs cut off right there.
Yeah.
They can do it. Umia, here's the thing. Albizalmi, they came from 4th last year in Group B, and that's less than 12 months ago. Not only did they win the whole tournament in ECS, you see this one getting past the bat of Shahid Ali. They didn't just win the ECS tournament, they also won the playoff with Gothenburg City, who were the Lance Cronin winners last year. Then they also won their group in ECL. They ended up being one of the top 5 clubs in Europe, and they weren't even really in the top 7 in the ECS after the group stage last year. So just shows you, it's a funny format, this T10.
It's nicely played out. Gets past the inner fielder. But, fielded there by Tatbik Raza. I think Tatbik Raza is another one that if there is to be an upset here, he could be playing a big part in it as well.
They do like to chase Umya.
It's nicely played. This will be 4 runs. This is a beautiful shot from a classy player. And Azam Khalil just showing here, it's not all about power. It's all about placement and finesse as well, and that is a beautiful shot.
Well, if you could bottle class, then you take that shot, you'd shove it in, and you put the cap on, because that was a very good bit of batting. Soft hands, doesn't try and overhit it, and he knew exactly where the outfielders were, and there wasn't one at third man. So a boundary to finish the third over. 22 for 2. You can see the power play overs, 9, 6 and 7. So they were getting boundaries in every over too. In fact, in the first, they did lose wickets in the second and third. But like I said, Halby Zalmi, they love this form of the game. It suits them, they think. And they're not going to be too worried by those 2 early wickets. They're still going to attack. And now we're heading into the middle overs. Here's yesterday's hero, Kayamia, who not only has he bowled pretty well this tournament, but he hit 2 sixes off the last 2 balls for them to even be there. Yeah, honestly, they were already booking their trips back home, 8 hours north. Here he is, so they'll believe anything's possible. Mia for the first time with the ball.
Well, that one's okay. The batter just having a look at the umpire. I said, "Are you sure, umps?" Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, that's good.
Very good call. Doesn't help himself out with the footwork. The front foot just kind of going to leg, if anything.
And this time he has a big swing at it, but this time it is called wide.
Yeah, one thing I do really love about the way these guys play their cricket as well, so often a smile on the face. Azam Khalil really enjoys his cricket. Just a wry smile towards the bowler on that occasion. In the air, and this could be trouble. The fielders are going to hunt it, but they're not going to get there. In fact, it's going to be 2 in the end. That's Gopi Manavalan. And normally, I think the rule is if it's between him and somebody else, it's somebody else that goes for it. But it was Damesh Sabharwal who had to go backwards. He couldn't get it either. Look, to be fair to Gopi, he did hold on to a couple of good ones yesterday. But a bit of a lucky moment for Albi Zalmi. Shahid Ali, but scratchy early.
Good bowling. Just sticking to his guns, sticking to that corridor. And he's beaten both batters out there now.
Lily's given me a good pineapple on pizza tip. Well, I'll take it. I'm not totally against it. I'm just saying it's not my favourite, Lily. Hit straight, and this should just be 1. It is to Hussaini.
What's the tip then? Come on.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
Oh, it's on the way, is it?
Yep, it's on the way. She's teasing me. Gotta say, I don't mind a bit of pineapple. Are there any foods you really don't like?
No,
think about that for a while.
You're talking about fruit.
I eat pretty much everything.
Fruit on pizzas. This one's hit through the gap once more. 4 more runs. And he does play a lot of shots in that area, Azam Khalil. And I'm just wondering whether the captain of Umur may be forced to make a change here. Majid Mustafa, maybe he just needs to get that man that's at point to go more backward.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This is Mia's tactic, and he actually bowls this ball where he wants it, but Khalil doesn't care, and he whacks it away for 4. So you probably need to pack that a bit more, even with an extra infielder in that area, I think, in that quarter. Make him do something different. Otherwise, he's going to keep lasering it. This one's almost a run out, though. Wow. Good bit of fielding. Just couldn't finish it.
This one could have been curtains. This is exactly what we're talking about. They do put that man there just slightly more backward. They still go for it. Pick up and throw. He would have been out. Yeah. He does go straight away, doesn't he, Shahid Ali? But he wasn't going to get there. 4 is down. It's 31 for 2. Just a reminder where we'll be going on the FanCode European Cricket Series. The tour will take us to the Czech Republic on Monday. Hard to believe. In 3 days' time, I'll be commentating with Danny Hudacek. And, of course, we'll all miss you, Rico. But we wish you all the best. And I know you're taking those couple of weeks off. But you'll be back in Hungary and then Austria. I know you didn't do those series with me last year, so it'll be great to have you there and meet a few more players in person. And they're 2 countries that did well in the ECL, the Royal Tigers and Austrian Cricket Tigers. Yeah. So they were very, very good performers earlier this year, so we'll see high quality cricket there. The Italian summer, that's on the way, 5 weeks in Italy. That'll determine their ECL 23 club before we head to Germany in August. So plenty of action. To find out more, go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Well, here's another hero from yesterday, Gopi Manavalan. And this time he's dismissed by Khalil. First up, just angles in. Azam goes after him. Maximal 6 to finish the 5th to start the 5th over. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today, says Azam Khalil. As he sends this one packing. That's a lovely shot. What a clean, sweet pickup this is. And, poetry in motion, isn't it, really? It's just ties the ball away beautifully. So Manavalan He's got a bit of work to do. Look, you're talking about pizzas and pineapples on pizzas, and yeah, I'm like you're not a bigger fan of fruit on pizzas. But what about this one? I read somewhere that there's now paratha pizzas.
Right. I'm in.
And so, I always go on about the aloo paratha as well. I take it this has to be in India. And if there's anybody on the chat that knows about this, please tell me. But apparently one of the pizza chains has now got a pizza. So you've got the 2 bits of dough, you've got all of the normal filling, you have a paratha, then the other dough, and then they bake it. So it's called paratha pizzas. And, well, we're talking about parathas and pizzas. Well, maybe it's a bit of paratha power from Manawalan, because he gets a prize wicket off Azam Khalil. I think Khalil just plays this one on. It's a fuller delivery. He goes to make space for himself to smash it, but loses his shape. And it'll be disappointing when you watch back at this. He does everything right until the last minute, and then he swings across the line rather than go through it. And, well, that man, Manawalan, who, remember yesterday, he had a superb game yesterday. I think in one of these matches, he took... I think he took 3 wickets, did he? And he also took a catch. And here he is again. He's right on the money.
Twice in a row, actually, Khalil loses his shape. Gets away with the first one. He's on the charge now. You see, you can tell by the head. The head just going to leg side. And Gopi, he is a bit of an enigma. He went for 6 first ball, but then he gets the big wicket of Azam Khalil. Scores 37 for 3. Well, that's interesting. I think you can get anything on pizzas now. Here's Lily's tip. Do you want to hear it?
Go on, yeah.
One more ball.
Definitely.
Taz Qureshi coming in at number 5. Let's have a look at this. He faces up to Manawalan. Nice looking shot, but should be cut off just a single. She says so it's not so extreme, the flavour.
Yeah.
Dry the pineapple pieces on paper towel to reduce excess acid and juice. Coat in black pepper or chili to balance the sweetness and counter the acid. Pair with bacon and pine nuts topping. That sounds amazing. I've actually already noted that. Oh, lucky to get away with this. Shahid Ali, it's just off the boil.
It sounds amazing, but then what I would say to that is I would do all of that anyway, but just not use the pineapple.
I've actually made a note of it, and I'm a hopeless cook, but I will be passing that on to the next person that's making pizza for me.
I don't think you cook anything, do you?
I'm useless.
You must be able to do a barbecue. You're from Australia.
Yeah, I'm very good at looking busy on the barbecue, but not making too many decisions, such as when to take things off and put them on. Anyway, it's the end of the 5th over. We've all got our different talents. And how about Umiop? I mean, they've got nothing to lose here. They've thrown down the challenge to Albies Army. They do have 3 wickets in the first half of this innings, and they've kept it pretty quiet. 38 for 3 after 5.
Doing pretty well. They should be more than happy. Yeah, Manawalan yesterday is when he put that... player, well, what was player of the match? He was my player of the match. He would have been player of the match when he took 3 for 8 against the Stockholm Tigers, but then Mia came along and smashed the ball for 6s.
That was old news, wasn't it?
Got themselves into the quarterfinal, and that was that. Everybody forgot what happened before
I think, you could take 8 wickets in a match, and if someone comes out and hits 2 6s off the last 2 balls to win, I think you got to give it to him.
Well, it was 3 6s he hit in the. Don't forget, it was the 3 6s in the over.
Yeah, for sure.
It was quite a weird over, wasn't it?
I watched it back last night, just to see if it was as good. Having a little nap.
Oh, well, look at that.
She's looking like she's doing
she has had a belly full of pasta, so I suppose you've got to...
Look who it is. Mushtaba coming on his leg spin, entering the game in the 6th. And this into the gap, it's going to be 4. So the kick not working. Sohail needs to do better there, doesn't he?
Yep.
Doesn't get his hands down to it. And a boundary. Qureshi gets his first. And Mushtaba's first ball does go to the rope.
Yeah, that's the disappointing from a player of the quality of Sohail Adnan. He's got to do better here. And in the end, he just ends up plonking it over the boundary rope. So Mujtaba, he won't be happy about that. But watch out for this man. If he gets it right, he can be a handful. He's sliced up towards 3rd. But the man from backward point coming in and saying, I want it. I'm making it mine.
Yeah, so I mean, they haven't blown him away at all, have they? In this innings of his army.
In the air, opportunity, corner ball chance, and he takes it crocodile style and does a bit of the ice cream as well, but it doesn't matter because Tahir Mujtaba has got the wicket.
Yes, and he does, and he's just saying that's the way to do it. Well, crocodiles eat fingers, and this one also, you're right, it's a crocodile meal. with ice cream for dessert, because this almost pops out of the jaws, doesn't it? And that's one of the biggest ice cream cones I've ever seen. It's, he does take the wicket, Mushtaba. Things going from bad to worse. Albies Army, don't forget, in the quarterfinals last year, they were the 4th team that defeated the top team on that occasion to get through to the semi-finals. As it is right now, they find themselves in a bit of trouble themselves, 43 for 4.
Good work from Mujtaba. I mean, he could have been disappointed. Well, he would have been disappointed by the fielding there from Sohan Adnan, but he just sticks to his task and gets a wicket for himself. Well done. Oh, he floats this one up, and it's a single for Alizai.
Yeah,
Alizai's
out there, and he can be a very good hitter as well. Any issue here? Okay, they don't mind losing wickets, but normally they're scoring quicker. That's the thing. Just looking back to last year. Come back to that in a second.
It's nicely played out on the off, and this will be 4 runs. Yeah, good shot. And Taz Qureshi. Look, we shouldn't undermine Qureshi when he did get his opportunity to have about 46 or 23 balls against Indiska. So he can handle himself with the bat. So I don't think they're going to be panicking quite just yet.
No, they won't. Also, Umyot, they believe that they can do this. They have some really good players, so why not?
In the air, this will stay hit. That's gone. It's beautifully timed. Just flights is up, but the thing about this one was it was a little bit leg side-ish. It was in the hit zone, and it gets hit. Powerful shot. Bole, bole, bole.
Seis Carreras, nice shot. Just a little bit over pitch maybe, but not an easy shot to go essentially against the spin. Qureshi gets 6. 50's up now. Albies Army 54 for 4. Well, not in a bad position, but still a game in the balance, I think. Just looking back to last year, it was the 3rd quarterfinal. This very, very game, 30th of July, it was Albies Army. They were 4th in their group. They took on Pakistanska Vereniging, who were 1st in their group. They held Pakistanska to 67, and then Albies Army, they chased it down in the 6th over, so plenty of time to spare at the moment. Umyot, they're hoping to turn the tables and do something like that to Albies Army, who finished top, undefeated through their group campaign this time around.
Yeah, Mia is going to continue. And, they've got 2 attacking batters to do it. Qureshi starting well, 16 just on 5 deliveries. There's Alizai. Looking to add to a few boundaries here, but that one gets good bounce, and he bats very deep inside his crease, and he doesn't look like he likes to come forward to the ball. So really, if you get a good bounce outside the off stump to him, it's going to be very difficult for him to get to it. And, good bowling again, and good wicket keeping as well from the captain, Majid Mustafa.
Yeah, really good keeping. He's slotted into that role nicely, Majid Mustafa. It was an awkward double bounce that he had to take, but scooped it up nicely. Mia, it's bowled a lot better today. Hasn't got a wicket yet, though. I'm sure he'd love to get one. Alizai normally likes to go leg side.
Oh, well, he drags this one way wide. It comes out all wrong. The shape was... Mia loses the shape. But it's only the dot. It could have been worse.
So I think this is an interesting contest, because I think Mia always wants to go really offside, just inside the tram line. Yeah. Alizai likes to go leg side almost at all costs.
And what does he do here? He still catches a bit of that line. You can see what he's trying to do. I don't mind this at all. It ends up in another wide ball. But,
yeah.
But I suppose a 1 is better than the ball being smashed to the boundary.
An acceptable wide. If you give away 1 or maybe 2 of those and over, it doesn't hurt you that much. If you bowl a Gundy ball, it can. And now this one is going to go high. It's in the air, and it is travelling out of the ground. So Alizai, he certainly was waiting for something a little bit close to his body. Still reaches for it. But geez, he's so powerful in that region. Maximal 6 to Albies Army.
Well, this one has disappeared, hasn't it? This is a monster shot. There you go. Bang. That's a Bizaway Super 6. And that ball has come back. Here we go.
95 pace now.
And this one flies away. And the fielder does brilliantly well, actually. That's really well done. We've seen a lot of fielders that have had issues out there. But, oh, man, there, Jaffrey, no problems for him.
Jaffrey is one of them that's had some issues out there yesterday. But how about this? I mean, does stop 3 runs, then rockets in a throw that hits the stumps. So, yeah, very, very good fielding. Nice to see the young man.
just making, he's moving Jeffrey just a little bit finer. So it's getting a bit finer.
And Mia, still 2 to come for him. Just making sure the stumps are in the right place. I think they are. All ready to continue.
It's well bowled. That's where he needs to be. Asking the question, getting a bit excited here. Certainly I didn't pick anything with the naked eye. Worth having a look at it again. And no, I don't think there's anything there at all.
Maybe it'll click when it went past, but did seem to have a bit of daylight.
I'm a bit concerned with his helmet, you know. It looks to me it's not behind the stumps at all. So I think if the wicketkeeper, see where it is. If the keeper makes an error, this could be 5 runs. This is played out towards off stump, and it's well picked up on the offside there. While the fielder does well, nice bit of fielding. This time it's a while.
7 overs and 64 for 4. Have a look at this though. We've got another angle of this. This is the proper ice cream cone. Have a look at this. This is the roving camera. He calls it. And wow, showed a lot of the ball out of the top of the fingertips. Did Mushtaba. But once again, we saw a spin doing the job and saying, well, there you go. This is exactly how we catch where I come from. It doesn't matter if you if you catch them, then no one cares. Anyway, just a reminder, you can join us on our social media at Mr. Maximo and at Rikavul respectively. But at European Cricket, that's the place you want to go to get a lot of the action, behind the scenes stuff, some interviews as well. Also, our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Subscribe to it if you haven't already. Plenty of highlights videos, play with the match videos on there. Of course, you get the live streams every day. Here's Gopi. 8th overtime.
Sit up in the air. Manavala could have another. Oh, he does. He's taken on the second attempt from the fielder, and he said it was spinning. It was spinning viciously. Well, it doesn't matter whether it was spinning or not. I'll tell you what, he's spinning at the moment. That's the head of Manavala, because he's spinning in the clouds, because it's another wicket to him. He just can't seem to do anything wrong at the moment.
Would have been a wide, I'm pretty sure. And you're right. Well, again, you won't find this in the coaching manual. You might find it like right back in the Appendix C or something like that. But unfortunately, Qureshi, he chases a wide one and pays the penalty as he becomes the 5th wicket fall. 64 for 5. Will bring Mohammad Zishan to the crease for the first time in the series. So we'll be hoping that he can get something going. But yeah, nice catch taken by Kayam Mia. Would say he's a bit nervous, I think, when it pops out of his hands.
Yeah.
He's down on his knees, probably praying that it'll come back, and it did. At the moment, they're on the way to kind of ugly 90, Albi Zalmi, although they keep losing wickets. But that's kind of the way it's going. They're on 89 pace at the moment. So it's not a total disaster. This gives us a chance to have a look at Mohammad Zishan for the first time.
Manavala bowling to him first up. Gets this dragged down, and the ball poodles along to the man at long on. They'll get the single.
And remember how many they chased yesterday, Umya? It was a crazy last over, remember that. But they chased 89. That was the target they needed. They end up with 90. So 89. They probably don't want to chase too many more than that.
It's well left. That's good. I'd like to see that. That's one thing that sometimes Al-Mizami, because of the style that they play, they're guilty of. They end up playing balls that they should be leaving alone, really.
Yeah, true. It's a skill in itself, is spotting a wide and leaving it, having a good eye. This is what we'd say in baseball. It's similar to kind of judging which pitches to swing at, which to let go because they're not in the zone. Gopi has been really good with the ball. 2 for 9.
He gets that movement away that draws Al-Azai into the shot, and then it just nips away from him. And Al-Azai is frustrated. It's not a big move of his feet. I mean, what he does tend to do, he walks out and then stands still again. But he's not a dancer, is he?
Al-Azai, 8 runs, 7 of them so far on the leg side. No surprises there.
This is well struck. It should be stopped, and it's not. It's a blooper, and it goes through Tatbik Raza. He's better than that. And little things like this, I mean, when things are sort of fairly even, Stevens, an error like this can make changes, and he needs to do better. It's not good. And you see there, Dana Oros, she's right there. She's got that one on her shot.
That hurts. especially after some of the fielding's been very, very good. That one leaks 3 runs. And Alizai, we must have heard me, because there's a boundary on the offside. Brings it back to 7-5. Gets to a dozen.
He's gone straight to this time. This could be another boundary, but no. Pradeep Singh comes across. Watch the throw. Nobody backing up. There is now.
There you go. So Tutbeek has been relieved of his duties, and Pradeep Singh's taken over down there. Manavarlan is the unfortunate one that had to cop the boundary on his figures, but still good contribution from him. 2 for 14. Last ball of the 8th over coming up. I still think we're heading for an ugly 90.
Yeah, love another.
Hasn't been pretty, but it's been effective. I think 90 should stand up for Albies Army if they bowl and field to their potential.
Up in the air, could be another. Oh, just fingertips away from Mujaba, and now in comes a very soft looking. I don't know who actually threw this, but I know it came from that area where 2 men came together. It could have been Hussaini, was it?
I think it's Mujaba that still threw it. I had my eyes on the centre to see if they're coming back, and it's pretty good runnings. And once again, we see some contortionist work. Here we go. Whoa!
Whoa! Wow, look at that.
It's a split throw. I've heard of the split save in ice hockey. That's a split throw from Mujtaba.
No wonder he's getting up, but he's doing all sorts of stretching now.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be the one helping out with that. 73 for 5 after 8. 2 for 16, Manavarlan. Very, very good effort from him. They've still got Hussaini to come back. They've got Mujtaba to come back if they want him. I wonder if they will, or whether they'll try and find another seam option. They're going to bring Amir Hussaini back now in the 9th. Alizar will be the one facing up. That was good running to get to. That ball never leaves the circle. They just spotted an opportunity. Better throw from Mujtaba. Maybe if he wasn't being snapped like a wishbone, maybe they would have got a run out. Instead, Alizar on strike. Just plays this one down to mid-on for 1.
Just the 1. So Adnan doing the fielding. How key is he going to be? Sohail Adnan and that big Raza with the bat, and the captain Tahir Mujtaba. I'd like to see Mujtaba open the batting. Firmly struck. But they look for 1, which they'll get, and think about the 2nd. And decide not to this time. Tahir makes no mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you. Don't count your chickens. Everyone seemed to think Umia just turning up. They're no chance. This is T10 cricket. Anything can happen. Alizai wants to put the foot down.
It did well, but again, there's Sohail Adnan there. Umia, the thing with Umia is I don't think they were ever out of it when it came to the way they went about things in the field and with the bowling. The issue was always their batting. And they just started to get that right, haven't they? They went from not being able to get past the 60s to 70s and 80s, and then yesterday they pulled off a remarkable victory, sees them playing this match, sees them in the quarterfinals, and they're a team that they've got belief, and when you've got belief, anything is possible.
That's true. Albies Army kind of kings of the low-scoring thrillers as well, if you've been following their journey on the European Cricket Network.
Really well bowled. Disappointed though that he's let this through. I don't think it was really as difficult as it was.
He had a bit of spin on it, so he had to go through 2 cuts of rough.
He misses it in his hands. Gets through him. Gets a single.
Pretty good over this from Hussaini. All singles so far. Last ball of the over coming up.
Hit well, but only far as the inner circle with Tahir Raza will do the fielding, and he's holding on to the ball. Maybe he's suggesting that he wants to bowl the last over, and he congratulates Hussaini for what was a good one. But no, this is a surprise. The man who was doing the splits has taken his cap off, and he's saying, I want it. Well, the two of them are going to have to fight over it. They're both having a conversation, and what's going to happen? Well, he's going to put his cap back on and have to go back. The captain's getting involved here now. Well, it's getting heated.
Yeah.
A few handbags.
So it might be kind of each. How are they going for time? They've got heaps. They've got 6 minutes. They could have 2 minutes each to press their case, and then maybe a minute of rebuttal. So it's just a case of whether you want to go for pace or spin. I probably would go with the pace just on the fact that they weren't able to get anything out of Amir Hussaini. So you'd go like for like. And so... yeah. So, 10th over coming up. All right, here we go. Now going for Tatbeek, unless he's yacked at the last minute. But I think he's going to win that debate. I think Rizvi Hoke was saying to me this morning, nobody trusts leg spinners. Nobody trusts spinners. And once again, you see it
they're not being deployed. They haven't been deployed at the right times, have they? We've seen that so many times. I mean, Machaba, he only went for 10. He came on in the 6 to bowl the 6, but they've got to be bowling them in the 4th over. And that's a good start. It's right in the midriff section of the batter, but leg bye is signalled.
Quick hello to Kitty Hunley, who's watching from the States. She said, so nice to see sunshine in Sweden. There's a tornado warning in her area. Oh, hopefully we don't have any of those in Czech Republic like we did last year.
Launches into this, and this has gone all the way over. Balle, Kinna Sona, Kinna Badda, Shakalagya.
Yeah, you see, I think Tatbeek, he's trying to stay away from Alizai's power zone, but he just gets a bit close to him. Alizai, he doesn't care anymore. He just whacks it. That was higher than it was long, but still goes for 6.
He's going for another one. Where's this one going? Pradeep Singh, oh, he's missed it. It's 1 bounce 4. And Diane Horace, that's the field in there. And, well, Pradeep Singh, he took the place of Beek Singh. And now they're going to replace him with somebody else.
Next.
Totally misses this. And
yeah, at least had to get round behind it and try and block it. Maybe didn't know where he was on the field. So Alizai, 6 and a 4, hungry for more, but getting a bit lucky. 3 to come.
Oh, this one's a terrible delivery. Look, to me, Tabeek Raza does not look like he's fit. He would normally be running in and bowling. He's bowling off a couple of steps. If you're not fit, why is he bowling this last over when there's only options? I don't get it.
He pressed his case, didn't he? Got to run.
Yeah,
They will.
Here comes the throw, and it's thrown to the wrong end for me. But is it out? Well, what's the umpire saying? We go for a line call. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think this is out. It's just a matter.
And it's 1 short as well.
Yeah, I think he's already walking because it's just a matter. He's definitely out. It's just the ball going on the stumps. I think the ball just slips out of his hand and onto the stumps, or he throws it onto the stumps. His hands don't seem near the stumps to me. Look,
yeah,
I think that's fine. I think that's the only look we'll get at it.
The umpire's a bit confused there. He doesn't know what signal to give first, but he gives the wicket.
I think the
he
ball's
gives the line call first.
Still in his hand when the stumps are broken. So I think this will be out. I think I've been wrong on these all day today.
Now, Diana's got it on a camera. She's already given the signal.
Yeah,
she said he's out.
Yeah, it's been given. So nice bit of fielding, but that's going to be a 0. So that's worse than actually just stopping at 1. Except for the fact maybe that Alizai gets back on strike. So Alizai was the offending party there. And so, yeah, the reason it's not a run at all, it would have been 1 plus run out, but because he doesn't touch his bat correctly, it'll be 0 plus run out. So that's a shame. And now we're going to see Kudratullah Mir Afzal.
You better. See? Yeah, Tabeek Raza is not 100% fit here. You can see he struggled just to bend down to pick the ball up. Okay.
So it'll be 91 for 6. All right. That's the actual score. And that's going to stay 91 for 6. So Alizai gets the strike back. Doesn't get a run. So I'm just giving you the... There you go. Now we're back where we need to be. Make that 9.5 and let's strap ourselves in. Last ball time.
Well hit. Work to be done by the ground fielder. Does well. They will go for 2. And it's a good throw. It's good thinking from the fielder rather than go to the bowlers. Then he goes to the
another one short.
Really?
Another one short. Alizai twice. He's a repeat offender. So that'll be another 0, Rico. So it's all fun to say go for the second. But let's just watch his bat. There you see. He hits the ball and keep an eye on him. Comes down and he obviously doesn't quite get over the line.
It doesn't go past the line.
And then, yeah, he's run out. So that's 2 runs that are just squandered. So they're going to stay grounded.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Here we go. This is in real time.
All right. I know you love that.
I love it. I love it.
It's
yeah, he doesn't slide the bat past the line.
Good throw to run him out as well. So they are going to finish 91 for 7. As Alizai ends up being the last wicket to fall, but he does contribute 26 to the total. And it will be 92, the target for Umio. Well, Azam, he won't be wearing the subs vest too long because he's ready for action. And let's go back and
can you imagine
have a look at some of the best bits of this innings.
If this ends up being just a couple of runs?
Yeah, I can.
Because they've lost 4 runs, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, 2 runs because there was wickets on one of them, so 2 runs.
Yeah, it was 2 runs because they would have been run out either way. But again, if they just stopped on 1. Anyway, Ismail Zia had to stop after swinging around a straight 1. Azam Khalil, well, once again, you know that he always holds the key. He did contribute 21 as we will hold the scorecard off for a second. Tapik Raza, that was one of his better moments in the field. There's a bit hit and miss for Umio, but for the most part, they're still in the game, still in with a chance, but they're going to have to bat really well in this third quarter final.
Yeah, they would, and they had to plug that gap, and they did. They stopped him playing that way, so Azam Khalil says, well, I'll take this one over there. But they did frustrate him, and by frustrating him, he tried to hit the ball to other parts of the ground. He wasn't able to, gets a bit of a bottom of the bat, and smashes it onto his stumps. Manav Ireland, well, he sort of found some new born energy from somewhere. There were some blips in the field, though. I mean, we saw about runs not taken because of those runs short from Alizai, but there was also some bad bit of fielding. We saw there from Sohail Adnan making a mistake. We saw mistakes in front of us as well. So they're probably, I suppose, given away, I reckon, around about 8 runs more than they shouldn't have done at one point. With this one, it almost took off the head of somebody who was practicing out there. This goes a long way up in the air and just keeps on sailing and going. There was some good hitting. I think there's a good catching as well. Mia gets a bit lucky there. He said it was spinning viciously, but he did keep hold of it. Well, this is the one that we're talking about from Tapik Raza. And it was on camera as well, Tapik. Unfortunately, Dan Horace was right there. And then he got moved. And, well, he got moved. And then there was this opportunity, I think, coming up here from Pradeep Singh. And he gets it all wrong. And then it was time for him to get moved as well. And this was the running there right towards the end. And unfortunately, it was one short again. And though Alizai does get run out, and the worst case scenario for him is that on 2 occasions he should have had an extra run on the board. It's not to be. So if it comes down to just a couple of runs, those runs short will be crucial. If it comes down to a handful of runs, a few of those misfields could be crucial as well. We have a look at that scorecard, and Ismail Zia and Sami Khalil, both of them going for 5, both hitting a boundary before they got themselves out. Azam Khalil, he batted nicely for 21, but then they seemed to cut off that corridor sort of at the offside for him, and he went to play a few other shots, and as a result of it, trying to force the ball straight out onto the long off position before he played on and got himself out. Taz Qureshi, he batted quite well there, and I think he's a batter that could probably come higher up in the order. He's shown that already, but it was Gomanath, Manav Ireland, that got him again. And then Zia Alizai, well, he swung and missed at a few, but he did get some 26 in the bowling. It was well spread out, but Manav Ireland hasn't he found his form at the moment. Good bowling also from Amir Hosseini. He's just 12 runs off his 2 overs, 16 of the 2 from Adnan. Both of those bowlers picking up a wicket. The other wicket went to the spinner, Mushtaba. He did go for 16, but he did pick up a wicket. So then, what do you reckon? Well, our win probability says Al-Mazami 74% to 26. So that's probably that's good odds for Umio. I think if somebody gave him those odds against Al-Mazami, they'd say, yeah, we'll take that. But look, they've worked hard. I'm going to give them that. They've worked hard. They've restricted Al-Mazami to 91. And I think, again, if they were given the opportunity, look, you're going to need 92 to try and book yourself a place in Saturday's finals day. I think you take it, and, well, that's what it is. And can they do it? Can they cause what would be a massive upset in the third quarter final? Well, you'll have to stick around and join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, Winnie Sandhu, as we come back for the conclusion of this quarterfinal. Evenly poised, it definitely is. 92 required by Umio if they are to cause an upset and book themselves a place in tomorrow's finals day in the semi-finals. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, as we invite you back to rejoin the third quarter-final here today between Al-Bazami. They're taking on Umeå. Umeå are the surprise package, really. They looked down and out yesterday, but had an amazing comeback in match number 38 against the Stockholm Tigers and got themselves a victory. And just see here now they're up against Al-Bazami. Al-Bazami batted first, 91 on the board. You'd have to say that in this series, especially in this group, that 91 is probably a pretty good score. Just give you an indication there at the back though. See how that wind has picked up. Take note of that because that will play a part in, well, the fielders trying to catch ball in the air and also the batters in the direction where they hit the ball. So it's probably I would say, a pretty decent score. Umeå, they've had troubles with the bat. And they start positively though. That's a lovely shot. It's pitched right up and Sohail Adnan says, yeah, I'll have that. It's in the slot and it's a powerful hit straight down the ground. 4 runs. Well, game on. Power play, that's what it's all about. They need to be positive in the power play. That's Qureshi doing the bowling. And, this time is well fielded by Qureshi. He's got Alizai straight down the ground. He would have stopped this. He's very straight inside the 30-yard circle, Alizai. Yeah, Umeå, that victory yesterday, chasing 88, getting to 90. That's what put them here. It's the way that they did it as well. With 3 big sixes being hit on the last over. 2 sixes were required, 12 of the last 2 balls. And Kyum Maya did it to get them there. So they already have done far better than they could ever have hoped to see themselves here in the quarterfinal and competing well. I think they've already had a fabulous series, but they're looking to go further. They're looking to come back tomorrow, but to do that they need 92. This catches a bit of the inside edge, and Sohail Adnan gets himself to the other end. So opportunity now for Tatbik Raza, who to me hasn't looked 100%. I think there certainly is some fitness issues there. Let's see how he fares. These two, probably along with their captain, Majid Mustafa, are probably the key main batters. And one of them has to go big if they're to have a chance. Raza hits this well, goes to Alizai. Makes the stop. Of course, the key for Al-Bazami, I think, is going to be their captain. Azam clearly has just been in top form with the bowling. Always takes wickets. Normally always comes on to bowl either the 3rd or the 4th. Usually it's the 4th. Qureshi once more. Back to Adnan. It's not a good ball, and this is going to be 5 wides, I believe. I don't think there's anything on there, so there you go. It's a Gandhi ball, and that's one thing you don't want to be doing. It just totally loses his line. You see the head goes right down, and that's one thing that you always taught to do when you're bowling. Keep that head still. You need to be looking what you're aiming for. Taz Qureshi lost his shape there, sort of falls over himself, and the ball goes way down leg side. So that's 5. That will certainly help their cause. Top bowlers this series for the start of today. Cameron Rashid. He's picked up 11 wickets. Oh, this is big. Balle, balle, ginna sona, ginna bada shaka. What a shot that is. That's probably one of the shots of the day. Oh, that's an amazing shot. Classy. And look at that. He holds the post for Dan Horas as well. And you can only look at it and admire. What a start. 17 off the first over. Oh, man, that's coming back into the the ice cube here with a look of surprise about him at the moment is Vinny Sandu. Welcome back.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's mission impossible, really, isn't it, for Umia, who were 2 balls away from being out of the tournament. They had to hit 2 sixes. They did yesterday. And now, especially after that first over, they've got a real window of opportunity to knock over Albi, but a lot of runs still to get, 75 in fact. But that first over going all wrong for Qureshi, especially the 5 wides. You don't mind, I mean, you don't like it, but you don't mind getting hit out of the ground with good shots. But to give the 5 away, it makes that over go from 12 to 17. And that was an absolute banger from Adnan. Last ball, wasn't it? So now we're going to see Lamar Momand, see if he can pull it back in the second. Second overs have been pretty good for bowlers today.
Wind getting a bit blustery now, as you see there in your picture. And this one will be called a wide.
It's a tough call. Let's see as it goes past the crease. This one kind of bounces almost on the crease, so I think you get a pretty good look at it. And maybe just getting a touch of the line as it goes past, but not much.
Not much in it. They're the hardest ones, aren't they, to tell? Because with that ball going across, you need to judge, well, when does it go past, before or after that crease? And this one certainly is wide. This one's wider than the last one. Not a good start so far. You can see that Umia are cheering every run that goes on that board.
Yeah, why not? They probably don't bat as deep as Albi Zalmi, but still, these top order players, if they get in, we could have a boil over on our hands. Albi Zalmi, a team who themselves came from 4th last year to get through the quarterfinals by beating the top-ranked team in the other group.
Better. And, just off the bat to it and guys just to the third man and take the single.
Of course, you're going to have to deal with Azam Khalil. He's been one of the bowlers of the tournament. Always seems to be economical. He's a wicket taker as well. But if you do get ahead in the rate, then you don't have to be so aggressive towards him. Maybe you can take your 12 off him and just bat with a minimum of risk and go after some other bowlers. Remand, this bowler we saw get some really good results in the ECL Champions League of European Cricket earlier this year.
Ooh, that's the issue that some batters have when that ball's coming across them. They end up playing down the long line. You see here, he's playing this with a straight bat, and he needs to be just angling that bat slightly so that the ball goes away in the off. He's playing it like he would be playing it with a bowler coming over the wicket, but the angle of the ball is different.
Got to get a wicket. Get Adnan here. Yeah, it's a game changer. Remand is a wicket taker.
It's well bowled. It's in the block hole. But Adnan so far has played that very well. Oh, this one sort of creeps through.
Yeah, batter kind of got in the eye line of Ismail's there. It'll just be a single though. And I would say those 2 runs short. Hope they don't come back to bite. Albi Zalmi. Target should really be 94 because the 2 running between the wicket errors made by Alizai in the last over, they only end up with 91 instead of 93. Still early days, halfway through this power play.
This one's short, and it gets past the big Raza. Raza at the moment, just I think he's already decided that his role maybe for now is just to stay there and just play the accompaniment role for Sohail Adnan.
He was the one that got him going though yesterday. Adnan had a bit of an off game when they ended up chasing that 89 to get through to these quarterfinals, and it was Tuppy that got them off to a flyer with a quick fire 30 odd.
He just allows this to go past him down the leg side. It's another wide. That's the 3rd in the over. So they're not being very good with his extras. It's something that Al Bazami normally are very good on. They don't give you too many freebies.
Yeah, true. They just need to steady it, don't they? I wonder if they'll turn to Azam Khalil in the 3rd over, even though it's in the power play. He has bowled in the power play on occasions.
Yeah, he has.
Maybe, I feel like they might just change the pace with him. I don't think they'll be going straight back to Qureshi.
Take the single. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tim. It's a big Raza yesterday. He's the one who gave them that start. 37 of 19 he scored. He's the one who kept him in the game. Of course, all of those performances, including the bowling of Manavalan, got overshadowed because of the way the match finished. But so many things that they did right in that one. Things they weren't able to do in the matches before. Probably a little bit too high. It's half an appeal and an apology also from Moman saying, yeah, okay, sorry. But you don't have to apologise. You're perfectly entitled to have an appeal.
Yeah, so 2 overs down. The score is 23 for no loss. But Chirka, Hammarby, they're two teams we will see in finals day tomorrow. The Tigers and Linköping, they've already been eliminated today on day 11. Quarterfinals Friday. And one of these two teams will go the same way, unfortunately. One of them will go through to the finals. They mashed out Indiska in the last game of the day, so plenty of action still to come right now. Could have another thriller. Umia, I think I said earlier in the tournament, and even going back to last year, they only won one of their 7 matches, but geez, they had so many close matches, so many close finishes. They don't get much closer than their last ball thriller yesterday. Let's see what they can do here. Can they push Albi Zalmi? Alizai in the third, and he almost takes an impossible catch.
Well, this has been absolutely smashed back at Zia Alizai. He almost takes a catch.
This was smashed. It was absolutely smashed. And you know, that goes so close to sticking. Luckily, it's his non-bowling hand. Plenty of little bones in your hand, you know. I think Zia Alizai is feeling every one of them right now. Ouch.
Yeah, that was hit really, really hard. And you've seen Moman, and then you see the captain, Azam Khalil, inspect the fingers. And they're both having a look. It wouldn't surprise me if you start to get a few bruises there, because I think that's part of the hand.
This is normal speed. We keep seeing the slow motion. Bang. It was hit really hard. It made a big sound off the bat. Tut beat Raza. Anyway, Alizai, he's fine. Let's get on with it.
And, it's a slightly slower delivery. And unfortunately, the man at Fine couldn't pick up.
Double fumble. Here's the thing with Ismail Zia. You got to get a bit closer, I think, to Zia Alizai, because he bowls a lot of slower balls. You don't want to be taking him on the second bounce. He couldn't deal with that. And so ends up fumbling it away. And then a double fumble allows the bite. Anyway, I liked that everyone had a look at Zia Alizai's hand and decided it was fine. There's no doctors out there, but they just said, yep, we see it.
Get on with it, they said. Hits this really well. Gets it past the infielders, chases on, and well, he'll have to look at this again. I suspect this may be 4. I think, and he's dived. His arm is over the rope. Let's have a look.
We'll try and slow it down when he touches the ball. Does he get rid of it first?
It's difficult to tell.
Yeah, is he still in contact with the ball there? So if it is inconclusive.
Well, the other fielder said 4, and that's why you can see Moman not very happy. The other fielder didn't pick it up straight away because he's saying 4. And you watch this again, and the other fielder's got the better
We'll try and slow
view.
it down when he's. We need to work out when he's in contact with the ball, which is there. He does seem to be touching the line, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I think it will be 4.
Yeah, and you see the fielder's reaction here. Look, he's already saying, yeah, that's 4.
And the other fielder's saying, I think it was Moman saying, hey, don't give it up. Let's see. Yeah. Let them make up their own minds.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think it was the right decision, though, based on what we saw.
Yeah. So 4 runs. It was a good shot. Well timed.
This good start continues for Umia.
And this one's up and over the Moman, who does everything he can to try and get to it. He can't. It's 4 more. And well, 1 or 2 of his fielders saying, come on, you could have done better than that. Well, if he could have done better than that, well, the only thing he could have done better is to take a step ladder out to him.
Yeah, that's true. But one thing is he kind of stands his ground. I think the suggestion would have been if he takes 2 steps back there, maybe he can get a hand on it, because he did stay still for a long time, thinking he might be able to jump and get it. He couldn't, and 4 more runs.
This is hit even better. Where's this one going? All the way, I believe. Balle. Well, they still believe. Are we going to see something incredible here? Are we going to see the underdogs beat the almighty Al-Bazami? What a start this is. And Sohail Adnan, after 2 4s, he hits a big 6. This is amazing stuff at the moment.
Yeah, you got to get him, and you got to get him soon. He's hurting on the scoreboard. 38 now on this power play. Last ball coming up from Alizai.
Here he goes for another one. Balle. Oh, it's all happening there in the middle. What a shot this is. You can't be pitching up to him. Get him to cut it, but don't pitch it up. You pitch it up, and he is going to clobber you over the boundary.
Yeah, the Cinderella story continues at the moment for Umia as the power play costs 44, and they decided not to bowl Azam Khalil in the third. I'm sure, I bet my bottom dollar we'll see him in the fourth, because that is the end of the 3-over power play, 44 for no loss. And just have a look at that. And things taking a bit of a turn, to say the least, in the third over, Rico.
Well, what's happening there? That's the old DJ in the old style when they had the old vinyls going.
In that over, they've gone from over 60% chance to what did it say just there? Like below 20 or something like that?
I didn't see I was scratching.
Oh. But Azam Khalil is going to come on now. And Raza hasn't had to do too much yet. He'll be facing up his 3 off 6.
Now, they've got to play smart here. Got to play. If you're me, you play smart. Still play your natural game, but don't take any chances, because you just got to get through 2 overs of this man who normally is the wicket-taking machine for Al-Bazami.
You can take 12 or even 10 off Khalil's 2 overs and you're happy, I think. So here we go. 4th overtime. And just losing his run there. Azam Khalil. He's getting his field right. Al-Bazami, they do love a thriller themselves, though.
Slightly shorter one, and I think you saw the slightly cautious approach there, not trying to attack it.
Yeah, and you don't want to be too conservative to me either, but I think I agree with you. It's going to be a very gripping middle over period. Moved a fielder over there, go straight to him. This is what I would say, though. Umia, they're trying to pull off a bit of an underdog story, but Al-Bazami themselves, they've been underdog stories, haven't they? Shoes on the other foot now.
Chance.
This is in the air. And yeah, it is taken. And so, well, they needed something, didn't they? And so, I think that is Chowdhury that'll take the catch, a short third man. So they tried to be a bit careful. Even that didn't work. He couldn't resist himself, could he? Tatbik Raza, he'll go for 3 off 8. He's the first wicket to fall. It is a wicket, it's not the danger man, Adnan. But Tatbik, yesterday's hero, he goes. And the score is 44 for 1.
Yeah, he just couldn't resist, and that was clever bowling from Azam Khalil. He's thought, well, okay, if I'm gonna ping them in, if you like, and you're gonna play cautiously, what are you gonna do if I just float one up? And it looked like Tatbik Raza, who hasn't really got going in this one, thought, okay, maybe this is my opportunity to find a boundary. But instead, he finds the hands of the fielder. The catch is taken, and they do get the breakthrough. It's not the wicket that they want, but it is a wicket. And you know what they say, when you get one, others do follow. So this is exactly what Al-Bazami needed.
Don't forget, yesterday it was Tatbik that did the damage, wasn't it? So, Azam Khalil, he's going to have to try and bowl his team back into this game. Look, they're not even halfway there yet. A lot can happen. Don't forget, Umia hardly setting the world on fire for most of the group campaign. Well, they are coming with a rush here in quarterfinal number 3. It's the captain, Majid Mustafa, who comes out at number 3.
Yeah, Mustafa's quite happy just to push this out so far. No runs off this over. And that's the 4th delivery. Azam, the quicker one. This is worked away, just steered away on the onside. Azam gets the throw in. And he knows there's always somebody backing up. The bail has come off there. I think that came off before. Maybe the wind, I think, just knocked that off. So they do get a run off the over. Only the one for one so far. Looking to finish well. And yeah, that's good. I like that from Sohail Adnan. He's already decided, well, it's one ball. I'll see it out. We've made such a good start here. There's no point in me throwing my wicket away. He knows that he's got to be the key player.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I was just trying to make the comparison. Al-Bazami, they were a team that last year, they finished 4th. They had to pull off a big upset. In fact, they're all upsets. They ended up winning against Pakistanska Fernandingi in the quarterfinal last year. And then they got through to win the whole tournament. And Umia, it's even more amazing in a sense because they probably shouldn't even be here, you could argue, because they had to hit 2 sixes off their last 2 balls yesterday. So it's crazy stuff. We can always expect that in Stockholm. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. And we're enjoying our Peacock Friday, aren't we, as well?
Certainly are. We're enjoying a very good Friday at the moment. It's quarterfinal Friday, it's Peacock Friday. And the weather has been pretty kind to us so far. The wind is just picking up. looks like that they are going to make a change here, and it's going to be Afzal to bowl. Starts down the leg side.
Yeah, so look at that run rate required. I'm going to look at this differential again. That's what I'm into at the moment. At the moment, it's 46 off 36, so 10. So plus 10. They need 10 more runs than balls remaining. And I think Obizalmi, they'll be wanting to keep it at 10, or maybe even extend it a little bit.
Chance. Oh, just out of the reach. And he squares up the captain, Mustafa. And Mustafa likes to play the onside, doesn't he? He gets the wrist into play a lot. And this one could have gone anywhere. It was only fraction away from Shahid Ali.
Super close. Good start by Kudratullah.
Short, that's Gundy, and that has been sent away a long, long way. That is the shot of a man that's in good form. What a hit this is. Boom, shaka lagia.
Not a great ball. I was just thinking, Obizalmi, I know they've been doing a fair bit of training and they work hard on their cricket, but they haven't had any time in the European Cricket Series for a week now. And at the moment, they need to turn things around pretty quickly. 50 comes up. It's only in the 5th over. Again, I do think there's a window of opportunity for them, but it does involve getting through both of these batters and getting them both out. If you don't, I think you're going to struggle to defend this total of 91.
Afzal needs to get outside the off stump. He does. Better. And he gets respected by Adnan. Adnan knows he can pick and choose at the moment. Look, you know what I'd like to see come on the bowl next? I mean, I wouldn't go for Khalil. I'd save him. I'd go for Faseet Chowdhury. Yep.
Yeah. Maybe. Can be expensive though. It's a gamble worth taking.
But you've got to do it while you've got the runs to play with. This one is a false shot. A big opportunity. Qureshi takes a catch, and that's a big catch. That's the wicket they needed. They get Sohail Adnan for 38. And Sohail Adnan was being so careful. He was picking and choosing. He decided he was going to go for this one. Hits it, but doesn't get it past Qureshi. They know that is a big wicket. And all of a sudden, Obizalmi are up and about.
When you're flying on the highway, it's hard to go down a gear. And Adnan, again, he wanted to keep going. One false shot and gone. Taz Qureshi, pretty safe pair of hands. Takes it. Stop, drop and roll stuff. Kudratullah. Mir Afzal gets the big breakthrough. The 50 comes up, but now they've lost their opener. But not before he's got them off to a flyer. Sohail Adnan makes 38 off 16. 3 fours and 4 big maximos in there. 53 for 2.
He's had such a good series. I don't know if that's the last time we're going to see him or not, but if it is, I just want to say he's been an outstanding player. Sohail Adnan for Umia, he's been fantastic in the field, fantastic with the bowling front, and that was a super knock for him from him. So look, I wish him all the best for the season.
Rico, you're running him off already?
I'm riding the batter off. I said if the last time you see him.
Rico's got the inside mail.
If it's certainly the last time you see him, you're not listening.
Hey,
the viewers are listening. They listen to me. No, I just wanted to acknowledge Sohail Adnan because I think he's been so good.
Very, very true. And I'm just joking.
I know you are.
I know that you realise they're still in
just
this
eat some more pineapple, will you?
And here we've got Hossaini, who's coming out. Starts with a single.
Look, you like your pineapple. I know Diana likes pineapple as well. Diana, she's weird. She doesn't just like the pineapple. She likes it with Nutella. I don't know what the story there is. Pineapple and Nutella together.
Nutella. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one before. It is windy. It's blowing all directions as well at the moment, the wind. Can't quite work it out.
So gets enough bat onto it. So who we got out then? Well, look, you still got the captain, Mustafa.
Yeah, for sure.
He's not a. I wouldn't say he's a general big hitter, but he certainly can occupy the crease and play some nice shots. Hossaini's come out there. Now, I did say before the start of this match, Amir Hossaini is one man. We have not seen the best of him as yet. He performed okay in the field. He bowled not too bad. Is he going to be the star with the bat? 50 is up. 54 for 2 at the halfway point.
So they were 44 after the power play. Just one came off the 4th from Azam Khalil, who is going to come back here now. Kudratullah did go for the maximo, but he did get Sohail Adnan soon after. It's probably a good trade-off, as this one should be a simple catch. Khalil is going to hold it, and, well, we do have another wicket, and I don't think that Hossaini could resist. He went after Khalil straight away, so Umia just struggling a little bit through these middle overs. He had to just navigate a couple of obstacles here, including the opposition skipper. And in the end, if he didn't catch it, I think it was going to be run out. Azam Khalil gets a wicket, another one. He's got 2 for 1 now. He's keeping his team in the game. It's 54 for 3.
Yeah, Azam Khalil doing what he does. And, well, Amir Husseini, he's not paying much attention to me. I thought that he was one that could, if he could apply himself, make a difference in this match. He goes now, and really, you've got to say that perhaps the only man left there is Majid Mustafa, but it's a lot of work for him to do.
I'll tell you someone that's coming out there now is yesterday's superstar, yesterday's hero, Kaya Mia, who hit 2 sixes off the last 2 balls to even get them here. Now he's going to face, and well, he's coming off a heater, but yesterday seems a long time ago now. He's facing Azam Khalil.
Ooh, well, he plays a defensive shot. Khalil gets this one right up there. Khalil, well, once again, he's the mastermind in the bowling front for his team, the captain, making things happen.
He's being super defensive. You might as well just put up the shutters.
Whew, what is that all about?
What are you feeling? The pressure, are you? I've got to tell you, it is windy in here. The cube feels like it's imploding because all the wind's coming in on all angles.
Oh, done him. Well, that's what happens. And Azam Khalil takes his third. And a great bit of bowling from him. It's 3 for 1 now from him. And yesterday's hero is no more. He has to go. And Vinny Sandy will tell you, I called this 3 balls ago.
Oh, and yeah, he's too careful by half. And Mia, gets a good one, though. I mean, this is the thing about Khalil. He can get that carom ball to go away from you. So it's almost like he's trying to block out the match, and he can't get any bat on this. It's just class bowling from Khalil. The Calypso Collapso is on. Rico Umio in a bit of trouble now. 54 for 4. Look, they're still on target run rate-wise. But, yeah, 4 wickets. And 4 pretty quick wickets in the space of a couple of overs, changing the face of this match.
Yeah, it goes to what I always say. Look, you can play smart, but you still have to play your game. Mir's game is not to go out there and defend. His game is to do what he did yesterday and hit 6s. So he tried to block 3. He got away with 2. The third one goes straight through. Got to play your game here.
New batter out there is Mushtaba.
And Mushtaba almost puts this straight into the hands of, I think that's Shahid out there. Shahid Ali.
Oh, what a game we got in store. This is what I love about this format, Rico. The things that we see, the match swings so quickly.
And, captain versus captain. And it's defended. And that's not bad bowling figures. We've seen some bowling figures here today. We've seen the hat-trick. We were saying we haven't seen a hat-trick in a long time. And we got that from Asif Khan. Then we saw 3 for 1 from Mohammad Munir, the captain of Harmaby, and that helped them get to a victory. Now we've seen 3 wickets here. What's happened?
I know everyone has their opinions on the win probability graph, but I like it because I mean, you can disagree or you can agree, but what it does show you is the match swings around. And this one has just wildly changed from one to the other. Now, saying it's pretty much dead 50-50. Some of the other bowlers have to step up. Kudratullah, Mir Afzal coming back for his second over.
But it's going to be a bit easier now, isn't it, with Sohail Adnan gone.
And he's the one that got rid of him after he got whacked for a big 6.
Now, the other thing, a point we haven't made as yet, Vinny, the way this wind is now blowing, it's blowing from behind us, and it's literally taken us off. So every time that ball is hit straight and hard, this wind is going to catch it.
Yeah, but my issue is it seems like the wind's coming from 3 directions at once because all of the walls from the cube are getting pushed in. I can't work out how that's possible.
Oh, well, this is just outside the line, so it was 1 or 2 appeals, but nothing from the bowler or the keeper. The keeper, I suppose, was a bit too busy.
I'm going to get a second opinion. I'm looking at these
flags. Where are you going?
What's going on? Yeah, I've got no idea which way the wind's
You haven't
going.
looked at the wind?
It's a bit left to right.
There's a fair bit coming from the right side when you were next to me.
Speak for yourself.
Is that to do with the lunch? Beats him.
His army have gone now up to 73%. Wow. I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes winning's a habit. Hobby's Army, they just have a lot of experience under pressure. So I think of all the teams that have been staring down the barrel, so we're 44 for no loss after 3 overs. Hobby's Army would have believed that they could work their way back in this match, and now they have, at worst, it's 50-50.
That's nicely played, and he likes to watch his shot all the way through into the hands of the fielder. Well, that was interesting. He plays the shot and he does a 360 and runs backwards to get to the other end. Oh, we all have our styles.
Maiden Waters just saying, remember when the tent was blown away last season? We sure do. We had the tent graveyard. I think we were in Kiel. That was one of the times.
Kiel,
I mean, there were plenty of times that the tent blew away. The cubes held up pretty well.
We lost a few in Rome as well, didn't we? Another big swing. And, well, this has been given. And let's have a look at this. I mean, there wasn't much of an appeal. I mean, the bowler only appealed because I think one or two of the fielders appealed.
It's height. That's the concern.
Nah, that's too high.
You think so? I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see it from side on. He is a long way back in his crease. We'll slow this down as much as we can for you. You'll see. Yeah, that to me, I mean, we don't know where it's going to go after the pad, but it did hit him kind of high up. That's an indication. Low is deep, kind of back on the popping crease. Felt that one was climbing, but the umpire, he's the man, as you normally say, Rico. He's the one that's standing wicket to wicket. He thinks that's gone, and Umia thinks going from bad to worse. They've gone from 45 without loss. They've now lost 5 wickets for 13 runs. So it's 58 for 5 with the ball to go in the 7th over.
Yeah, that's a harsh one, I think. Also, the ball hitting the thing. I think it was also probably moving away down leg as well slightly. But for me, the bigger issue was the height.
Sometimes you go on little indicators like where the ball hits the pad, things like that, because you probably can't see the stumps. This one certainly isn't going over.
No,
It's
that
up the
one.
block hole.
Let's see, that one given. I have no issues with it. It's full, it's straight. And, end of the over. So the real struggle in here now. 59 on the board. Now they're 5 wickets down.
And suddenly they have Hamizami well in control of this game. But anything can happen, and anything can happen in the last game of the day as well. Mashta taking on Indiska for the last spot in the semi-finals. You can see Mashta, they were very, very good in Group B. 7-1 record against Indiska, who struggled a bit, 2-6. And for them, looking at a couple of their players, Sachin Sharma and Gurvinder Singh, because no Sanjay Serene in their lineup, so Gurvinder will be leading them. And yeah, I think it's a real opportunity for Indiska. They'll be inspired as well by Umia and the kind of challenge they've put up here. And of course, plenty of cricket to go in this one. That match will be starting in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Right, here's Taz Qureshi. It's a bit expensive in the first. He's coming back in the 8th.
No one there. Now this is the issue you got now. You've got Mustapha up there and Pradeep Singh. You've got no batters left that we've seen any firepower from Umia. I mean, they used up Mir early. Mir came in and he couldn't do anything. Tries to block out Khalil, so he goes without scoring. So now, really, I can't see where these runs are going to come from.
Qureshi can come in. He's bowling at 2 fairly new batters, and he can execute his skills, I think. A bit of pace, and now they've got the 3rd man in place. I think that's a good field positioning as well. So now we're getting up to that 2-a-ball kind of territory. Once again, runs on the board. Look like they're going to hold up. Not going to call this one too early though, Rico. Do have the bowlers to close out though. They've got quite a few options, Albies Army.
Qureshi. It's fairly well struck. It's not a bad delivery as well. Qureshi now just bowling sort of wicket to wicket. It's the case of, well, look, that's where I'm going to be. You either you hit it or you miss it. It's up to you.
Here's the thing. I mean, you've got some bowlers like Alizai that got hit for 4 consecutive boundaries at the end of his first over, but different batters at the crease. I think Alizai is so experienced, you can bring him back and not worry too much about it. They haven't scored a boundary since Sohail Adnan got dismissed.
Yeah, they're not even taking the singles there. The non-striker is saying, nah, I don't want it. And now he's going to have a chat with him. And not sure what he's going to have a chat about there. That's Mujtaba. And Mujtaba always has a lot to say, but that's a single. Run, man, run. That's what you got to do. You need runs here.
Do you think they're just setting it up for a big finish, Umia? They did it yesterday.
This match is gone.
They took 19 off the last over yesterday. They took 20 off it, in fact. They only needed 19.
Normally I'm the optimistic one, but I'm telling you, this match is gone. Oh dear. Well, he's got to get back somehow. I don't know how this has happened. It was all about yes, no, chal, nahi, chalo. Stay there, and in the end, it's nada. Mujtaba, he's just got to make up his mind what he wants to do.
Ismail's got to try an overarm here. Because look, and then he just sort of lobs it back. No run the result.
Mujtaba, he's an interesting character. Qureshi. Well bowled. Pradeep Singh. He's had his opportunities with the bat, hasn't he? We've seen him out there plenty of time, but again, normally when he's out there is this sort of situation. And a lot of conversation happening there, Mujtaba. He's trying to put his case forward there to Singh. As we have a look at these bowling figures, and it's Azam Khalil, really, look at that.
He's heading for another player of the match performance, I think, 3 for 2. And you add that to the 20 that he scored. Okay, not his best innings with the bat, but still pretty useful. But, just the 2 runs off Qureshi's over then, just the 2 singles, certainly performing well. And now, suddenly the game seems out of sight. 15.5 and over required. And we're going to see Lamar Momand to bowl. So you've got heaps of options, like I said.
Thing is, though, when you look at that scorecard, I mean, we're talking like Umia have done really well, and they have, but only one man with the bat has done well. Nobody else, apart from Sohail Adnan, has scored any runs on the board. And it was only his remarkable innings that set them up where they were. An appeal there, and you can see that my man is saying, sorry, but I did hear something. I don't know what it was. So I'll tell you what, this wind blowing away the way it is, you're going to hear all sorts of things.
T10's a funny game. I mean, Umia, they had 1 foot in finals day, didn't they? I mean, but as quick as it's come, it's gone. So, what a roller coaster ride for them. What a tournament for them. It's Momand. Maybe you're right to write them off. So none went. Maybe you knew something. Wow. But yeah, I mean, Shrug saying I'll be with a class act in the competition. Would have been interesting to see them against the top 4 at Landskrona. But here's the thing: the winner of this ECS and the winner from Landskrona, this is Jönköping, or Malmöhus, I should say.
Malmöhus.
Pardon me. Oranges mixed up. They will play the Swedish Cup T10 winners. You know, 4-way shootout for the ECL qualification. So they will get to whoever that is that wins this tournament, get that opportunity. But yeah, Humvee's Army, they've just shut everything down to all those boundaries, and there were plenty of them. Now, nothing happening. In fact, the 3 4s and 4 6s in this innings, they're all off the bat of Sohail Adnan. Yep. Nobody else at all has been able to hit a 4 or a 6.
So this is called wide, but I think it's one that Singh would have hoped to have got bat onto. Yeah, I mean, that's what's the amazing thing about this innings. When you have a look at that scorecard, it'll be even more amazing, because only Adnan was the one who was able to blaze away. And it's unfortunate because he looked like he was thinking rightly, because he defended a few, left a few, and then he just went for one that he backed himself to make. Yeah. It was those straight ones that he's hit really well. But
that's the way he played.
It's the way, yeah, you can't fault him, but he needs some help. This one's up in the air. Is it going to carry? Oh, it does, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that's quite a big mistake from, is that Sami?
Yeah, Sami Khalil does not too many, and what's worse, it does get to the boundary, so it's an assisted Quattro Cadenas, as we see batter stepping across Pradeep Singh. I would have thought he's gone for all money. Sami doesn't drop too many of those, but it is blustery, Rico. Maybe just forcing a misjudgment, ball blowing around. Yeah. It does make it, I suppose it keeps it interesting. We've written them off, but 24 off 9. Can they get a couple more boundaries here? Yeah, I mean, I get what he's thinking there, but he doesn't get the ball he wants, and the fine leg's in place as well. So Pradeep wanted to go funky. He gets nothing.
Yeah, it just, the thing is, the ball, he moves almost once the ball, he doesn't move before the ball bowls hard. You can't even say that the bowler saw the movement and bowled it there. I think he just sees the ball being bowled and then he moves. Would have been better off just waiting. Let's see how he deals with this one. I think this one may be on the stumps. Well, no, he went for the short one, but he's gone down the leg side again, and that's not an easy one for Azmiel Zia either. Behind the stumps, he's taken a few, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. To come now still. But yeah, it does look like Zia Alizai is also going to get away with his 2 1-shorts in the last over, which saw the total only 91 instead of 93. Anyway, still got to finish it off. Momand trying to close things out.
And this is sliced away. Could be another boundary. It will be. And this one slices away.
Oh, well, hold on a second. So let me just see where we're at now, because that takes it under 20. They need 19 off 7. Remember, 19 is what they needed off the last over last night. And I know different opposition, but Umia, they're the masters of the great escape, aren't they? Still a ball to go. Pradeep gets a bit lucky. You make your own luck, as they say in the classics. Who's going to bowl this last over? That's my question as well. Will it be Alizai, or will they try a different option?
Probably will be Alizai. I'd be surprised if they mix it up.
Yeah. Last ball of the ninth. I think he might be out here. And they were hesitated about whether to run at all, you see.
Keep it on the gloves.
Yeah, let's have a look. We'll slow it down for you around here. It's an interesting one. We'll have to really slow it down. I mean, firstly, is he even out? Because he does take it super quickly. Yeah, he's got the ball in his gloves there. I think he's gone. Yeah, I think for me, the ball's already in the gloves. It's about as quick as you can get. And I think it's one of those ones where the gloves are next to the stumps and the ball pushes the gloves onto the stumps. It's actually really good wicket keeping if you can do it cleanly. He does, and so unfortunately it's going to result in a run out. Mushtaba will be the man who goes at 73 for 6. And that was also, I think, about getting Pardeep Singh on strike for last over. He was the man that through skill, luck or design was able to get a couple of boundaries that over. They will need 19. Once again, the same amount of runs off the last over as they did yesterday. They did it yesterday, but today, will it be the same story or something different? It will be Alizai, who went for 21 in his first over, or 20 plus a bye.
Yeah.
So here's a guy who just has a knack of being a hero at times as well. Gopi Manavalan. He's been really entertaining to watch.
Yes, and he's got better and better, you know, with every match that he's played. And I like the way he plays as well. He's always smiling. He's always got a smile on his face. He's a good character, Manavalan. We've certainly enjoyed his talking to him at the end of some of the matches. Had a good day yesterday. But could there be a surprise in the package here? Alizai, in he comes.
To beat Alizai, you've got to bat like Alizai. Get across and just whack it over the leg side. Really a whack. Are they going to try 2 here?
Yeah, they do, and they get it when they get 2. They could have even thought about 3, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think they want Pardeep to face these. Now, where are we at? That's 17 off 5. How are you going to do that? Probably 3 boundaries. Maybe 4. All right. Let's roll. Alizai. Going for 2 here. They're not going to get away with it this time. And a good run out. Really good run out. Zia cleans up. I just had a feeling Khalil was going to hunt down Pardeep at the keeper's end. He did. Nice pick up from the keeper. That's class act. Fielding. Team fielding from Albi. And so, well, with that, pretty much any dim hopes of Umia fans are going to go down the drain. Did the right thing, Pardeep. Tried to get back for a second and pinch the strike back, but he's got to go. And Albi, they're fired up. They've had a real fright here in quarterfinal number 3, but it looks like they're going to get through. And after that, it is 76 for 7.
Yeah, Pradeep Singh, it's probably the best contribution he's made with the bat. He did, I suppose, going into this last over with those couple of boundaries, he did give him some hope that with that run out there and the new bat again and strike, that you'd expect that to be all but extinguished here. As we get the update going up on the board, come up in a minute. It's, I think it'd be 16 or 4.
16 or 4. This is where you'd love just a top edge 6 or something like that. As we are going to see Sabharwal, who is facing up. Haven't seen a lot of him at the crease this tournament.
This one is straight at Alizai. Not quite as fast as one he had to deal with earlier. Then he took his hand off. This one is just, I think he banks this hard into the ground and there's no run there. Manavalan is trying to get to the other end and he can't. So
Manavalan stranded. He said, hold on, I'm batting way above you. Why am I stuck down here? Anyway, 3 to come now. And so I think it started with a roar. It's going to end with a whimper, isn't it, for Umia? I've got to say, I really enjoyed the way they fought things out. I mean, I remember last year they were 1-7. They only won the one game, but they had so many close games they lost. I think they lost a golden ball. They lost one by 2. I think they lost one by single digits as well. Once again, they've been the masters of the close games, always bringing excitement to the viewers. I'm not going to run here, but you know, they certainly showed anything's possible, and they'll have that victory yesterday forever. It's one of the great moments, I'm sure, in the club's history to come from an impossible position. And look, they believed as well that they could do this today, and they had their moments with the ball, didn't they, early on, looking like they might keep Albi something even lower. And then obviously the start they made when they were 44 in the power play, just unfortunate. It hasn't worked out. We wish them all the best for the season ahead. Here's the last ball.
And you're not even going to take a single. They'll say, right, we'll just call it a day. And that's the way it will be. So, Ireland, he does go out there, but he doesn't get a chance to face the ball. Sabrawal, he plays out the full deliveries and the old dots. And there's a big smile on the face of Azam Khalil as he applauds and starts to take the high fives from some of his players. But they weren't happy at the beginning when things weren't going their way. Remember the first over we went for 17. And then it was 44 at the end of the power play without a wicket down. And then Azam Khalil, who else, comes on to bowl, and then that changes things around. But early on, it was a lot of good shots and big shots, all coming from the bat of Sohail Adnan. And also, those 5 wides certainly didn't help early on.
It was a horror start, wasn't it? 17 off the first. The balls were flying all over the ground. And there's a real sense of, I don't know what it is, a bit of a euphoria, I think, for Umia. But what I would say is that Alizai's left hand was stinging, but also his pride was stinging, I think. That one that was 4 in the end. It went 4-4, 6-6 at the end of his over. Magical over. The game was alive. They decided to bowl Zia in the power play. Didn't work out. As at this stage, you really thought that Umia, they could probably pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, this was a huge hit. I mean, there were some massive hits there. I mean, the way he struck the ball, getting that foot planted down the line was good. Well, to Beak, he maybe should have just been patient. He wasn't hitting it so cleanly. Maybe he should have just played the anchor role. And the new batter, captain, came in, got lucky early as well. But the big moment, of course, was the catch that was taken. And it's coming up here. Afzal was the bowler. He went for that big shot again over the boundary, but not able to do it. Qureshi coming in. You can't blame Adnan, but when you look at the scorecard, I think it was probably only just him, and maybe there at the end, Pradeep Singh, that got into double figures.
Yeah, had they been up with 13, but yeah, they tried everything they could to keep the score moving. But earlier on, it was Azam Khalil that really broke the game wide open. He was putting the confusion rays on the ball. He is difficult to face because he can get it to go both ways. As he took 3 for 2, Kudratullah got that decision marginal at best. As unfortunately, as Mustafa, they had to go. And this was the only boundary really after Sohail had been dismissed. And there would be another one to come. Later on, a few run-outs. Mustafa became collateral damage, didn't he? And Alizai as well was brought back. Didn't have to deal with Adnan anymore. Azam Khalil was able to gun Pradeep down as he tried to pitch the strike back. And they're all smiles then. A few nervous moments for the hosts, but they do get the job done in the end by 15 runs. And we now know that they have booked their spot in the finals, along with Bachirka and Hammarby. And this is what's coming up. We got Mashta versus Indiska in the last game of the day. Mashta, they've been pretty good so far. Had a few injury worries last night, but I think all those players have come up 7-1 Mashta, and they will have Shahid Mustafa behind the stumps. They've got a pretty strong top order, we know that. But they won't be batting first. Indiska, they won the toss. They're going to have a bat. They want to defend. I don't think Mashta, they mind chasing. I think they normally like it. But they are going to have to deal with some slightly different bowling options, I think, than they're used to in Group B. Particularly about Govinder Singh, who will lead Indiska in this game. And also the moon ball offerings of Sachin Sharma when we return in around about 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting match. Interesting. The Indiska, they want to have a bat first. Well, why not indeed? Well, this is how this one ended up. And Sohail Adnan, as I said at the time, a marvellous effort from him. He almost did it single-handedly. But needed some support. He wasn't able to get any. Then Majid Mustafa, when Sohail Adnan went, he was really the only one that could have done it. He was, well, he got quite a harsh decision for LBW. And once he was out of there, there was no real sting left in the batting of Umia. But look, they're going to be a very proud team when they make their journey back up north. They've got a long way to go, and they've got a lot of time to reflect on a lot of good that they've done here in this series, and they've certainly won a lot of hearts and a lot of friends, and we wish them all the luck for the rest of the season. As we have a look at the bowling figures of Al Nizami.
This is what champions do when they need their leaders to rise. They rise, and Hassan Khalil 3 for 2, just a single run off each of his 2 overs. And Kidratullah, he did a good job as well. I know he got a marginal decision that went his way, but he came back well after getting whacked for a 6 early in his spell. He ended up with 2 for 12 off his 2 overs. So confirmation of the result in the third quarterfinal is Al Nizami 91, Umia 76. Sorry to say goodbye to Umia. Certainly hope we see them very shortly in the European Cricket Series. Love to see them back in 2023. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to take you into quarterfinal 4. Mashta, they'll be chasing Umia. They have been eliminated, but it will be in Diska that have won the toss, and they'll be batting first in the fourth quarterfinal. When we return, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And hopefully you're having a great day. We're bringing you the action here from Stockholm. Get ready for more of it when we return. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Quarterfinal Friday. Well, it's also Peacock Friday and we have just one more quarterfinal to go. We'll find our last qualifier for finals day and we're going to see the table toppers from Group B, Mashta. They are here and they are going to take on Indisco. Finished 4th in Group A. Haven't seen Indisco for just over a week, but it will be good to see them again. Let's go to Stefan Gooch. He's out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Heads the call.
So it is Gurvinder who's stepping in as captain in the absence of Sanjay Serene today. He's elected to bat first after winning the toss here in quarterfinal 4, match 44. Look, Indisco, they have an interesting kind of a lineup. I think, Gurvinder himself is a pretty cheeky left-arm bowler. They've got players like Sanjay Sharma who won't be afraid to toss the ball up. And it might test a Mashta lineup who they've had plenty of success. They've got a good team, no doubt about that. But you never know. It's a slightly different look, slightly different type of bowling, I think, than they've had to deal with so far. So let's see how they go. And look, I don't mind also the decision to bat first and get some runs on the board and try to defend. But Mashta, we know, actually they do like to chase, and they've chased pretty effectively in this tournament so far. But it is sudden death, and that's a slightly different feel as well. Of course, they rely heavily on their top 3 or 4. And I know that Sher Ali, he'll be keen to get out there in the second half of this one. Wakas Haida, I think he's recovered from his little knock that he got yesterday. Soleri, I'd like to see him at 3. Shane Mustafa himself, the captain, I think he will be back behind the stumps once again after suffering a little bit of a niggle yesterday, but I think he is good to go. So, well, Indisco, they only won 2 of their 8 games in Group A, whereas Mashta, they were a lot better. They won 7 out of their 8 in Group B, but that counts for nothing right now because only one of these 2 teams will make it through to tomorrow. Let's go over to Rico Full in the commentary box. Indisco winning the toss. They're going to bat first. They're in the 4th quarter final. Let's get ready for the first ball, and let's see some more action.
Hello, welcome back. Loving the shirt, Mr. Maximo on Peacock Friday, and loving the look of this ground. Well, we're going to see it one more time tomorrow on finals day. Certainly going to miss these views. Certainly going to miss Sweden. It's been absolutely fantastic. 2 weeks in Landskrona, now coming to the end of the 2 weeks here in Stockholm. And I have to say that that pitch and the ground has played absolutely beautifully. And well done to the Swedish Federation, and of course to everybody here that does their hard work, to the Bashirka Kumun, and also to the likes of Aman Khan Zahid, and also to Azam Khalil for all the work that they do in the area. And for Swedish cricket, this is the expectation. Master 101 to 81, but it is Indisco that are going to be batting first, so they're expected to score around about 81. So Master, going by that, look like they should be knocking those off around about the 8th over. It's going to be an interesting one. I think Indisco, they've decided that they're going to have a bat first. And one thing I will say with that, I think that's something that Master will be very happy with as well. They do like to chase. In fact, they have been better at chasing than setting the score. So I just think maybe me, if I was Gurvinder Singh, I probably would have said, well, okay, they are the favourites. We know what they like to do. Let's make them uncomfortable. Maybe make them bat first. But obviously, the captain, Gurvinder Singh, has got other ideas. And they're a team that we know they've got some good players in there. I mean, Ajit Ghosh, he's going to be key with the bat. Sachin Sharma is very, very strong player out on the offside as well. He can provide some sort of runs. Gurvinder Singh is hard hitter. And but then I think they'll need somebody else to also stand up and put a performance in there with the bat, and maybe it's going to be something like Tazim Tobani. Tobani, the first time we saw him, did look good, but can he be good in this quarterfinal? They really do need to be looking to get a score, I think, between 90 to 100 to make this exciting. Well, if you want to talk exciting, well, the batters of Master are exactly that. Wakas Haida, he is a huge hero of the ball, so is the man he normally partners up there as well. Sher Ali, they're really 2 good hard hitters of the ball, but we also saw that they've got good hitters in the form of Uim Ula as well, and also Asif Lawn, and they've also got, of course, the talented Hamid Suleri in their side as well, a good all-rounder. And I did like the bowling, and I've increased the liking of the bowling of Aslan Atta. He's been good all the time, the youngster. The man with no number on the bat, so he's easily recognisable. But they are a good unit, they're a good team. They will be the favourites to win this match, but well, the thing is being favourites is one thing, going out there and performing is the other. So far, you would say in these quarterfinals. It's probably gone in the way of form, or will it continue to do so? We haven't seen Indiska until we only saw them in the first week, Group A, so they've had a bit of time to recover. I know one or two of their players were struggling with a few injuries, so they've taken or would have had the opportunity to recover. The question is, though, would they have had some time to get a few practice sessions in as well? Because sometimes that's the issue that can happen. You get playing, you get good, and then you have a week off, and you sort of just come off the ball a little bit. So they've got to be spot on and on it straight away. And the two batters are going to have to face up to the bowling of Sher Ali, who's going to be opening up. And changing personnel, the umpires. Rohit is still with us, but we've now been joined by Rohit and Asif Shakur, so they are our match officials for this one. And they've been led by the tournament referee, and very well, may I say as well, by Stefan Gooch also, who's been the third umpire. As we look set to get going, it's going to be Ajit Ghosh who's going to be facing the first ball, and Sachin Sharma is going to be the non-striker. Good start there from Sher Ali. I would imagine that these conditions would be suiting him down to a T. The way he gets the ball to shape in and move away. This one's just a little bit short, and Gosh gives himself a bit of room, but doesn't quite get the connection that he would have liked. Gets the first runs on the board. This will be interesting. Sharma. Now Sharma will know what Sher Ali is doing with the ball, get it to swing away. So somebody who's pretty strong playing on the offside, he may fancy himself to be hitting over the top of the fielders inside the ring on the offside. And well, he gets beaten first up. Sher Ali doesn't give him any room at all. This one's right at him. Good delivery. Gets plenty of bounce as well. Plenty of carry through. Four on the leg side. And the reason is for this type of shot, and that, well, it ends up being stopped on the volley by the fielder. He's probably getting a little lesson there from Sher Ali. Say, hey, bud, they're supposed to use your hands. You forgot you played that game yesterday, not today. But he does stop it, I suppose, and stops it on the volley. Islam Ali. And this one's hit well, but there's a fielder out there, but he can't get to it. 6 runs, 6 carreras, manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es una 6 que grande, que guay, bel colpo. It's a nice shot, and that's the first boundary. And Ajit Ghosh, he didn't quite get hold of the first one he tried to put away out there. He makes no mistakes with this one. Nicely done. Sher Ali. Goes for the boundary, goes for the maxima. That's the first of this, the last quarter-final today. 8 ball to go in the first over. And he goes across the line again, but this time it is to that fielder, and they'll take the single, and that will be that. So, end of the first. First over from Sher Ali ends up going for 9. Positive start from Indiska. That's what they'll be looking to do it. Like I say, I do believe that they want to score between 90 and 100, and then they've got to bowl well and try and get the 3 quick wickets. If they can do that, they'll be in this match for sure. Looking to cause an upset, Indiska. Nice bunch of lads, very bubbly, very jolly. And, remember, their change in fortune started when they started eating the methi paranthas. I don't know if they had any for lunch today. Well, we shall hear all about it if they have. It's going to be Amir Ajmal Raza next. Just down the leg side there. Gets it straight at the batter though. So Gosh not able to work it round. Ajmal in once more. And pulls this one away to the man at mid-wicket. It bobbles away. Sort of underarms the throw back to Ajmal. Now this wind, when I'm just looking at the shirts of the players up there and the way that it's blowing, it's kind of blowing from the right into the batters. So I just think that may just get hold of any hits that are going towards the mid-wicket side. And it won't make any difference to these ones. These are just a hit. That'll go for 4. Doesn't matter how you get them. You've got to swing hard, and they say fortune favours the brave. And Sachin Sharma, he certainly is brave. Swings hard at this and gets a boundary to his name. So Raza goes for his first boundary. It's another boundary. And that's what they need to try and do. Maybe keep picking up 1 or 2 boundaries per over, as well as take those singles. Well, Sharma's ready, even though the ball hasn't come back. There he is. In his stance, ready to go. Well, that's a good slow delivery. Sharma sees it, but still ends up playing and missing at it. Raza using all his tricks and experience. Oh, he misses out on this one. And that's in the area where he likes to play his shots, Sharma. And misses out on the opportunity. He's very good at cutting the ball. And with those fielders pretty close, you see they start on the ring, but by the time the bowler's delivering, because they're walking in, they're sort of, I would say they're at least maybe 5 or 6 meters inside the ring, so the shot is definitely on. This time he waits for the slower ball and pushes that into the covers and take a single. And that will conclude the second over. It's not a bad one at all from Ajmal. The score just moves on to 15. And we have a look at what we've seen here today so far. Butcherka, they were victorious against the Stockholm Tigers. Hammarby, they got the victory over Lynn Shopping, and then Albi's Army, they did the same again. So everything's gone, if you like, to ranking more or less. The teams that have finished higher in the table than their opponents in the opposite tables have been victorious so far. Will this one go the same way? Well, stay tuned and find out. Rico Full here, and joining me back in the commentary cube, looking nice and warm and cuddly, is Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. Shirley starts with a wide in the third over. Well, I decided to rock out the peacock shirt in its entirety at the toss, but now I've overcompensated and I've put lots of layers on because this wind is pretty biting. Currently we've got 13 degrees, but so much of it is on the wind here. You mentioned how it seems to be blowing into the batter's face, but it is kind of swing around all the time. Here's Shirley.
Big swing at this. Yeah, I mean, look, the wind. Oh, they might. No, would they go for the second? I don't think so. It's already in his hand. But I was going to say, it's certainly not the day you expect, or the weather you want for National Sunscreen Day. Maybe it should be National Beanie Day.
They do say you burn more when it's cloudy, but I always thought that was just a ploy to sell more sunscreen. That was always known in Australia. We get that all the time because everyone says, oh, it's cloudy, we don't need to put it on.
Maybe that's part of the advertising campaign. This has gone a long way up in the air. Will it be held? The will do play a part, but no problems there for Haji. That's a good catch. Awinullah makes no mistakes at all, and they get the prize wicket to Gosh. And Gosh, he went Gosh with the wind, but he couldn't go Gosh anywhere else. Up it went in the air, and Awinullah, he's a good catcher of the ball. He takes a good catch, and that's the end of that. So Ajit Gosh has to depart for 9 of the 7 balls that he faced.
Yeah, it was almost a little ice cream cone there as well. Almost popped back out of his hands. He had the gloves on actually yesterday. I think he could have used the gloves there because he's rubbing his hands at the moment, trying to warm them up. A nice catch, gets rid of Gosh. He was a dangerous hitter, and he's the first wicket to fall here in quarterfinal number 4. It's 17 for 1. And yeah, I do think that he just got, I think It's just about getting something competitive on the board. If they don't get more than, I'd say, something like 80 or something, I think you would fancy Mashta to blow them away. Sure, Ali is one of those players that could do that. Right now he's got the ball in his hand. He misses out on this one. New batter is Gurvinder Singh. And so these two out there with the bat, I also think they're two really interesting bowlers. They take the pace right off. Gurvinder, you see their number 22, he's a left arm spinner. That comes wide of the crease, doesn't put too much on it at all. Sachin Sharma is a real moon pie bowler as well. He will toss them right up. But yeah, with this breeze, it's behind the bowlers. That's interesting to see how that'll play out. This is in the air, but this time it's not kicked away by Zamali. It'll just be one. Got to say, I didn't see too many balls kicked on the full before I got involved in European cricket. I normally thought if you're good enough to get your foot to it, you should possibly get your hand to it. Anyway, always like to see different techniques tried. There's Ali. Some swing and a miss, beats the inside edge of the bat.
Yeah, just trying to get things going, isn't he? And Sharma, he's got the balls in areas where he would normally dispatch them. But today, maybe it is because he's been a bit rusty, he's not been able to do so. And just starting to get maybe a little frustrated, Sharma.
Last ball of the power play coming up, 18 runs so far. Runs up in the block hole. They'll just be able to dab this away for a single. So Sharma will retain the strike. He moves to 8. 3 overs down. The score is 19 for 1. Well, Mandrake in the chat. I think, Mandrake, you're in Australia, aren't you? I think apparently you burn more with the breeze as it spreads the UV around more. So there you go. This is science.
Yeah, the breeze, right? But they have to be sun
clouds,
as well.
Here's the thing. The clouds kind of, it's like the greenhouse effect, right? It keeps the UV in. But I'm just telling you what I was told. I always thought you're more likely to get burnt in the sun.
Well,
but
I don't know.
You know, you get burnt. We actually get a bit of it with the wind here, even though it's not particularly warm. Yes. And also, you know, if you like go skiing or something like that. I remember when I played cricket on ice in St. Moritz in Switzerland. Oh, you looked like an absolute beetroot. Doesn't matter what you did there. You needed to keep putting it on because the reflection off the snow. Yeah,
that's what they say also. I mean, like, you see, I mean, we have that in Spain. A lot of people say, well, we're only going to be in the pool most of the time. We don't put the cream on. Say, well, look, that's the worst because like you say, the reflection not just off the snow, but reflection of the sea and the water. So, yeah, you've got to protect yourself. I like it. Look, why take a chance? I mean, if it is cloud, and then it's basically put the sunscreen on every day, whatever the weather's like, just to protect yourself.
Yeah, good point. Here's Larry, who's going to come on to bowl over number 4. His left arm spin. It's been good this series. This one's in the air, but it's in the gap. And so it should just be a single. Yeah, Mandrake, pardon me. He is in England, of course. He's in England. So hello to you, Mandrake. Yeah, I don't know about these little theories. Maybe I'll put something in the chat. What's the weirdest place you ever got sunburnt? Might have some controversial answers there. Won't be able to
We're
read
talking
them all
about places as in countries, not places in the body.
No, that's what I meant, places in the body.
You mean the body? You naughty boy you are.
I think I'm a bit worried if I keep going the way I'm going. The top of my head might be a real chance. Anyway.
No chance. You were in a beanie.
At the moment,
He's not going to get burnt through a beanie. That's a nice shot. Nice and straight. This is classy. This is only a fraction away from the stumps. And it goes all the way down the ground. It gets the perfect timing on this. What a lovely shot. And watch the umpire. Whoopsie. That's the way to do it.
Umpire does well. Umpire could have quite easily gotten in the way there. When he gets his legs over. And nice work. I've got to say the umpiring's been good. Had a big team of umpires have all contributed this time in Sweden. We do appreciate their efforts. So 24 for 1. Handy little boundary to Gurvinder. And now he goes very next ball. So this is what Solari does. Just slides on after getting hit for a boundary. So often he takes a wicket, and this is no exception. It's the second one to go down. And now Indiska are 24 for 2.
Yeah, Gurvinder is trying to cut a ball, which is just too straight. Not the good delivery. Well, not a good shot. The delivery itself, he needed to go forward to it. He knows he's let himself down there. Plays a nice shot down the ground for 4 and then gets himself out. Look, the sun's out quick. Get the sun cream on. Yep. Splash it on. No, splash it on your head.
A giant ice cube offers a fair bit of protection to us.
Yeah, but it's the wind.
Okay. Here's Imran Khan, who's coming in now. Let's see if he can do something for Indiska. know that he'd be keen to make an impact. Imran hasn't had too much to do in the series so far. Of course, we haven't seen Indiska for a week since the end of Group A. He did qualify ahead of the Titans. Oh, this could be big trouble. Could be big trouble. And now he gives him, yeah. I just had a feeling that this is pretty close. And I haven't seen it stump to stump, but I'll have a look at it now with all of you guys. He tosses it up, and I think that's out, honestly. I know it's got a fair distance to travel. That's the only thing he is on the front foot. But I think that's way more likely to hit than miss, Rico. What do you think?
Yeah, okay. It's not one that I would say straight away. It's definitely out. I certainly would. I would have thought about it like the umpire does. Look, he's leaning forward.
That's hitting.
Hits him, and
the other thing is it hits him on the left-hand side of the pad, as we see it on the screen. Okay, but it definitely hits him in line. I think the umpire does the right thing there. He takes a long time to think about it. But I mean, I honestly think that's crashing into the stumps. I think it's a good decision. And unfortunately for Imran Khan, he's going to have to go for a Golden Globe. It's 24 for 3.
Yeah, he goes first baller, Imran Khan. So there's a few ducks around now as well.
That's a valuable one, though. It's made a solid gold.
It's a golden duck.
Remember this, because Saleri, I should say, is on a hat-trick now. And Tabani is the man that's going to have to deal with it. That's the thing. So often, the left arm spinner, you expect it's going to turn away from you or turn right to left on your screen here. But Saleri's clever. He just slides it on, and that's why it beats the inside edge of the bat of Imran Khan. Now Tabani's going to have to deal with a hat-trick ball. Last ball of the over.
Oh, and he decides to go back again. And, well, be careful. He's going to be gone, I think. I think he may be gone here. Does he get this back down?
Close. This is so close. It's a pretty good dive, actually, from Tabani. Oh, it could be a team hat-trick. I got an instinct that when they're close, they're normally just out. But he certainly gives it a good shake here. We'll slow this down as much as we can for you. Look at this. He does get close. He gets the dive in. A dive might save him here. No, it won't. He's just gone, isn't he? Oh, that's such a disappointing one. Indiska, the wheels have fallen off here. And we'll try and get this one. Here's the money shot coming up right here. But yeah, it looked really close live. And normally when they look close live, when you look at the replay, they're just out. And then you see the stump going there. And he's just short. So Tabani, disappointment for him. He survives the hat-trick ball, but he doesn't survive the 22 yards. He'll be the 4th wicket to fall. And it's 24 for 4. And yeah, pretty good piece of fielding in the end. Well, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and you can trust me when I say it's Peacock Friday, and you can have a glimpse of it. But right now, I've layered up because this wind is doing it for me. Although you do see the sun coming up. It's quite nice at the end of the day, isn't it?
Get this globe, yeah.
When the sun comes straight through the ECN logo. But it's great to have your company, and hopefully you join us over the next few weeks as well. Plenty of great locations. Rico, you're almost coming to the end of your stint. You've done 6 weeks.
Yep.
Nice work, and tomorrow's your last day. We'll have to have a little party for you.
Yeah, we'll have a little party. Why not? I wouldn't mind a party. I'm just looking at that. I'm quite disappointed for Indiska there. I mean, losing 3 wickets like that's crazy, really. I mean, Govinda plays a shot down the ground, gets the boundary, and gives his wicket away with a poor shot. And then that bit of running there, I mean, that was shocking, especially after Imran Khan. He got a first baller, and they put themselves under a lot of pressure now. And I can't see. I mean, where are we at now? We're at 24. 4 overs gone, 4 wickets down. Yeah, I mean, they really will do well even if they get to 70 from here for me.
Yeah, it could be ugly, couldn't it? If it continues in this vein. But still, you've got somebody that's coming out for his first game of the series, Shashank Kodanch. Let's see if he can move the needle a little bit. They've gotten rid of Saleri's 1 over, but he does take 2 for 5. Call it 3 for 5 if you want to count the run out. And now Arslanata is going to bowl the next over. So yeah, one good bowling option following another for Mashta. Here's over number 5. This one keeps down a bit low, and this is going to get through Shahid Mustafa. Might have got a little bit of glove on this. No, pretty close to the helmet, in fact.
Well, this is why you have the helmet where it is. You see, a lot of people would put it either side. And if that's either way, to the left or, well, in that case, to the right, it's going to get tonked, isn't it?
Yeah, you meant to have it right in line with the stumps. You meant to anyway. Don't often see it perfect. Nata gets this one fairly straight as well. The Sharma he's been seeing all of this from the other end. Don't know what he makes of it. But, we'll be trying to resurrect this innings, but at the moment they're in quite the pickle. It's had an interesting series, hasn't he? Certainly in play, you can't take your eyes off.
Yeah,
Paul seems to follow him in the field as well, doesn't it?
I like him as a bowler. I mean, in the field, he's had some shockers in terms of catches, but he's taken some as well, but he will get better with confidence. The more he plays, the better he will get. This one goes through and beats him outside the off. Well bowled. And the wicket keeper, Shahid Mustafa, will run the ball back to the young man.
Slightly different look in Indiska team as well, around the fringes. No Sanjay Kumar Sareen in this lineup, so it's Guravinda that's captaining the side today. Hits him on the pad, but won't be an LBW this time. Kadanch just struggling to get going a bit.
Yeah, it doesn't pick the length here at all, does he? He's preferring to just give this a little nudge. Needs to just sort of put that foot to that sort of delivery, just plant your foot and hit it right across the line. I mean, you know you can't be LBW. Just looking at the field there, it's only the one man back on the boundary out there. Mid-wicket's been left open.
It's been a miss this time. So, yeah, not only do they have wicket trouble in Indiska, they've got scoring trouble, not cracking run a ball pace now. The writing's on the wall, isn't it? It's a brave decision to bat first. I think, you know, quite often in knockout games I do like that strategy of defending, but the thing is, Master, they're so good chasing.
Yeah,
I don't think they'll feel too much pressure.
Yeah, I said before you came into the box, Vinny, that I think that was a mistake. I think they played right into the hands of Master. Master are the team that you'd expect to win. They're the favourites, and I think by giving them what they want, you've just given them more of a boost. I think you should have put them in and put the pressure on them. They haven't batted well when they batted first. As that over comes to an end, stays on 26 for 4 wickets down at the halfway point. Yeah,
so 52 pace. Not particularly threatening at the moment. Soleri is a pretty good bowler to come back as well. 3 wickets fell off the last 3 balls of his first over. You see a couple of golden ducks. Imran Khan, LBW. I think it was a good call. It was to Soleri, of course, after Guravinda got bowled after hitting a boundary to Barney, and found a way to run himself out. And the keeper, Mustafa, back to the bowler. He was just out. We saw that on the replay. Soleri, he's loving his time in the FanCode European Cricket Series, isn't he? This is what happened. Again, that replay of the run out. You can see it's a pretty good dive. You can't fault the effort from Tabani, but I felt that he kind of knew he was gone. He had a bit of a feeling. Normally, you know deep down, if you're honest with yourself, well, you're in trouble.
He did try and con everybody because he did walk to the other end and get ready to start.
I like that. I like that.
Before the umpire said, hey, you're gone. Get out of here.
Good body language. Just waiting for a slight technical issue at the moment. But we are halfway through the first innings of this quarterfinal number 4. I think we're hopefully going to get some play moving in a minute. Well, a few people saying that the special effects department is working well, saying that we're back at the hotel. Well, we're not. Although we've got to say I'm quite enjoying the hotel.
Back at the hotel?
Yeah,
what, would you dress like that?
From anywhere. Yeah, I wouldn't be dressed like that as if I was inside the hotel. Anyway, here, let's go with Soleri. Now let's see how attacking they are to him. Sharma sends back Kodanch. I think Sharma, he's going to take a bit of responsibility. That's why he doesn't take the single there. He's worried he's going to get stranded at the other end for too long. So I think he wants a big shot here, try and hit him out of trouble.
No plan, Vinny. Here's no plan. I mean, you say that, but I don't think they decided themselves what the plan is.
He's going this. Watch this. He tries. He'll get one. I love watching little subtle movements. So easy from off the field, you know, compared to when I was used to play. I suppose when I was keeping, I used to be watching the ball, which is a good strategy. But yes, you can tell so much about what a batter's thinking by the little pre-movements, and also if you watch their eyes. You often see if they're targeting a certain area of the field.
Kodanch looking to get off the mark. Hits it up in the air. He will get off the mark with this one.
Yeah, the 6th attempt. So nice to see him get a run. Let's see if they can build a little partnership. What's the best case scenario here? Maybe 10s can get you up into the 70s, and maybe potentially towards 80. This one's hit straight through Arta, and well, you might as well just put nobody there because Arta, he's let that go straight through his legs. Well, Diana, she's getting some good close-up of some ants or something there, but what I will say is Soleri will be annoyed with his fielder here.
She's got a close-up of Soleri coming her way. I bet she jumped out of her skin here, thinking, hang on a minute, what's that?
Hope she's got the wide-angle lens. You got Sherali coming at her. But anyway, that'll be 4 runs, a bit of a bonus for. So Sharma doesn't want a single, but he wants a boundary, and he gets it. Now he's going to try again, but he won't get as much bat on this. This will just be a single. Maybe I'm being a bit unkind to Aslan Arta. He's a pretty tall man, isn't he? Couldn't quite get down to that.
Back to Arta.
Soleri hunting a 3rd wicket. Last ball of his spell. Keeps down a bit. Good keeping by Shahid Mustafa. End of a very good over. Soleri, good spell really. 2 for 12. And at the end of the 6th over in this cup, 33 for 4. That over did bring a boundary, but still, they're going to need plenty more than that, I think, if they're going to be competitive in this 4th quarter final in this cup.
Yeah, 4 wickets down, so I think they've got to take a gamble here. They can keep going at this sort of pace and say we don't lose any wickets, and but they're not going to do their score any favours at all. Or they can decide, right, okay, look, we might as well forget about the wickets. If we stay on 65 for 6, it's better to be really have a go and end up on 77 for 9 or all out. They've really got to throw the bat at everything here.
Here's Arta coming back for his 2nd over. First one's driven away. Sherali, he's hunting it, and he will win the race to the ball. Just a single. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, that's why I think you saw Sachin Sharma trying something, just not taking a marginal single and trying to hit boundaries. He probably knows boundaries are the only way out here. If you only get singles from here, it's not looking very good at all. Probably gets you to 57. This one beats the bat of Kodanch. Just has to find a way to get off strike, doesn't he, at the moment? He's 1 off 8.
I got a question for you. Just keep an eye on the keeping here. I mean, the keeping fine of Shahid Mustafa. Look how quickly when the ball comes to him, it releases it. Yeah. Now, look, there's no fielder nearby. Quite often he throws it all the way to Sher Ali. Now, and he does it so quick. As soon as he throws it, would you run?
No, you can't.
Why?
I'll tell you what. Well,
do you think it's dead that quick?
Yeah, because it's all about intent. If the ball's dead in his gloves, if he makes a move, like a non-cricketing move with the ball, if he throws it straight away, it's still dead. Unless the batters are already trying to run before.
But that's what I mean,
because
the non-striker is still in the process of walking, right?
It's a good point. I mean, you could,
I don't know if
we'll take that to the high court.
Let's see when he does it, and then we'll talk about it. But this is a nice shot. It's going to take some stopping, and it is stopped. It gets past Ula, but that's great work from Soleri. Just class, Soleri. What can you say about this guy?
And he has to deal with an incoming obstacle, doesn't he? In Awi Mulla. It's a good effort from him in the first place, but that's why you have your fielders staggered like that, so they're not running at the same kind of depth. Soleri does well.
Yeah, and that's the point we try and make. If he's running and just trying to put a foot on that, it's 4 runs. He gets the slide in. He's timing the slide and getting it right and then getting something behind it. Brilliant. Exceptional fielding from Soleri.
Been class. More balls for Arta. Hasn't conceded too many at all. This is edge and it's going to be caught. Well, that's a really good catch. Has he held on? I think he has. And, well, this is a brilliant catch from Mustafa.
Yeah, I think he's held on to this.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of impacted the ground. He had no hands to break his fall. I know he had a bit of an issue yesterday. This one bobbles around. Look, he does well even to reach in the first place, but he keeps his eye on it. In the end, he hugs it all the way. We'll get a great view from the reverse camera as well. We'll slow this down as much as possible. But you have a look at this.
Uno.
Yep.
Dos.
Off the beak as well, if you don't mind.
Tres.
He still doesn't have it. He has to hug it, I think,
Cuatro.
in the end. Yeah, he hugs it, and I think that's fine. To me, the gloves are always under that. So, fantastic bit of wicket keeping from Shahid Mustafa. And it's going to be the wicket of Sachin Sharma. So, he did his best not to panic there, Shahid Mustafa. The first thing he did was get to it in the first place. The first touch was a good bit of athleticism and reflex. And so, Indiska not catching a break there. It's the end of Sharma. He has to go for 19, and the score is 37 for 5.
See, I knew something was happening. I did tell you, keep an eye on the wicketkeeper. And there you go. Great catch. Does really well there, doesn't he? I mean, it flies at him pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Sharma throws everything at this.
Look at this. I mean, it's so hard not to panic here, but I always thought it's a good idea, if this was happening, to try and stay low, because you have more time than when the ball eventually does start dropping. You've got more time to adjust. What you don't want to do is like flick your hand at the ball really quickly and knock it away.
Yeah.
So you got to stay low at the knees. I used to say rubber knees. Try and get my knees bent and get close to the ground. You've got the most time to work out what in the world is going on. Good keeping from Shahid Mustafa. 37 for 5. Atta, he deserves that wicket, doesn't he? He's only conceded 5 in this spell. This is the last ball. This will be a dot. So very good figures. Well, he might have leaked a few in the field last over, but he doesn't leak too many with the ball. Arslan Atta, good spell from him. 1 for 5 off his 2 overs. As we get to the end of the 7th over, it's 37 for 5. And this is what we'll see tomorrow. We already have one of the semi-final matchups. That is confirmed. That's Albi Zalmi versus Hammarby. That'll be a great game, won't it? That's semi-final number 2. First up in the morning, we'll get to see Mashta or Indiska taking on Bachirka. That's semi-final number 1. The winners, they go through to match 48, the final. The losers, unfortunately, they'll be playing for bronze in match 47. It all starts tomorrow, finals day, day 12 in Stockholm. 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Looking forward to the last day. It'll be a bit sad to leave Sweden. We've enjoyed our time here. I know you spent all 4 weeks here. I've spent the last 2 weeks here. But it's a brilliant country with a lot of cricket and a lot of very, very entertaining cricket.
Yeah, it is a beautiful country. You're absolutely right. And it's always nice to be in a beautiful country that also take their cricket pretty seriously. And they do here. And we've certainly seen a good fair amount of cricket. 2 weeks in Landskrona. And now we're coming up to the end of 2 weeks here in Stockholm. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Islam Ali is going to bowl over number 8. There's a couple to spend. Yeah, this is Kadanch, who's just a bit annoyed with himself, I think, at the moment. His first one gets through him. He's 2 off 10 now. And he's been joined out there by Manjinder Singh. He's at the non-striker's end. Islam Ali. He's had a pretty good series with the ball, hasn't he? Just seems to be very dependable. Now another dot ball. This time they will get one, or will they? Well, I think he's in here. I don't think he's going to win too many 100-metre sprints, though, based on that evidence, Manjinder Singh.
Well, they're going for the line call here now. Is the bat down?
Oh, that's close, you know. I think he's in.
He just gets the bat down. Should be sliding it in, though. That's what we say. Younger viewers, slide your bat in and don't do it this way.
He plonks it. I'm a bit worried for him. I think he's okay, but I'm only 99%. Look.
Just.
Oof. Just. Slide your bat, kids.
Yeah, slide your bat in. Slide your bat in, and when you're doing your fielding, use your hands. That's our tips. And if you're batting, and when you're batting, you wear a lid. Simple as that. Yep. It's a simple game, really.
2 simple rules.
So they do survive.
What are some of the other simple rules you could say in cricket? You know that rule 7 simple rules for dating my teenage daughter, that sitcom? One would be wear a box.
Yeah.
Wear a box. You'll find that one out the hard way.
That's probably a good run.
Literally. Here's Islam Ali bowling to Manjinder. Another one. Never yell at your teammates on the field. That's another good one.
Yeah, never be angry if somebody drops a catch. That's another one.
Never go to bed angry.
Encourage.
No,
if somebody drops a catch, give them support and encouragement. Because nobody drops catches on purpose.
Hello to Amjad Hussain, who's joined us in the chat, saying good afternoon.
Hello.
Amjad, it's wonderful to have you in the chat. As we see an elevated shot, but it could be trouble, and it will be trouble. Soleri, you can probably take this one blindfolded. He's such a good fielder. Manjinder, you can't really blame him. He was trying to up the ante. He tried to go down the ground, but again, the wind not making it particularly easy. Soleri, he was patrolling that area, and Islam Ali takes a wicket before he concedes a run. It's 6 down now for Indiska, 38 for 6.
Yeah, Soleri is not going to drop these. He's a class on his own out there in the field. And he's certainly won. I mean, we've seen some excellent individual performances in this series. I mean, we can talk about some of the batting from Sher Ali and also Waqas Haider. We've talked a bit about Sohail Adnan. We're not going to see any more of, unfortunately. But superb performance from him. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the wicketkeeper captain, Farooq Ahmed. and he was in sensational form for his side. But this man here, Soleri, is just he's something else, isn't he? With bat, with ball. Of course, Azam Khalil as well, a good all-rounder. So many good players, and it's not surprising that we'd expect Sweden to do really well when we see him in Cardiff in the ECC.
Yeah, for sure. And they're well experienced in this form of the game now as well. New batter comes out, and it is Shubham Saraswat, who's also coming in, I think, for his first game of the series. This one hits him in front, but I think it's going down the leg side. So it'll just be a leg by. And so another one to the total takes them up to 39. So Amjad was asking us, with Mashta seeming on their way to the semis, although it's still over half this game to play, who do we see in the finals? I think it's pretty hard to go past the table toppers in both groups. I mean, Albi Zalmi, even though they had a scare today, and Mashta, I mean, they're the ones you would fancy to get the job done in the semi-finals tomorrow. But I mean, we just know that nothing's for sure. And any team that's made it to finals day, they are very capable of winning the trophy. You just need to win 2 games. You need to get your key players firing. And if they do, I mean, absolutely anyone could win it. But I would say Albi Zalmi and Mashta. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you have to go by what we've seen so far. You have to go by form as that over comes to an end, and it's another disappointing one. Batters swinging and missing, can't getting bat on the ball. Just a couple of runs that came off it, 39 for 6. Yeah, I mean, so far everything's gone to form. It's gone to rankings, if you like. The top teams in the quarterfinals are going through, and really you can't see Marster being toppled. They just seem to be a bit too powerful with the all-round experience they got in their side and the big hitters. Albi Zalmi are always going to be there about. But the final, right, if it is those 2 teams, that'd be very interesting. This is up in the air, should be caught, and it's been dropped by the bowler. The batters think about 2, and the non-striker.
Well, I just had
crazy.
I had an alarm go off. Boop, boop. Maiden alert. Islam Ali, actually a maiden to him, because there were 2 runs in the over. It was a bye and a leg bite. So he takes a wicket maiden effectively in the 8th. So that's not great when you're trying to up the ante.
So we've seen a double wicket maiden and a wicket maiden in the day.
This one will just be a single. That's my Miles. I dropped a chance for a 7th wicket. As, I still don't think it's a true maiden in this form of the game unless there's 0 runs. Buys and leg buys. I mean, we came back to the debate we were having yesterday, why leg buys shouldn't go to the bowler. Yeah, maybe. I just think you're responsible for whatever happens, come hell or high water. Buys, it means you bowled too fast and the keeper couldn't handle it. Yeah, slow ball from Ajmal Raza. It'll be a single. It's hard to see them even maybe getting to the 50 at the moment, the way things are going. Mashta, they're in cruise control out in the middle. Because it does seem like Indiska, this innings has gone with the wind. Hasn't worked for them. Batting first. Yeah, it's a weird series in a way. I'll tell you why. Slow ball, somehow misses the stumps. Yeah, last year, so we talked about, just then you were talking about all the higher ranked teams winning today, or it seems that way, assuming Mashta can win this game. But last year, in fact, it was all the Group B teams that won. And in the end, the 3 and 4, they won the semi-finals over the 1 and 2. And 3 and 4 played the final, hitting an Albi Zalmi, and the 4 won it, Albi Zalmi. So it was all backwards last year. Now we're going back to forwards. 2 to come. It's a bit about on this, but I think it'll just be a single. Kadanch struggled to get moving. Can't blame him really, because he's come down fairly low in the order and hasn't had too much batting. He's having to deal with some really skillful bowlers from the Mashta side.
You can see the batter there. He's obviously there's been things been said from the camp, and he's just looking at it and saying, well, "What do you want?
Yeah,
what do you want?
6 of you guys are out.
Yeah, what do you expect?"
Last ball of the over. And, well, a 360-degree swing. 0 degrees of contact. It's 9 overs down. Score is 43 for 6. And look, I can't fault the effort from these 2. How would you describe this swing?
Well, I think he's thinking, if I miss it the first time round, maybe catch it the second time. But
that's a good point, actually. 1, 2. Oh, never mind. Have another go. Look, let's see if they can get a highlight here. 43 for 6 after 9.
See, the other thing about this is of course, we know what the bowling attack mainly consists of. of Indiska, and it could have been effective, I think, when you got 95 to 100 on the board. But the likes of Sharma and Gurwinder, when they're bowling, I mean, you just think if one of the batters get hold of one over, that's it, game's gone.
100%.
You know, so...
Hey, I've got to say, someone's spoken up in the chat, and I like this.
What's that?
I'll tell you who it is in a second. We've had a mystery chatter that's just popped in for a second.
Okay. A lurker?
He's been lurking. He must have been lurking because he piped up. We talked about who we thought were probably favourites for the finals.
Yeah.
Or the final. And the two table toppers based on current form. This one's a little edge, and this one will be...
Go on, my son.
Yeah,
Go
so
on.
will get it. Well, a sweet ball 16 for him as he doubles his score to 8. And Islam Ali finally ruins his figures. The first one's off the bat off his bowling. Nice batting by Shashank Kodanj, who just plays a very delicate late cut there. Well, Sadat Siddiqui. Well, he obviously can't talk because he's got a busted mouth, but he's letting his keyboard do the talking. Hello, Sadat. We're so happy to see you in the chat.
Hello, buddy.
Says that don't underestimate Hammerby. And we're definitely not underestimating any of the teams.
Is he going to come back?
We hope to see you tomorrow one way or another.
Yeah.
Hopefully everything's healing up okay. And he took that nasty ball in the face. You've got to be a bit crazy to be a keeper sometimes. And that's kind of a risk of the territory. But Sadat, it's so good to see you in the chat. And yeah, wishing Hammerby all the best. I suppose the reason we're a bit less confident about Hammerby is because they've just been so inconsistent. But if they bring their A game, they could easily win 2 games and win the trophy.
Yeah, this one will drop before the third man. He watches the bounce nicely, does well.
I don't think we've seen Sohail Khan with the ball, have we? They've just got a lot of options, Master, don't they? Surprised he wouldn't have maybe thrown him one. It's hard to go away from Islam Ali, who conceded 0 off the bat last over. They've decided to stick with just the 5 bowlers in this innings. Oh, this is not a bad shot. Could be a chance though. Oh, this would have been an amazing catch. Awi Mullah was going for the Sports Centre highlights reel. We'll brace for impact.
Well,
any bugs in that area have certainly been squashed. I did think it was a pretty good effort. I hope he's all right. He's taking a bit of time to get to his feet.
He's all right. He's just checking his shades are okay, because the worst thing that could have happened here is he ended up crushing his shades.
Isn't it a good sign that even at this stage, when they're well on top in the game, they're giving that kind of effort? So that does bring up the 50. We thought maybe it would never come, but it does come with 2 balls to go. Islam Ali trying to close this out. And runs away from the ball. And now they're going to get one. Go on, have a throw. Oh, I think I would be pinging that for sure. Islam Ali. He's a bit more sensible than me. I would have been winding up. He's got only 50 on the board. I wouldn't care if I gave away an extra one.
He's straight choice. There's plenty of people backing up, but he decided maybe just being kind.
Here's the thing.
Maybe it's his
don't think that was
nice moment of the day.
Don't think that was off the bat. Well, it's been given a run. I was going to say, if it's not off the bat, he doesn't care, because that doesn't go to his figures. Anyway, this is the last ball, so they've got to go. Fahd Wakas is going to...
Well, they're still running.
I think they've got to
He
wait.
said, "Oh, ja, kidhar ruk gaya, ja." Well, there's going to be a run at the other end.
He drops the ball, so it's not out. It's not out. And then, I don't know if we've got camera 1 at the end here. Just have a look. Let's see who's out here, just for interest. You see, the throw comes in here, but the ball doesn't go past it. Well, the gloves knock the stumps over. But then I think in the end it'll be Saraswat that's out. Because, actually, no, I don't think he is out. I think the other batter's out because he steps out of his crease.
Does he step out when
the
batters are broken?
The reason this is important, some people, they care about this stuff. Yeah, look, he steps out just before
have a look again.
The bails come off. Can you have a look at this?
Says it again.
Yeah, all right. Well, we can go through the whole thing again if you want. It's going to be painful for my eyes.
We can speed it up, but no, this is all right.
Here we go.
Here we go. That's it. But then, under it. And now look here. Yeah. Here we go. Keep an eye on it then. He's saying, "Oh, ja, I think I did ruk gaya." When do the bells come off?
It's delayed. He's saying, all right, I want you to be out.
There you go.
Yeah, see?
He waits for it.
So, anyway, won't really matter that much. So, we'll get the 2. It'll be 53 for 7. And, well, we're not quite finished here yet, but I can tell you we'll be in the Czech Republic from Monday. And I'm looking forward to that. Before we're going plenty of different places, but right now, it looks like Indiska, they're headed for the door. Unless they can pull off a miracle, they need a record. And as Corey would normally say, probably more likely that the world will stop and spin the other way. let's go back and look at some of the highlights. And just reminding the crew, it's not quite a foregone conclusion. There's still an innings to go, and that was an innings probably to forget for Indiska. Although there were some signs of life early, the wickets kept tumbling, and really, there weren't too many runs to speak about through this 10 overs.
No, not too many at all. In fact, at one point it got a bit hard to watch, didn't it? Because they just were swinging blindly and not getting anything on the board. I mean, this was a beautiful shot from Gurwinder. It really was. How do you follow that up with this? I mean, that's just crazy, isn't it? It really is. He's hopping away from the ball. He's trying to hit a ball that's hitting middle and leg on the offside, and that's disappointment. And when your captain plays a shot like that, this one, I don't know. I think it's one of those you can watch over and over again to make your mind up about it. But the umpire has got to make the call, and I think I'm going to say, yeah, the umpire's in the right place at the right time to call it.
Yeah, I think it was a good call.
This was crazy. The run out, that was just absolutely crazy from the new batter. And, well, this was a nice shot played.
Yeah, Solari won't be too
Look at this
thrilled
for
with
fielding.
Archer's effort. This is more like it. This is the double slide. And Solari is such a triple threat. Oh, well, I say thanks very much for covering me there, bro. This was a good catch, wasn't it? Had a bit of everything. Had a bit of nostril hair on it, I think, when it came down as well. Shahid Mustafa has been battling a slight leg injury. He certainly showed a bit of nimble work there to hold on to this. But this is where you can't really blame Indiska, the lower order. They did their best, didn't they? They were trying to swing, but they had some pretty good bowlers that they were facing. This one gets away from Ajmal Raza. He could have had a wicket first up. In the end, they finally do get a boundary. It was Kadach who was able to cut that one away late on. This one would have been an outstanding catch from Awi Muller. He spent a lot of time eating grass, didn't he, in that innings? And then at the end, well, you can't blame them once again for their intent. They do get the second one because of the fumble from Mustafa. And then he still had to try and put his bat on, picked up his bat, and then he found out he was the one out. That was a bit rough. Islam Ali takes off the bails.
I just love Saswat there, the way he's just swinging his arm around. Said, Chala, Aja, come on. It's like everything depended on that one run. But you never know. It could have. Cricket is a funny game as we have a look at that scorecard. Sachin Sharma, well, he's the only man there to get into double figures, 19 of the 18 balls that he faced. And I did, gosh, he'll be disappointed the way he got himself out.
Yeah, I mean, he tried his best, Kadash. In the end, they haven't updated that last ball, but it'll be 11 and run out for him. They get to 53, so 53 will be the final score. You see it right there. And as for the bowling, I'm going to say Aslanata, 1 for 5. I think he was very good. Didn't concede too many at all. Solari, well, he just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? 2 for 12 off his spell. Islam Ali, 1 for 10. 1 for 13. Sher Ali and Raza could have had a wicket but didn't. Conceded 10 of his 2 overs. Pretty good team effort, isn't it? Look at all those economy rates. I mean, all of them on a 6s or less. Just tells you that it was a pretty complete performance. Well, 2%, that's probably a bit optimistic if you ask me, but mashed up, they're looking the goods. Will we see something very, very special? You'll have to tune in when we return in just a few minutes. It will be the formality you feel of mashed up getting the 54 runs for the win, but Indiska, it's their last chance to impress in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm on Peacock Friday duty with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for the final innings of the day, the final instalment of QFF Quarterfinals Friday, coming to a conclusion after this. We'll see you then for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. We are deep into quarterfinals Friday, and now we are ready for the last innings of the day. Didn't quite go to plan for Indiska in the first innings of this one. They won the toss, and their acting captain Gurvinder Singh decided that he wants to have a bat. Well, he does have the captaincy of this game, Gurvinder. Maybe he wants to give it back pretty quickly to Sanjay, because they did have a few issues getting runs on the board. They ended up batting out their overs, but they couldn't really get a lot happening. 53 they have on the board. Indiska, they're a side that only won 2 out of their 8 matches with a week on the sidelines. They weren't really able to bring it. So now we're going to see Mashta going out there. They'll need 54 for victory, you would say. There's a very, very, very good chance that they'll do it, and they might even do it with time to spare. And I'm going to send out their regular opening combination of Waqas Haider and Sher Ali. Gurvinder looks like he's going to open up. I think we might just see them just using some slow bowling options, trying to buy a few wickets here, seeing how long they can push this. But, windy conditions, who knows if the ball goes up in the sky, particularly someone like Sachin Sharma, they might not know where it'll come down. But right now, we're almost ready for a start. They've got the slip in place. I like that's an attacking move. It's hard to know exactly where to stand there, but let's see if they can make something happen. We talked about miracle matches yesterday. I don't know what's above a miracle, but this will be it if they can defend it. 54 for victory. Mashed up, starting up. Haider with a bit of respect. That's well bowled by Gurvinder. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full for the last innings of the day.
Yep, looking forward to this, and they're going with Gurvinder. It's all about getting the pace right off. Nice to see Waqas Haider batting out there. Remember, took a nasty one on his finger yesterday.
He's had about enough of this, but this could be a chance. You know, Tabani is coming around and he drops it. Well, I've never seen 53 defended, but I think if you were to do it, you're not dropping too many catches, Tabani. I know it's blowing around, but this is one you just have to take as Haider gets off the mark in auspicious circumstances.
Yeah, you see, if only in hindsight, this is why they had to put him in. This is why they had to put him in. Because he ain't got that Tabani when he's going for the catch. Yeah, he should take it. He's a good cricketer. When he's going for that catch, there's so much pressure. He knows how important it is. He spills it. I don't think he got that if you're sticking him in first. Oh dear. In hindsight. Anyway, goes down. They needed that one. If they're going to have any hope of pulling off a miracle, they need to take the chances.
Sher Ali. It's going to get on the leg side. We're going to need those men in black glasses, I think, to try and erase the memories of the Indiska players, because there's going to be some trauma after this game. This is one you just want to forget. It's not done yet. Gurvinder, positives. Good start to his over. He's bowled well so far. This is driven through the offside, and this will be the first boundary. Sher Ali, he's been so good in this series so far. You know, he's scored a bunch of runs. He's also got such a fantastic strike rate. He's a force to be reckoned with, and he starts with a boundary here. And I mean, there's no sweeper back there. I'll go hyper attacking in the field. I don't mind that. I mean, got to try something. Gurvinder does go for a boundary. 2 to come in this over. And it could be another boundary, and this time he places it behind point. So Sher Ali is toying with his prey at the moment. Back to back. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, too short. And just has plenty of time to rock back and hit this cleanly into the ground. The fielder, well, he goes down and tries to crawl to catch it, but can't. 4 more. Just needs to get that slightly up there and create that false shot. I know he's not pitching it quite up because he's worried about the big shot straight. But if you want wickets, you've got to take the gamble.
Yeah, he wants to go down the ground. Of course he does. But he only finds the fielder. Here's K. Patel down there. As it will be the end of the first over. Gurvinder goes for 10. 10 for no loss after 1. Sher Ali, he looks a bit more in touch than Haider. Yeah, but it's good to see Mashta. They had those injury concerns. Mustafa with his leg. I know that Solari was struggling with a little something as well. Waqas Haider obviously with his finger. But yeah, they all have gotten up for this contest. And we head into the second over now. Let's see who they go for. And I think, yeah, they're going to go for Manjinder Singh. who's going to bowl the second over. So I think you'll see maybe a few different options. Just trying to throw something a bit different. That's mashed up at the moment. Let's just say mashed up. They could be forgiven for already having thoughts of tomorrow, where it does look like they'll take on Butchirka in the first semi-final. First up in the morning. Let's see what Magenta can bring to the table with the ball.
Wind has really picked up now. It's sort of swirling around viciously. So Magenta. You can see that even the camera is struggling with this wind. We had a camera go down on us earlier in the week, I think. And all sorts of things being blown into our little cube here now, including a bowl of semia. Thank you very much to Amin Saeed. Some semia, it's a traditional Indian sweet dish. There we go. I think we're ready to go. Magenta. Shirali on strike. This was going to be probably 5. And yes, it is 5 wides. That's not what you need. They need something positive to keep their heads in this match, to keep them believing and hoping. They need positives, and the positive could have been a wicket. That could have been Haider, but Tawani dropped him on 0. And since then, it's just things aren't going well. You saw 2 boundaries hit by Shirali off Govinda, the captain, and now this one is 5 wides.
Just polish off that whole dessert. Haven't even missed a legal delivery.
Yeah, you even finished it. You're talking with it in the
delicious.
much. Yeah,
are you meant to eat that with a spoon, or are you meant to eat that?
You can have mine as well.
Do you drink it? You don't want it?
No, I like it hot.
Do you?
Yeah. Well, there you go,
this is what, I don't know if this will show it very well, but it's kind of, it looks like a bit yogurt. Tell me what's in this. Do you know?
It's called semia. It's a bit like rice pudding.
Yeah.
But it's made with.
Very nice. No, you're on your own.
It's a bit.
See you at the end of the over.
A bit like spaghetti, I suppose, but in milk, as that's played away. And nobody there at all. So, well, the wicketkeeper thought about going all the way to get it, but decides there's no need to. That's played around behind square, 4 more runs.
Another boundary.
Yeah, it's not the right line you want to be bowling, is it?
It's talking about spaghetti and milk. That sounds awful. It's actually delicious. The way you described it, sounds like something terrible.
No, it's
nothing
not
terrible about the shot from Sher Ali. He moves to 13.
It's not terrible at all. It's actually very nice, but I do like semia. But I must admit, I do prefer mine to be, especially on a day like today, actually nice and hot. These ones are chilled, but not stopping Vinny. I told you folks, I'll find a way to keep him quiet. Just keep feeding him. That's the way to do it. There we go, back to the action. And this is a nice shot, and don't think anybody's going to stop this as well. It's 4 more, and just doing it with ease at the moment. And I don't think Shirali, he's broken sweat yet. Just plays so well. It's another good player. It's not surprising that he is somebody that we see in the national team lineup. And no doubt he'll be fighting for his place again. I suspect the form that he's in, especially when he's playing this T10 format, we expect to see him in the ECC for Sweden and amongst 1 or 2 other old and new faces, I'm guessing. I hope so anyway. And this one goes all the way through. This is a better delivery. Well, Majinder Singh, he's head in hands. Can't believe that's missed. That's a better one, Leeds. I still think he's a little bit too straight. I think that just one that Shirali has missed out on. I think if he gets another opportunity, it may be coming this way. And there you go, Majinder Singh. And this one has been smashed away. And that is going to be just 1 bounce as it goes for Cuatro Guerreras. Nice looking shot. And Vinny Sandhu is back after polishing off another. Look at all the empty containers down there.
You know that we're talking about world record pace. I might go most desserts eaten in 1 over. I'm at 2, and we've still got a more to go. Bring me some more.
Okay.
Right now, they're halfway there. Not even at the end of the second over. Majinder going for 17 so far. That was really springing off the bat of Sher Ali. He faces up once again. You can tell he wants to go downtown, but he's just going to drag this one. Long chase for the fielder. It will just be one. Cher happily will take the strike as he moves to 22. 2 overs down. Score is 28 for no loss. Hyder might have a bit of FOMO, but don't worry. Sure, he'll get plenty more opportunities because it looks like we'll see Master tomorrow. We pretty much could write them in green now, you'd imagine. But Shiraka, Hammarby, and Albi Zalmi are the 3 teams that have already qualified. We'll see Albi Zalmi versus Hammarby in the second game tomorrow. We'll get to see Mashta taking on Botchirka in the first game, it would seem. Except if we see some sort of miracle. Govinda, well, he is captain, so he's going to take the opportunity to bowl himself a second over. Despite, obviously, the game situation not ideal. Maybe he feels he's the man that can break this partnership.
Yeah, there's probably not too many willing to want to come on to bowl either, I suggest. Just guessing. Still think it's very optimistic to have that man standing at slip.
I tell you what, if there is a slips catch, I'll be super pumped.
Well, this is pumped, coming straight to our score box. Just goes to the left as us, and it's that easy, really. Look at the timing. Look, he takes a big step across, gets right in line with it, and thumps it straight over. That's a cracking shot, and well, it goes the distance. And 6 more, and he's making it look easy. He just wants to do it. He wants to do it by himself. He's saying to Hayder, well, you've got 1, and that's all.
Good shot, wasn't it? Through the line. Sher Ali.
It's a lovely shot.
Here he comes again, and this time he might be undone, and of course he's not. It's been patted back, and what can you say in Disca? Things from going from bad to worse to whatever's below worse. As Sher Ali,
Mamma mia.
he's just totally missed this. It's a sit-up. He ends up trying to take it 2 feet in the air. And, well, Rico, can't believe that. Does give Wakas Hyder a chance, though. He's on 1. And that one was a drop catch. Now this one could be another drop catch. It isn't, because it's going to be caught. And how about that from Shuman Saraswat? What a moment from him. And this is what I often say to the players. Even when the situation seems hopeless, try and create a highlight from somewhere. That's what Saraswat's done. So Govinda does break the partnership. Wakas Hyder got away with 1, but he doesn't get away with this. Excellent outfield catch. Yeah. And even though it was a bit of an ice cream cone, he does hold on. So the first wicket falls. Mashed up, rollicking into finals today, but they do lose a wicket here. 35 for 1 halfway through the 3rd over.
Yeah, well, Wakas Hayder. Well, Sher Ali, you're saying that's why I didn't give you the strike. I was trying to protect your average. I knew you were going to get out eventually. But he was dropped on 0, remember. So it hasn't gone on to hurt them too much, has Wakas Hyder. But it's all the other man that's been doing all the hurting.
Speaking of Hyder and Sher Ali, they're both on this graph. And Sagar Reddy was actually saying he's been watching Sher Ali for some time. He looks some player. This is the horizontal axis is average, and which is how consistent you are, how big your scores are. And the vertical axis is strike rate. You see Sher Ali, he is like top of both. That's how well he's done. But look at those names on there. You got Hyder, who's also on there. He's been scoring a very good strike rate. And there's some other names like Azim Khalil, Farouk Ahmed, of course, unfortunately missed out because he had coaching duties with the ladies' national side today. Excellent work by Ravi behind the scenes to put that together. This one, well, if Govinda had any sort of follow-through, he might have caught this, but he still has 2 feet behind the line when the return catch pops back.
I love the little skip he does before he bowls. He sort of... Yeah. There he goes, look. Ready?
Yeah. You know you're on camera.
Little dance, there he goes, there he goes. Do you know what?
Said you're not like, oh, Sher Ali wants to run. And the slip coming into action, so there you go. That's what he's there for. So Larry getting a bit of his own medicine first up.
Yeah, so Larry.
Last ball, the power play.
Oh, that's a low flying,
Seagulls
seagull there.
Seagulls come in when they know that the prey is about to be kind of finished off. Oh, this is a miss hit. So Larry gets away with it. And he may almost gets run out.
Well, oh, there, here we go. Well, Sher Ali, he says it's okay. You can take strike again. I thought Sher Ali would have loved to have
he's obviously
taken a second.
Sher Ali's miscounted the balls there, because 100% he would have been herring back for a second if he knew he'd be on strike. Anyway, it will be the end of the over. It'll be 36 for 1 after 3. There's 18 more required. And once again, the 4%, probably a bit optimistic at this stage.
Yeah, it's got better. Yeah. It was 2%, wasn't it, at the end of the innings?
That's what a wicket will do. We'll mention there's a margin of error in that of 4%. But I do like, look, I know it gets people talking. Not everyone likes it. But the reason people say they don't like it is because they don't agree with it all the time. But at least it gets you thinking. This is the thing, at least.
It doesn't get me thinking at all.
Yeah, well, it takes a lot to get you thinking.
I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I mean, if you know cricket, that tells you nothing.
I like seeing how during a game it bounces around.
Yeah,
so what was the game with Umya against Albi Zalmi? They were intersecting. They were dancing. The Lions were dancing. They were intersecting. They were interacting. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not convincing you.
You're not convincing me.
But
I'm just wondering what Dennis is doing up there in the tower. He must be eating tuna sandwiches because the seagulls are coming from everywhere. Dennis, stop eating. Concentrate on the cricket.
Here's Mr. Moonball.
Oh, here we go. And well, that's a nice free hit as it goes. A couple of bounces to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah. And I think it's just going to be 4. I was wondering about the height, and it is pretty high. It's probably fine because it probably is coming down below the waist, even though he hits it from above the waist about a metre in front of him.
I tell you what, if Dennis is worried about the seagulls, I think the Kookaburra is worried about the seagulls because this ball could hit one of those seagulls.
So Larry
goes
gets
so
4.
high. Here we go. Watch out, seagull.
Now gets this on the full, and he's going to be gone. So there you go. The moon pies are working. If only they'd put a few more runs on the board. Solari takes the bait. He goes 4 and out. This ball was never going to pitch. Solari gets to it on the full, but he forces the miss hit, and this could happen, you see. It's certainly a risk, but another good outfield catch taken. K.O. Patel is the man who takes on that occasion, so Solari's going to go for just 5. The score is 42. I remember Solari struggled a little bit with some of the slower bowling from Sanjay Mahajan last night, remember? But this one, he'll be pretty upset that he doesn't get it where he wants it. This you can literally hit wherever you want, but so if he picked a line a bit straighter, then even if he mishits it, he probably is okay. But he drags it a bit towards the mid-on region. That's why he picks out K.O. Patel. He does well to hold on.
Yeah. I mean, look, cricket is a very tactical game as well. And I think sometimes the management of the game, especially when you're the captain and the coaches, is so key. And I think today we've seen examples where a match hasn't been managed well. We've seen bowlers coming on the ball, bowling really well, but only being able to bowl 1 over because they've come on too late. We've seen bowlers bowl well, not being called upon to come back again. And as a result of it, the last over going for too many, that ends up costing you the match. And when you look at how many you end up short in it. And I think this one, the coin toss, you win the toss here, you have to put them in. Yeah. And I know if anybody else, any of the other teams has that opportunity, they will put them in because they are shaky when they're, especially when they're batting first. And I think, and I said this yesterday, remember we were talking about the lineups for today, and I said this is a match that I'd be interested to see because I think that Marshall would have struggled.
Owen Muller's getting heaps for blocking that one. He's getting heaps from the sideline. Yeah, I'd take your point though. There's a quicker one, which can bowl. This will be a wide, but the good news is it means we get to see another ball from Sharma. Owen Muller was getting absolute raspberries from his teammates, saying we didn't send you out there to block. 14 to win. This will be a wide. I think you got to still give it a wide, even though he could have. Yeah, a little fancy signal there. Sharma, at least he's getting through his overs, except for the wides. Here we go.
This is another one.
He might have made a deal that he's not going to go after him. He's too scared to get out to him. Owen Muller. And he might have just copped up a little one.
Why is he going to plaster?
Maybe that's when he was diving down at long off. He must have just had a little graze there. All right, surely this is going. He's had enough, but he gets the quicker one. So now, this will be good. We're going to have one ball. We're going to see Sher Ali taking on Sharma, the fastest batter against the slowest bowler in the series. All right, strap yourselves in. This is going to be interesting. Oh, he's too scared to go after him. And well, we always got out a run out here. Well, these players, they've already checked out, I think. It's the end of the 4th over. The score is 44 for 2.
I think he would have been out if this hits, you know.
Oh, he's miles out. He's like not even in the picture. Watch this. Yep.
Nobody home. And Ula was not happy about that single being taken. And of course he's going to take the single because he wants to go back on strike.
Yeah, so you can see that tomorrow we will have mashed up, seems certain now, against Botchirika first thing in the morning. And then Hamby Zalmi and Hammarby. So fantastic semi-final matchups. Of course, the winners will go through to the final. The teams that don't win their semi-finals, they do still get a chance to play for bronze in match 47. Join us again for finals day, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, or 9 o'clock even, and 12:30 p.m. in India. As we see Imran Khan getting a bowl. Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed for Indiska. It's not easy coming back after a week, of course. But I mean, mashed up, let's give them credit where it's due. They didn't really give Indiska a chance to breathe throughout that innings. And in the end, the score not quite up to scratch. This one will be down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, so getting to less than double figures required now. We'll make that 8 required.
This one hand sweep shot. Should just be a single. They're cruising here. And, well, tell me what you think then. Mashta Bachirka in the morning. Should be a pretty interesting match, eh?
Yeah, well, you know, well, everybody knows now my views. I think if Buster win the toss, they've got to stick him in, put the pressure on him, try and contain him. And we've seen the camera move around there a lot there. But yeah, I mean, all of these matches now coming up tomorrow, I think, because you've got the top 4 teams playing together. This has been well hit, and this will go to the boundary at 4 runs. So it's going to be just one big shot away now. Yeah, all the teams, I think, have got, we look at them, 3 key players with the bat. I'm going to focus on the bat because I think they're all good with the ball. They all perform well with the ball. But it's going to be, for me, it's all going to be the team that's going to win this series is going to be the team that bats the best. That's what I'm going to say, because I think all 4 teams are so good with the ball. They bowl well, they field well, but it's about batters. Which batter or which batters are going to perform for their team to help them become the champions of Stockholm?
Further to that, I mean, if you get a chance in the field to get rid of key batters, you need to take it. I think the field is going to be important. And this one is going to be out of here. Game, set, match, Maximo. Awi Muller finishes things off. And mercifully, this one draws to its conclusion. Very one-sided match in quarterfinals 4. And look, we had the 2 1 versus 4 matches. One was a bit more of a contest between Umia and Albi Zalmi. This one was certainly a bit of a whitewash, wasn't it? And you can't take anything away from Mashed Up. They do get there. They get there with over half the innings to spare, 31 balls to spare. And it was a pretty decent effort, you would say, from the batters who did it pretty quickly, but they could have done it, you know, probably with their eyes closed the way things were going. In Disco, look, sorry to see them go. It was nice to see them back in the ECS. We saw them back in 2020, and it was nice to see them making the finals this time around. But it's all about Mashed Up, and they will be the team that is through to the finals. See, it's nice to see the players shaking hands at the end of the game. Of course, played in good spirits. In Disco, we certainly wish them all the best for their season ahead. Plenty of cricket left in the Swedish season. It's just getting started here. So the sun coming out in the end. We had a nice day of sunshine, which made a big difference as well. Big thank you to the umpires, the Blue Crew, and everybody else. Let's go look at some of the highlights. And might not be a very long package because the innings wasn't very long. They put the slip into Guravinda, but the real slip came from Tabani, who put down a sit-up. Hyder, he was dropped on a duck, and that pretty much sums it up. A game to forget for Indiska. Sher Ali, well, he took the strike and he went to work about knocking these runs off pretty quickly.
Yeah, he plays that shot very well, doesn't he? And not only is it the fact that he plays it well, but he keeps the ball along the deck. You see a lot of batters that play the square cut and the shot through the covers, but they always play it in the air. Sher Ali gets it along the deck. And yeah, he's the man on the moment at the moment. Look, with that knock there today, 36 of 16. He is now the leading run scorer in the series. He overtakes Farouk Ahmed, who couldn't play today. So 226 runs to his name. And look, the way he's going with potentially, well, there definitely will be 2 more innings, whichever way it goes.
Yeah.
But whether it will be in the bronze or in the final, that we'll see him. But potentially, he's able to probably take himself over the 300 mark. This was a really good catch.
Yeah.
It was nice to see that there was some delight there from the fielder. That was Shubham Saswat. Takes a nice one, and this is a Gandhi ball, and it had to be put away.
I will say just about Sher Ali, he's been scoring his runs so quickly as well. He's got the best strike rate of any of those top batters as well. That was the wicket that went down as Sharma. That's another moon pie that does take a wicket. Nice catch by Kaya Patel down and long on. But Owen Muller came out and he ended up finishing things with a bang. They did it 4.5 overs, so 31 balls to spare. Smashed up. They are dancing their way into the semi-finals tomorrow. There's confirmation. Mashed Up versus Botshirka will be first up in the morning match 45 semi-final number 1. And then Colby's Army, the hosts, taking on Hammarby. And look, what I would say about all 4 teams, they deserve to be there. They've played their way into the finals day. And any one of them, if their players fire, they could win the 2 games they need to win the trophy. Yeah,
I couldn't disagree with you more. That's absolutely right. I mean, it's about who's going to perform on the day. I mean, Master, Botshirka, that's going to be an interesting game. Botshirka know about the firepower of 2 of those batters, but they will also know that if they can get those 2 out, then they do get a good chance there. Albazami, Hammarby know all about Albazami. They're a team that even when they don't score too many runs, they grind you down. But again, that's why I say is that tomorrow it'll be all about the batter or batters that perform. If they perform for you, you'll go and win the match, because I don't think necessarily there'll be high-scoring games. I think there'll be tense ones. I think there'll be a lot of good bowling, a lot of good fielding. But it's the player, the batter who stands out in any one of those 2 teams will be the one that helps their team to victory.
Yeah, toss is so important as well. So tune in early tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Finals day coming, our final day in Sweden after 4 weeks in this magnificent country. Let's have a look at the scorecards, and you can see that it wasn't a big target at all. They got there with plenty of time to spare. Sherali, he was the star with the bat at least, 36 not out of 16 balls. Owen Muller with a Maximo to finish things off. Haider, well, he had 2 chances. One was dropped, one was taken. The one that was dropped provided his only run, but I'm sure he's very, very keen to get back in the runs tomorrow morning. Soleri, he'll be disappointed that he couldn't whack Sachin Sharma's full toss out of the ground, and instead he hit it straight to K.R. Patel. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Gurvinder, not the worst 2 overs ever, 1 for 18. Majinda was a bit expensive. And Sachin Sharma, decent over, 1 for 8. Pity we won't be seeing any more of him. Enjoyed the contest of some of the fastest batters against the slowest bowler in the series, Sachin Sharma. He's quite a cagey customer though. Again, so sorry to say goodbye to Indiska, but we do want to wish them all the best as they head into their season proper. And it's been great to have you guys with us once again today. We've enjoyed quarterfinals Friday. The best thing is, I don't think we had a single drop of rain during the day. After the forecast was pretty terrible. I know that tomorrow, some concerns about the weather again. We just hope that nature is kind to us, because we really want to get an uninterrupted finals day, don't we? Because it's going to be super interesting. Any one of these 4 teams left, Rico, could lift the trophy.
It's going to be a super day, and let's just hope we stay lucky. We're very lucky today, as we were yesterday. I mean, the forecast tells us one thing, but we've been lucky again here. I think the forecast, we knew that was for this afternoon, wasn't so good, but we've had apart from the strong wind, we've had lovely sunshine.
Bit of sunshine. Hopefully you put your sunscreen on, even though we are in the inflatable ice cube. But I do want to say a big thanks to everyone for making our day so entertaining. Thanks to everyone that contributed in the live chat. I think I already said thanks to the Blue crew, the ECN crew, to all the players, to all the people that helped us around with our lunches, all these sorts of things. Again, so much cricket. We need people. We need a lot of support. We get it when we're here in Sweden, and so we're really thankful for that. And we'll come back and we'll do it all again tomorrow, one last time.
Yeah, look, it's always sad to see teams go. So again, our commiserations to the teams that didn't make it through. It's also National Road Trip Day, so we hope Umio, particularly, a very safe road trip home, because you've got a long way to go, guys.
For sure.
But it's been another fantastic day and loved it with you.
They were inspiring though, Umio, weren't they? They were inspiring. They just showed never give up. Never give up. Anything can happen, and they played the way in the finals. And really, they were in a winning position at one stage against Albi's Army. Yeah, so we're going to take a bit of a rest, and we will need it, because we'll be back tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. Happy Peacock Friday once again. I think we should start getting the viewers into it a bit more. I'm going to check my social media at Mr. Maximo. If anyone has been putting on their Peacock shirt today while they're watching the ECN, I'd love to see it. But for now, we're going to enjoy our little respite, but we'll be back, and it's going to be a huge day of cricket tomorrow. We'll see who gets the trophy here, and there'll be one of 4 teams in the frame to represent Sweden at ECL 23, so a big prize on the line. But for now, this is Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. Thanks again so much for watching. We've loved having you with us on behalf of the European Cricket Network and the whole European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Finals day is on the way. We'll see you then for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Here's some highlights of the day to take us out. Good night, everyone.
Adios, mi familia.
Share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and it makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. Head out batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and it makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. And our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, or Yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the